Yo. What's up? I just did the starting soon screen because I had to get water and I had to pee, and so I was like, I'll be like right there, you know? I should have just done chair stream. How are you, Xavier? Let's see. Boop. Deep cleaning and 4 fillings, the usual. Oh, you poor thing. That sounds miserable. When your teeth aren't good, you're not good, you know, because your teeth are like in your head. And so when your teeth hurt, your head hurts. 4 more Monday? Oh, God. There's small cavities. Oh, God. That's awful. I'm sorry. I hate when teeth things are bad. It just ruins your whole time. You can't eat anything without it hurting. And it just aches and gives you headaches. And an extraction or two sometime in the next 5 months. God. That's awful. 2 wisdom tooth extractions. Oh, you haven't gotten your wisdom teeth out yet? Oh my God. I think AJ still has the video of me after I got my wisdom teeth out. I was all puffy. It was very painful. I got 2 of them, got 2 more, so they only took 2 of them out. Oh. Gosh. Well, I mean, at least at the end of all of this, you'll have like, you know, you have like good, strong teeth. You know? It's all for like a better life. But yeah. I'm doing well. Today's Friday, Pog. What's going on? What did I do today? I did yoga, took my dog for a walk. Ate breakfast, drank coffee. Got ready, and here I am. I woke up really early. I woke up at like 10 o'clock, wide awake, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? Why is this? Why am I wide awake right now? It was weird. I usually don't wake up wide awake. Yeet! Yeet, indeed. I fixed the sound effects. Pagu, Pagu. Yeah.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
If not for orthodontia, I wouldn't have any of my canines. Which would be very not poggers. Because you kind of need those. I mean, you don't need them. I guess you could just eat applesauce all the time. But if you like meat, they're kind of necessary. So this is the stream playlist, by the way. Panda created it. And he created a Google Doc where you can submit songs that you would like to add to it that we can listen to on stream. So if you, any songs you want to submit, go for it. That is in the Discord. I think it's pinned in general. Gonna love not being able to eat food. Oh yeah, that was the worst part about braces, I think. Was like when you would get them tightened and like you just couldn't eat anything. I remember having like mashed potatoes and like yogurt. Yeah, that was good. That was good for those days. Ice cream. What's up, TC? How are you? Welcome, welcome. So Panda added all of these songs already, just from his liked. The guy's a madman. So today we are going to be marathoning the Buzzfeed Unsolved paranormal, or what do they call it? Supernatural. So these are all like weird, unexplained, unsolved mysteries involving like paranormal stuff. I've seen a few of these before. Wow. I've seen a few of these before and they're really good, really funny. But also some of them I remember genuinely like sending chills up my spine because it was like so eerie. And I'm not even somebody that's like super believes in ghosts. Good thing I didn't add to it with my 3,000 plus songs. Please do. You have to submit a separate form for every single song. You have to do it all individually. Yes, that is required. It's homework. Doing good. How are you? I'm doing great. I'm having a wonderful day. Thank you for asking. I'm excited to watch these videos and see what your guys' opinions are. Yo, what up, Panda? You know, I actually thought Panda was going to sleep through the stream. You know? Just a little bit. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, a genuine compliment from my mod. Bro, I'm like the Grinch. My heart just grew like 5 sizes. Wow. Did you do something? I curled my hair. I'm also wearing a new foundation. And I kind of like it. But I'm upset because it's a Kat Von D foundation and she's an anti-vaxxer. So I didn't want to try it. But I did and it's good. The white oh, you like my highlighter? It's Becca. Thank you. I got the trial size because it was cheaper. Can we get Execute the Traitor as a sound effect someday? Execute the Traitor. What's that from? It's the hair. It's extra vibrant today. You noticed. Can they see my pic? I mean, just your little one right here. Just a little teeny one. Otherwise, it's the iconic Kimmy Guns emote. I'm not allowed to comment on how good you look. My fiance would kill me. Well, your fiance is probably very hot, so I get it. I'm so fucking funny. It's a good picture. Especially when it's small and it's repeated over and over again. Yeah, I like it. It's from Call of Duty Black Ops 2. It's a COD sound effect, I see. This dude has a fiance asking other dudes on the internet to be his dad. Look, we don't kink shame here. All right? Some people just have specific interests. They have specific needs, and that's fine. We accept you for who you are. As long as his fiance can watch. I took that in the way that she can watch him having a father-son relationship with you. She can just like stand to the side and observe the father-son relationship. It's like kind of a cuckold situation, but with a father. Fixing a car. You're teaching him how to throw a football. Fucking... I don't know what dads do. All right, I'll admit it. I don't know what dads do, okay? I wouldn't know. Sorry that I don't have parents, Panda. Oh, look what you did. Look what you did, Panda. See, I want to listen to the jams, but then also kind of part of me wants to like have that library music in the background with like the thunder and the rain. feel like that's kind of the vibe. This one, oh my god, Royal Library, yes. Oh my god. Stop. Stop. Was that a Pokemon clone? Hey, what's up? Keep making great content. Have you ever thought about using Promo SM to help get your videos? Nice. Yeah, there we go. Add music. If you guys want to add music to the playlist. Oh my god, this is with Halsey. Ah, I forgot to listen to this. This is an excellent song. So cute. Panda, you're enlightening me. You're showing me so much new music. I picked Halsey songs because you said you liked her. I do. I love Halsey. Oh my god, Gasoline is an excellent song. Oh my god. Put every Halsey song on there. She's a queen. Her new album is so good. So good. I can't stop listening to it. Okay. Can I maybe not pause this on this frame? Okay. That's better. The white was very atrocious. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. So the first episode, I don't know how many episodes. I don't know if it's just one or if there's a few, but they have this guy Brent. So he gets replaced with Shane in a few episodes, I believe. And Shane is much better than Brent. So if you don't like Brent, don't worry. He won't be here for very long. Just I'm not making any comments on Brent. I haven't even seen this one actually. I'm sure he's fine. But yeah, so we'll see how Brent is. Let's get started, shall we? So we are getting started with our first episode of Buzzfeed Unsolved with fucking Brent. The creepy real life Men in Black.
I'm Ryan, that's Brent. This week on Buzzfeed Unsolved, we're covering the real life Men in Black. Are they real? Are they as charming as their Hollywood counterparts?
You know, watching Men in Black, I never knew it was based on a true story.
Today we find out. The Men in Black are typically described as wearing black suits, being expressionless, cold, sinister, and in some cases, inhuman. The Men in Black seem to only talk to two
like
kinds of people.
Like the movie with Will Smith?
Those who claim to have seen a UFO and those who research UFOs. They present themselves as part of a secret organization, sometimes even producing a white card with a crest and the word security on it. And in some cases, they refer to each other by number rather than name. They threaten and scare people into remaining silent about their UFO encounters and or research. Think of them as the cleaners of the extraterrestrial universe.
How much black do they actually wear? Do they look like the Men in Black that we see in the movies?
We'll get into what they really look like later.
Once they pull apart their skin and the alien comes out.
Now that you know the basics,
Brent
here
is
are,
not very
in my
impressive
opinion,
so far.
the most terrifying reports of encounters with the Men in Black. The first ever recorded experience with the Men in Black came from Harold Dahl in June 1947. Harold Dahl was out on his boat in the Puget Sound where he claimed he saw 6 giant donut-shaped objects in the sky. One of the objects fell apart, spilling debris that killed his dog and injured his son. He took photos of the debris, but said they were later fogged over by a man in black who told him not to speak of the incident.
They had donuts in 1947?
How old are donuts?
What?
He said he saw donut-shaped objects in the sky.
That's what you were thinking of when I was telling you that story? His fucking dog died.
Yeah.
Okay. The next incident comes from Robert Richardson in 1967. Robert Richardson reported that he collided with a UFO while driving at night in Toledo, Ohio. On impact, the object vanished.
Okay, hold on.
Richardson took home a small lump of metal that he believed was from the UFO. A week later, Richardson said he was visited by 2 men in black suits. He said the 2 men asked for the piece of metal from the site, but when Richardson informed them that he had turned it over for testing, they threatened him. Quote, "If you want your wife to stay as pretty as she is, then you'd better get the metal back." End quote. Richardson never heard from the men again and still has no idea how they knew about the medal.
Why didn't he go to the police? Why did he search on the internet? What do I do?
I think he may have gone to the police. There is no internet, by the way. It's in 1967. He probably just searched. However people searched back then. I don't know. Fucking
encyclopedias.
I don't know.
Jinx.
The next encounter happened in New Jersey in 1968. Jack Robinson, a UFO researcher, and his wife Mary were terrorized by a man in black that would stand across the street from their
Do I
apartment.
have to add both of them?
They reported their
Both
apartment
Franker,
appeared to be
Face
rummaged
C, and
through,
BTTV?
and after seeing the strange man for 3 days in a row, their friend Timothy Green Beckley decided to get a closer look and managed to snap a picture. This is a rare instance of a reported MIB caught on camera.
Look at him, he has a top hat.
How do we know he's actually dressed in black if it's a black and white picture? Could be a dark navy.
Okay.
That's
These next
definitive
encounters I'm
proof
going to
he
go
has a
over
top
are a
hat.
little more bizarre and offer much stranger implications. On September 11th, 1976, Dr. Herbert Hopkins, a doctor living in Maine, was studying a UFO incident when he reportedly got a phone call from a man who identified
What should I
himself
get rid of?
as a representative of a New Jersey UFO organization. The man asked if Dr. Hopkins was alone and if they could review research. Dr. Hopkins agreed, and by the time he hung up the phone and turned on the lights outside, Dr. Hopkins claimed the man was somehow already coming up the stairs to his door. Hopkins' description of the
I
man is
added
the most
it.
horrifying yet. The man wore a neatly tailored black suit, was bald with no eyebrows or eyelashes, and
Bald?
had smooth,
He had
dead-white
alopecia?
plastic skin like a doll. His lips
Like
were
an
ruby
egg.
red, and his speech was expressionless and monotone as if you were hearing a
Jeff
machine.
Bezos?
Question.
Oh, God.
He's pale, really tight fake skin, but the thing they choose to make real is the ruby red lips. They put all their technology into making those lips super realistic, but the rest of the man can't speak normal and he looks horrible, like his face is skin white. What?
The man in black told Hopkins to take out a coin and said, "Watch the coin." After that, Hopkins claims, quote, "It started to develop a silver color instead of copper, and then the silver became bluish, and the penny was getting quite fuzzy, out of focus, blurred, and then it simply was gone. It slowly dematerialized," end quote. After that, Hopkins said the man ordered him to destroy his UFO research.
Encounters like this, if they were real, they would not be this interesting.
If in the off chance this actually happened, how shitty would that be? If you tell a story, no one's gonna believe you first off, and second off, you're gonna look like a crazy person. This next encounter is with someone you probably know, Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
In
He's the
January
Ghostbuster.
2002, Dan Aykroyd sold a TV show called Out There to the Sci-Fi Network that would break serious ground on a wide range of topics in the alien media landscape. In the middle of conducting further interviews for the show, Dan stepped outside for a break where he reported seeing a black Ford sedan appear suddenly across the street. Dan reports that one large man in black got out of the car and gave Dan a dirty look. Dan said he looked away for a brief second, and when he turned back, the car was gone. 2 hours after the car disappeared, Dan was given bad news from the producers of the show.
Wow.
Dan said, quote,
Flash
"We were
Senpai,
told
thank
we
you
were
very
not
much
to
for
continue
the-
taping, and the show was
gifted
canceled,
sub.
and none of them would air." End
Thank you,
quote.
thank you, thank you,
Why is
thank
it not
you.
the government? Why is
That's
it
very
some
kind.
weird alien organization
Wow.
going after them?
If that were to be true,
Thank
that
you,
would mean
Flash
that the government
Senpai.
is in accordance with these aliens already.
So the Men in Black could show up at Obama's desk and be like, "Hey, stop looking for aliens, you pesky human."
But I saved the best encounter for last.
Shame.
On October 14, 2008, near Niagara Falls, hotel manager Shane Sovar, along with a hotel security guard, reported seeing a large triangular UFO outside his hotel. A group called the
Illuminati
Aerial
confirmed?
Phenomenon Investigations Team looked into the incident. They reported that a couple weeks later, according to 3 other witnesses, 2 unidentified men in black visited the hotel. The men in black terrified the hotel staff and were looking for Shane Sovar and the hotel security guard, who were luckily not there at the time.
Stop. Get out of here, please. Please, get
And
out
when
of
Shane
here.
Sovar reviewed the hotel security footage, he discovered that the camera had actually caught 2 men on tape. What we're about to watch is that footage.
The men in
No
black.
one's gonna die, are they?
No.
r/watch people die. Oh, those look like men in black. Oh yeah.
Sovar reported
For
that the
sure.
witnesses described the men as tall with black suits, black hats, identical faces, extremely pale skin, no eyebrows, no
Cheeto Man.
eyelashes, and abnormally large
I love
eyes.
Chester
A
Cheetah.
woman who spoke with the men claimed that she felt that the men knew what she was thinking. Is this video proof that the MI
What does that even mean? This woman claimed she felt like these guys knew what she was thinking. She's
exist?
on something.
Or is this video simply an internet hoax?
Can I be 100% honest?
Yeah.
I'm really trying here. They just look like businessmen.
So you just think there's two abnormally large...
They were abnormally large.
They look...
Oh look, they look the same. The one pixel, it's so blurry.
Okay, look at this fucking...
He's
this guy right
abnormally
here,
large.
The fucking guy standing next to the door.
Okay.
Look at him next to them. Unless he's super tiny.
Are basketball players
Look.
aliens?
If he had to like duck in, sure, that would be abnormally large. But this man fits through the doorway. That's perfectly normal size. There's a reason they make door frames that size.
Is Kobe? Is your precious Kobe an alien?
No, I mean, he might be, actually.
Does
he
Brent
might be.
have no idea of
Unfortunately,
depth?
most cases of UFO
Brent's not
or
gonna
alien
last
encounters
long.
come in the form of first-person
That's
accounts.
for sure.
And the MIB are no different. Do they exist?
some depth,
Are they from
Brent.
the government? Are they even human? Ultimately, it comes down to what you believe. Me personally, I believe that while they may not be aliens, even I can't believe that, I do believe that there may be a government agency out there that would regulate these sort of things to prevent mass hysteria.
I can buy into the fact that the Men in Black may be a real thing, but I cannot give you the satisfaction that they are covering up aliens.
There are certain things like ghosts or aliens or demons that
Well, no, I'd say if those exist, then that becomes part of the science, and there's an explanation behind those things,
See, this is
and
where
it's logical.
This is where we'll always disagree because not everything can be explained by science or logic, in my opinion. I
No.
think that-
This is why
No.
Brent doesn't last long. Do not get exasperated at, what was his name? Ryan?
One day there's going to be definitive proof, and one of these
One
things
day,
even know his fucking
boy.
There's gonna be definitive proof of something happening, and I'm gonna be there when that day happens, Brent.
Okay.
I'm gonna be
All right, poll time, motherfuckers. Do we think the Men in Black are real? So this isn't asking, do you think they're aliens or whatever. Do you think that the Men in Black exist? Whether they cover up government things, whether they cover up alien things, whether they cover up supernatural things. Do you think that they exist? Yes? Yes? All right. A poll is already active. Oh my god, you already did it? Jesus Christ. Fucking slow ass. You know what? I gotta vote yes is the thing. I feel like I have to vote yes because I feel like they gotta cover their asses every once in a while. I don't think that they have the memory wipers necessarily. I gotta say yes. I think we're all in agreement here. They do ghosts or Men in Black. I think we're all in agreement here. We believe it. We'll believe it. Both. Have you encountered a ghost in your time, Game Kill?
If you're not gonna participate in the group activity, then leave. I'll link it one more time.
God. Perfect. Exactly. All right. Yes, we agree. I'll do it one more time. Fuck. When I was 7 or 8. Oh, really? What was it like? If you're willing to share.
Renew the love for your skin with Dove for instantly softer.
Don't advertise to me.
We're covering the Illuminati. Is it a real thing? What the hell is it?
Hey,
It's
there's
not.
Shane.
All right.
Okay. Illuminati, baby.
Approach it with an open mind. Let's get started.
Great.
Shockingly, the Illuminati actually has a very real historical foundation. In 1776, in Bavaria, Germany, Adam Weishaupt, a German professor inspired by the ideals of French philosophy, namely secularism and rational thought, decided to form an organization to protect those beliefs.
Freemasons?
Adam Weishaupt considered joining the Freemasons to help propagate his views, but unfortunately could not
These
afford
guys
the
don't mess
admission fee.
around.
So this is already a poor man's something.
Yeah. Basically, I didn't think about it that way, but yeah, you're right. So instead, Weishaupt formed a secret group of his own. He called it the Order of the Illuminati.
So this is just a bunch of hobos and
Bunch of
rapscallions who
Is it a huge rabbit hole,
down
by
by
the
the
way?
train
Ooh,
tracks.
yes.
I don't think they met by the
Sign me
train tracks.
up.
It was probably a basement. Kind of like this. It's probably something
a
like
little
this.
bit, yeah.
I don't know why I'm holding that. Okay. The Illuminati had an anti-religious stance and focused on the goals of self-knowledge, self-improvement, social reform, and free thought. Naturally, conservatives considered this a threat to the church, and by the mid to late 1780s, the Illuminati was stopped, and the act of recruiting people into secret societies was criminalized. However, Weishaupt and the Illuminati would go Kobe in the fourth quarter and
Okay, all right. Let's move. Keep going.
and continue to push on, persisting with meetings and eventually spreading to France before disappearing into obscurity. But
That was
some people
uncalled for.
believe they survived. Here's part of an interview I had with an expert.
Well, they believe that the core group was formed back then and has evolved. And so back in the 1920s, there were some fascists who believed that the Illuminati were a group of Jews who controlled the world. Right after World War II, the extremist anti-communists believed that the Illuminati were a group of communists who controlled the world. And most recently, the Illuminati conspiracy theorists believe that the Illuminati are part of the New World Order.
Many people believe the Illuminati seek to make a dominant one-world totalitarian government, referred to as the New World Order. In fact, in a 2013 national poll by Public Policy Polling, 28% of voters polled believed in the possibility of a New World Order.
28%
Oh my
of people
God.
probably believe
Oh my
that the sun
God.
moves around the earth.
Well, I don't have any scientific polls for that, so.
I'm just saying,
I'm not
people are dumb.
surprised.
Okay. Some people believe that the influence of the Illuminati and the New World
All I can remember, I was walking in my kitchen, something grabs my shoulder, and I heard a faint voice sounding like an older man calling my name. Oh God, that's horrifying. This feels like an order sushi kind of night. Ooh, yes, you should. You should. Or are you saying I should? I'll take any excuse.
Order goes as high as the President of the United States.
Oh.
Here's an eerie
Obama?
clip from an old George H.W. Bush speech when he was in office.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible
This is
United
creepy.
Nations can
This is
use
creepy.
its peacekeeping role to
Is
fulfill
it the creepy
the
music
promise
that's
and
doing it?
vision
Because it's
of the
creepy.
UN's founders.
He does have a weird little smile when he says it.
You know that part where he was like, if this new world order could be successful, and then he looks, and it will be. That's not creepy? That'll make your spine tingle a little bit?
You
President
should.
of the United
Okay.
States, he has to be forthright. He has
You
to
say
be
so.
confident. What kind of message would it send if he was like, if this is successful, let's hope so.
All this begs the question, what is the New World Order and what will it do? Assuming the Illuminati and the New World Order are one and the same, let's hop down the rabbit hole and take a look at some of the theories as to who is in the New World Order. The first
Beyonce?
theory is from a man named Mark Kornke,
Right?
aka Mark from Michigan, a right-wing militia activist and propagandist who believes that the New World Order is made up of the U.S. government,
Oh my
the
God,
UN,
GameKill,
and various
thank
other
you.
organizations pushing
Thank
an
you very
international
much for the
agenda.
sub.
He believes this
Much
organization will take
appreciated.
away Americans' rights, form an
Wow,
all-powerful
thank
government,
you.
and put non-Illuminati members in
Enjoy
camps
your
run by
emotes.
FEMA.
Thank you
So
very much,
1%
man.
of the world is going to put 99% of the world in camps. At that point, by the way, the camps are so big that the 1% is inside them.
Look, it's hard to defend Mark from Michigan, I'm not gonna lie. This is just one of the theories as to who is in this New
Well,
World
I
Order
can't wait
Illuminati.
for the parade of other experts you've got lined up.
Okay. The second theory is from David Icke, who believes
David
that world
Icke.
leaders, including Queen Elizabeth,
Icke.
President Barack Obama, and the Clintons, are actually
Obama?
shape-shifting lizards.
What? Shape-shifting lizards.
So this is
All
the
right,
one
go
that
on.
you're
I'm
really
intrigued.
into? You believe
Go
this?
on.
I never said that. I just said there's other ones. These lizard elite are behind the Freemasons and the Illuminati. The lizard race
Yeah, they
feeds
got
off
the lizard
human race
eyes.
and occasionally
No, thank
demands
you.
human sacrifices. In fact, the same
Zuckerberg.
2013 national
Mark
poll I mentioned earlier
Zuckerberg.
revealed that 4% of voters polled
Reptilian
believe
aliens.
that, quote, lizard people control our societies.
4% of voters.
That's actually a pretty good amount of people that believe they're shape-shifting lizards at the center of everything.
Is there an origin story for these lizard people?
I'm sure there is. I figured, you know what? I don't know if I need to know that. The third theory is that the New World Order is connected to the Antichrist because the Illuminati
hole,
are
yeah.
Satanists. Pat Robertson, a conservative Christian,
I
wrote
know
a
that
book on
guy.
the New World Order that claims the group is responsible for the French Revolution, the writing of the Communist Manifesto, and the creation of the Federal Reserve.
He's
all
kind
in the
of an
service
asshole,
of making,
right?
quote, a new order for the human race under the domination of Lucifer and his followers, end quote.
So the Federal Reserve was created to spite Jesus. Lucifer was like pulling numbers.
I mean, you got a lot of time on your hands, right, if you're Lucifer?
He's busy.
Why would he be busy? Hell's supposed to be an awful place. I imagine the place is terribly maintained.
He's torturing the souls of all the monsters throughout history. There's a lot of dead people, and he's like poking them all with little sticks.
The fourth theory is from Donald Marshall, who believes that the Illuminati are killing celebrities and replacing them with clones used to brainwash society.
Clones, though, like they're not coming out fully baked. They're babies.
Well, that's one theory. Some believe it could be like a Xerox machine.
Xeroxing is not how cloning works,
How do
Ryan.
you know? What are you, a clone expert now? I'm just saying, there's a possibility.
You're creating a similar embryo with the same DNA. It has to grow.
There's no way we could tell what's actually like the process.
I mean, we can tell because they have cloned things.
What things have they cloned?
A sheep.
I don't believe you.
Look it up.
I'll fucking look it up.
Look
right
up
now.
Dolly the sheep.
All right,
I
fine.
know, the
I'll
part
look it up.
scared
Did
me
she
too.
start off as a little baby sheep?
Yes.
Scared me a little
Whatever.
bit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Apparently
there's a
there was a sheep clone. Whatever.
Oh, apparently.
Purported celebrity clones outed by internet sleuths
Avril
include
Lavigne.
Eminem, Al Roker.
Al Roker. Hang on.
Yeah, who could he possibly influence? Even when he tells the
I
weather.
don't believe a word he says.
Clones.
And many more. But clone theorists also believe they have video
Did I fart?
evidence.
Was that me?
Some of you may know him as Eminem, but he's going to join the
Bro, he's
Saturday
just
Night
high.
Fever, music intro starting next Saturday night. But folks, I want to take you to the world premiere.
He's just laughing. My man's is tripping.
Yeah, sorry. Live TV. Live TV freaks me out a little bit.
Oh, there you go. Live TV freaks him out a little bit.
He's
Well,
always
here's Al Roker.
He's just like that.
Notice what she says, and then notice what his face goes
Why
to.
is this a
just
code
like
word?
that.
Some people believe maybe it's like a trigger sequence where his brain's now receiving instructions to be mind controlled.
Al Roker's like the Manchurian candidate, and he's going to kill the president.
Yeah.
Like they say in Catholic school, leave room for the Holy Ghost.
The expression he has on his face when he's frozen is so fucking funny to me every time I watch it, because I don't know what it is. It's like, welp.
You know what? Actually, it looks like he just pooped his pants. Who's next?
This is Beyonce.
He's getting more and more
By the way,
intense.
she did this for so long, I had to speed up the video. So
Oh my
there
God,
she is
has no
going,
one-
And then I sped up the video here.
Has no one ever zoned out before? Like she's waiting for like a
it's
fashion
weird
show.
trance. I actually don't know what she's doing.
She's writing lemonade in her head right now.
Whether or not people believe this clone
my
theory, many
God.
conspiracy theorists agree that major celebrities are in the Illuminati. They point to clothing choices and hand gestures, mainly that of a pyramid, which is seen as an Illuminati symbol, as proof that certain celebrities are in the Illuminati. Beyonce and Jay-Z have been known to make a pyramid-like symbol with their hands, although this is also similar to the symbol for Jay-Z's label, Rockefeller Records.
Right.
But to flip
Which
on
would
that,
make much more
perhaps there's a
sense.
reason why he chose that symbol. See what I just did there?
Yeah, you did it right.
I did it. The name of their child, Blue Ivy, has been interpreted to stand for Born Living Under Evil, Illuminati's very youngest.
Wow. I can't believe they would name her something with so obvious a secret message in
I
there.
mean,
However, both stars have denied their affiliation with the Illuminati in songs. Here's an excerpt from
symbol
Beyonce's
for
formation.
vagina?
Quote, y'all haters corny with that Illuminati mess, end quote. And here's an excerpt from Jay-Z's verse in the song Freemason.
He made a song
Quote,
called Freemason.
I said I was amazing, not that I'm a Mason. I'm red hot, I'm on my third six, but a devil, I'm not, end quote.
Is
You
this
named
their
the song.
game?
Oh my god.
Do they claim that the Illuminati like to just
You're
tease
just
people
trying to
with little hints?
give them what they
in my
want.
mind, okay, I'm in this very, very
He makes it
elite
more cryptic.
1% club, right? But it's a secret club.
You can't tell anyone.
Because it's
it's
kind of
fucking
cool for
dope
people to
that I'm in
suspect
this
that you're in the
club, right?
Illuminati. It's
So,
like kind of
let me just get a
cool.
little wink wink to let people know what's up.
Harry and David makes incredible gifts for any occasion, so it's easy to be thought.
No.
Other celebrities include Kanye West, who owns a necklace containing the symbol of the Eye of Horus, which is associated with the Illuminati, and also seen on the dollar bill. Which, by the way,
Dollar
the
bills,
Fed,
dollar bills.
dollar bill. There it is right there. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Kanye's interruption of Taylor Swift at the 2009 Video Music Awards was said to be a method of initiating Taylor Swift into the Illuminati by humiliating or hazing her.
So this has just moved to like frat level hazing.
However, here's a quote from Kanye on the Illuminati. Quote, "I'm tired of people pinpointing musicians as the Illuminati. That's ridiculous. We don't run anything. We're celebrities." End quote. Other
at least
celebrities
he's
that have been
honest about
accused
it.
of being in the Illuminati include Lady Gaga, Rihanna, Madonna, and Katy Perry, just to name a few.
I bet, you know what? I bet Kobe's in the Illuminati.
Digging the
what you just
Trix
did?
yogurt
Jesus Christ.
hairstyle.
I'm sorry, Kobe.
I love Trix
The whole
yogurt.
room is shaking right now. Oh my god, I think we just had an earthquake.
Yeah, it's the next one. It's because it starts from the beginning. For some reason, they classify these two as supernatural. I don't know why, but the after one, like these ones, start getting into ghosts. I think this is just early on. I don't know why they called it supernatural.
Keep in mind that it's pretty easy to make a claim that somebody is in the Illuminati.
We're almost there.
Quickly perusing my coworker Quinta Brunson's Instagram feed, I could see several references to the Illuminati by just
Really?
looking through the pictures. Yeah, there's even a picture where I myself make the Rockefeller sign in one of her pictures, and it was quickly called out
What?
by a comment. Illuminati confirmed. That's great. She also seems to be absent from her desk quite frequently. Perhaps
Oh no, he found out my secret. Delete that comment. Delete it. Delete it.
to attend to Illuminati.
You know too
affairs.
much.
What if you're in the Illuminati?
Look, I am not in the Illuminati.
Wink.
I am not in the
protect.
Illuminati. Quinta's not in the Illuminati. You may be.
Show come on.
It is pretty hard to get into. And on that note, I'd like to point to a website called IlluminatiOfficial.org. And on that
I
site,
can
there's
go
a
here to
page
join.
called Join the Illuminati. A very fascinating proposition indeed.
Found that out when you gave me your
So,
password.
I reached out for an interview. And here's what I got back from their public relations director. By the way, if the Illuminati is a real thing, the fact that they have a PR director,
Yeah.
fucking amazing, right? That's super funny to me, that there's someone sitting in a cubicle somewhere going, that's not the right move.
Yeah.
Too many triangles in the last dress.
Roker's staring at the camera again. we gotta make a new Roker. God damn it, that's our fourth Roker.
Here's what the alleged Illuminati PR
Yeah,
director
I think you guys
wrote back
should
in
join.
response
I think
to
that
my
should be the
interview
poll.
request.
Are we
Quote,
joining the Illuminati or
"Unfortunately,
no?"
Members of the Illuminati are not currently available for on-camera interviews, end quote. She also mentioned,
Oh.
quote, there are many misconceptions about my client's
you, Flash
organization,
Senpai.
end
Have a
quote,
wonderful
and
stream.
referred me to the website's beliefs
Thank you
section,
so much for the gifted
which
sub.
is abstract and quite interesting to say the least. But let's visit the professor one more time. Ugh. I guess the last question would be, what percentage would you put on
I'm gonna
that the
try. Oh my
Illuminati is
God,
actually a
do
real
it.
thing?
Well, it was a real thing.
Join Illuminati.org or something. IlluminatiOfficial.org. Go join the Illuminati, kids.
Any misconceptions about my client's organization, end quote, and referred me to the website's beliefs section, which is abstract and quite interesting to say the least. But let's visit the professor one more time. Ugh. I guess the last question would be, what percentage would you put on that the Illuminati is actually a real thing?
Well, it was a real thing, back in 1780, but it's not a real thing anymore. I would say 100% it's not a real thing. Most of the conspiracy
pretty
theories
certain
make
she knows
this
what she's
crazy
talking
leap
about.
at some point where you're following the trail of evidence and it makes sense, and suddenly it's crazy.
I could see a world where sometimes things go beyond science or fact. Like that leap of faith is what you need to get to the truth. Maybe that's just the crazy person inside me. But
The hair flip too.
I like how you just out yourself as one of the crazy people that she finds exhausting.
Here's the thing. I saw the look on her face when I mentioned that.
Yeah.
She did not look pleased. Am I gonna say outright the Illuminati is a real thing? No, I'm not gonna say that. But Is it possible?
this isn't
yeah,
really
it's possible.
Unsolved.
Why not? The fact that there could be some like all-knowing organization under everything.
Are they Skyping? How are they meeting? Where are they meeting?
Maybe they're meeting.
Like, oh, let's just meet in Toledo this year at the Radisson.
You've anchored them again.
If it is real, it's like one of the most disorganized organizations like in the world. They're gonna give me a necklace.
Don't talk about Toledo.
They'll give you multiple
I'm
articles
saying-
of clothing with triangles on them, with eyes of Horus on them. You get multiples.
Nothing's impossible.
One for every day of
Sometimes
the
you just
week.
gotta look at something with an open mind. It may seem crazy on the surface, and then I will admit this all looks
So
crazy.
it is possible that there is a organization founded by lizard people
It's an email
who
subservice.
regularly abduct and clone celebrities.
I'm not saying that there's lizard. Oh fuck, that's what I'm saying.
Say lizard people out loud.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Own it, Ryan. Say lizard people out loud.
We could sit here and talk about this all day, but regardless, the existence of the Illuminati will remain unsolved.
Well, let us know in the comments if you think Ryan's
All right,
in the Illuminati.
another
'cause
poll.
now I'm
So I guess the question is, do you think that the Illuminati is alive and well today? Not was it once alive, because that's just a fact that it was. The Freemasons were a group. But the question is, oh my God, you submitted, your information has been confirmed. Watch your inbox for important messages in the future. Oh my God. You're going to know about important things. You're going to be the first to know. Does the Illuminati exist today? What do you think, boys? What do I think? What do I think? I think no. I'm going to go with that lady because I think that lady knows what she's talking about. That's like, has to be a real thing, right? Right, but when they contacted them for an interview, they were like, no one's available for an on-camera interview. So it could just be like some schmuck who made the website and is like claiming to be the Illuminati and is just like typing up these emails that he sends out to everybody once in a while, you know? Screw the Illuminati. All my homies are part of the Church of Dudism. The dude abides. You're making too much sense. I need to smoke more weed. I'm making too much sense. What is this? Archives. Think it's a rich people thing anyway? I think life is different for rich people. I'm not sure that they are organized in a sense that they have like a coalition together, you know? Is this just like the emails that they've sent out? Does the Illuminati worship Satan? Does the Illuminati support gun control? Is the Illuminati affiliated with Freemasons? Although many members of the Illuminati are personally associated with Freemasonry, our organization is a separate and independent entity with no official partnership or affiliation. All right, on to the ghosts. So we have one dissenter. One person says yes. One person says maybe, could be, yes. But most say no. Fuck that Illuminati. That's not real. So our next video.
Renew the love for your skin with Dove.
Shut up. 3 horrifying cases of ghosts and demons. Oh, we're getting spooky now.
This is Ghost Town.
Right? Because it's like, with most things, like with aliens, I don't want to say that it's impossible. That there's no chance of it. Like with the Men in Black, like there's no chance of it. I don't like to say that because that seems unlikely. But at the same time, if there was something, it's like that argument with aliens where like if there was that big of a secret that people were in charge of, someone would let it slip. Like some idiot would get promoted and then he would be told information that was very top secret and he would blab. So it seems like if the Illuminati was a thing, that somebody would have blabbed about it. They wouldn't have kept it a secret. Or maybe they were going to and they killed them before they could. I don't know. Okay. 3 horrifying cases of ghosts and demons.
We're in Mexico.
Terrifying Island of the Dolls.
It's gonna be our showdown with the demon to end the trip.
What was that?
Today on Buzzfeed Unsolved, we cover multiple cases and
remember
visit
this
some of the
one.
most haunted, horrifying places
This
in
is
the
a good
world in
one.
an effort to answer some questions that I've always been curious about. Are ghosts and demons real? And if they are real, can they manipulate, harm, and perhaps even kill the living?
Ghosts.
Right now, we're in San Jose, California at Sacred Heart Church to talk to Father Gary Thomas. In 2005, Father Thomas was sent all the way to Rome to the Vatican to learn the rite of exorcism. A movie was actually based on his experiences in Rome, starring Anthony Hopkins. Basically, this dude's the real deal. We're gonna be happy that we talked to him and had his guidance when we go to some of these places.
Yeah, I think so. We better stock up on some knowledge here, otherwise we're gonna get murdered by ghosts.
You're gonna be thankful that we're meeting this guy later, I promise you. I promise you, you will regret that statement.
I don't feel like ghosts are powerful enough to kill people. If they're real, I don't think they're powerful
First
enough
off,
to hurt
thank you
people.
for meeting with us, Father Thomas.
Sure.
I've read a lot about
But
you.
I haven't
Really
seen
appreciate it.
anything.
Thank you.
I haven't seen any evidence in front of me.
How many exorcisms have you performed?
So
over
my
your
mind could be
career?
changed.
Formal exorcisms I've probably performed 50 to 75 in 10 years.
What is the difference between a ghost and a demon?
A ghost would refer to a disembodied human soul. A demon is a preternatural angelic creature that rebelled against God.
It's not human.
No, it's not. Their life form is dying. They've been dying since the moment they rebelled. And so they are attracted to human beings for 2 reasons. One, because they are parasitic and they feed off our life form. But secondly, their goal is to take as many of us to hell with them as possible because they already know they've lost. I'm not trying to evangelize you.
I just got a shiver down my spine. So, can a ghost and a demon both possess or maybe influence the living?
Yes. And I've had those cases. Where are these homes you're going into?
One of them is nearby here, the Winchester Mystery House. Essentially,
Right?
it's a haunted mansion.
Like, imagine you live in like one of the most horrible times. Like, you live through like the Black Plague or something, and then you're not dead. You're a ghost. And it's like you just gotta just keep being here, and this shit sucks. It's like man, just let me go. Like, I just want to go like relax. Can ghosts cause you stress? I mean, it's a good question. I think there's a lot of psychosomatic results that people have. I mean, like, think of like the power of placebo. People think that a pill is working for them. People can convince themselves that something is happening, so much so that it manifests physically. And that can happen with emotions, I think. So you get it now, right? I mean, and you're stuck in like some shitty old house. You're like, I heard there was a water park like 15 minutes away, and I got stuck here. Not at like a cool water park or like Disneyland. Stress can kill you, true. Stress can kill you. Stress is very dangerous.
Mansion. And then the next one is a haunted doll island in Mexico City. The last place
Doll
is perhaps the
Island.
scariest. It's a house infested with a demon. Do you have any advice for us going into some of these places where we may come into contact with not so nice spirits?
Are we still on camera?
Yeah.
Okay. If these places you're going claim to have spiritual attachments, I would do nothing to invite them into any kind of conversation. I would do nothing to invite them to somehow show themselves or taunt them in any way. You don't want to create a tie with them.
So treat it like a fine art museum.
I would.
Would it be possible for you to perhaps bless some water for something for me to carry?
Would you guys
Do you have
use a
something?
Ouija board?
It's literally just a
or
water
have you
bottle.
guys?
That's fine.
Has anybody?
I can bless it. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Just some fucking
In your kindness, hear our
generic
prayers, and pour down the
store brand
blessing
water.
into this element, so that the health obtained
is
by
holy
calling
water.
upon your holy name may be made secure against all attack through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you for sitting down with us, and thank you for
Was this helpful?
Fascinating.
This
yeah,
was super helpful, and
See,
I feel
okay.
a lot better about
Good.
I did it once,
what's about to happen.
Good.
but
I
it
just
was
feel
at
so
like a
comforted right
sleepover.
now. And where we're about to go,
And so
is
I'm
gonna
pretty
be
sure one of my friends was fucking
the
with
exact
me.
opposite.
But
so.
I didn't know at the time, and I was very gullible.
You're not worried about that at
So I
all?
was like, holy shit, it's moving.
Why are we doing this? I don't know if we got this on camera, but he told me do not be afraid. I mean, I won't lie, I'm very scared, but
Okay. Do not be afraid.
if anything happens, just do not be afraid. That's all.
But
you have
I've
to keep
never tried one by
repeating. He said it a
myself.
bunch of times in the Bible.
Jesus said chill.
Jesus said chill. Yeah, sure. All right now we're on our way to the Winchester.
The thing is, like,
Just
there
met
was
with the
always like so
pastor.
many rules because it was like, okay, you have to like make sure that your fingers are on it correctly, and you have like 2 different people because if it's only one person, it won't work. And you have to like lightly put your fingers on, and they're like, oh, you're not doing it right. You're not doing it right if it doesn't work. You've gone to haunted areas. Did you see anything? Never anything. Yeah. That's disappointing. But I mean, it's almost like if you do see something, it's almost like confirmation bias because you're expecting to see something weird, and then you see something that's just kind of like a little weird, and then you blow it up in your mind, you know, because you're like, no, this is what I was expecting. So if you don't see anything, that's just disappointing.
Got our holy water, got our tips, our demon tips. This looks like Disneyland.
I was
wouldn't be
gonna
surprised
say
if
it
they got
looks like
cotton candy in
Disneyland,
there.
but I didn't want to be an
Yuck it up.
asshole.
You're really enjoying this, but when the lights go off, this may be a little different.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, people like Geico because it's just easy.
I was watching this video with Daniel Radcliffe, and it was like the top searches related to his name, and there was a search that was like, is Daniel Radcliffe the Geico Gecko?
Geico.
And he was like, I was not expecting that one. He's like, no, I am not. And now every time I hear the Geico Gecko, I think of Daniel Radcliffe. Because their voices are very similar, now that I notice it. This is just a tiny little Daniel Radcliffe trapped in a little gecko's body. Yeah, because it's like, if it happens,
You're full of
like,
shit if you do not feel straight.
if the weird things like happen like on command, it like doesn't make any sense. It's like when the paranormal investigators will go and they'll be like, talk to us, and they hear nothing, and they're like, oh man, there's nothing here. And it's like, you think they're around all the time? They're probably like ghost sleeping or something, or like, ghost fucking, I don't know what ghosts do. Now I'm gonna think of that every time. Thanks. You're welcome.
Strange right now.
No, I don't.
I've passed along that blessing to you.
Shyster, dude. The hair on the back of my neck is standing over. This is crazy.
I
Right now
love
we're
that
sitting in the
Ryan
bedroom
gets
of
so
Sarah
scared
Winchester,
every
who
time.
built this mansion as the result of a terrible tragedy. Sarah actually passed away in this very room.
In this chair.
In that bed right there.
Oh.
Hell of a bed. I assure you, in like
Hell of a
half of the
bed.
places you've been, people have died there. People have probably died in the Chipotle we just ate at.
Let's
From
just get
too
into
much
it.
Chipotle.
Sarah Pardee was born around 1840 to a very wealthy family. In 1862, in her early 20s, Sarah married William Winchester.
Yeah,
whose
early
father,
20s.
Oliver
That's
Winchester,
impressive.
founded the company that made
Most
the
of the time
Winchester
people
repeating
that
rifle, a
time
rifle
get
that
married
will
at, like,
become the
16.
ultimate weapon of death in the wars to come. In
Daniel
1866,
Radcliffe is
Sarah
gonna
and
haunt
William had
me.
their first child,
It's true.
Annie Pardee Winchester.
haunts all of us.
But unfortunately, their daughter would die from a disease called marasmus only a month and a half later. In 1880, William's father, Oliver Winchester, passed away, leaving the company to William. But William contracted tuberculosis shortly after and tragically
beard.
died in March 1881, only a few months after his father.
Oh.
That was the
No.
most disingenuous.
That was real.
Okay. Now that we've laid down the facts, let's get into the legend. William's death was almost unbearable for Sarah, who, according to
Aw.
legend, reached out to spiritualists and mediums in Boston to help her understand the deaths of her daughter and husband.
That's
Many
so sad.
believe that it was one fateful visit to a particular medium that would change her life. The medium told Sarah that her family was being haunted by the spirits of those killed by the Winchester rifle, and that her family members' deaths were retribution. The medium said Sarah's family was cursed, and that the only way to lift the curse was to move west and build a house, and never stop building.
Never stop
Well,
building.
I think I know the end of this story.
The good spirits would guide her on what to build, and if she continued building, she could live forever. But if she stopped, the evil spirits that were victims of the Winchester rifle would haunt
So
Sarah
she's still
forever.
alive today.
If you can live forever, great. But if you have to continue to build a house that entire time, unless you're having fun, which I don't think she was.
Well, she wasn't like putting on a hard hat and like physically making the house herself.
Like
she
Patrick
was
Swayze
delegated.
from the movie Ghost.
Well, then that's why she didn't
go up
live
behind
forever.
a lady and do pottery with her.
I won't argue that your logic is flawed.
Do
I just hate
pottery,
it because
that's
it's
what the kids are
detrimental to
calling
my
it
argument.
these
It's
days.
fine. Needless to say, Sarah followed the medium's advice and moved west, where she built an 8-room farmhouse in San Jose. It is estimated that 500 to 600 rooms were built, but due to her constant remodeling, only 161 rooms remain, one of which was newly discovered in October 2016.
Push a penny up
You
the
think the
door.
ghost just checked in
It's good to
every
have
like
gold.
3 to 5 years?
Check
Like,
your time
we
card.
should see if she's still building that, otherwise we gotta kill her.
However, what makes this mansion famous isn't the size or amount of rooms. It's the odd and peculiar nature in which they were constructed. It was built this way in an effort to confuse the evil spirits that were haunting and following Sarah. The walkways are narrow and twist and turn around the mansion.
God, she was probably
There are
mentally
stairs that
ill,
lead to
huh?
the ceiling and doors that open into brick walls. And in one instance, a door known as the Door to Nowhere that opens to a sheer drop on the outside of the house from the second floor.
Nice.
I can't imagine a ghost would get foiled into falling into these bushes down here, but the thought is nice.
All right, now that we've established the legend, let's discuss some possible alternate theories as to why Sarah built the way she did.
Oh.
One theory that
You went
explains
to a
some
similar
unfinished
house at a fair? Was it also like haunted, or was it just like weird with a lot of rooms?
aspects of the house is Sarah's arthritis that affected her late in her life. One area called the Hall of Fires is a hallway lined with fireplaces, its purpose to perhaps aid Sarah's arthritis. This could provide a reason for an unfinished staircase, as she possibly saw no reason to complete it. But I struggle to see how this explains a door to nowhere.
Nobody is building a house like this because they have arthritis.
I'm saying this
That
is
is not a
this is a theory. I'm just stating the
No
theory.
one
It was
says, oh,
inspired
my
by
knuckles
this.
feel a little.
Oh. Wow, so this is like super, super famous. Wow.
A little funny. I'm going to build a house with 500 rooms.
I hear you, man. I agree with you. I'm just saying, this is a theory that people believe, and I'm relaying the theory.
Those people are idiots.
I mean, you know what the doctor says. Nothing's better for arthritis than a 2-story drop to the floor down below, right?
Right, yeah.
Another theory is that Sarah needed a change of scenery and continued to build to keep her mind occupied and off her grief.
Now that, yeah.
So
maybe she just wasn't very good at planning.
And she did that for her entire life.
Yeah, for her entire life.
Okay. Just why I'm.
Hey, we all need hobbies.
Another theory comes from historian Mary Jo Ignafo, who investigated Sarah Winchester. Ignafo believes Sarah was devoted to building because she was interested in architecture. Ignafo reports that Sarah's own
is
letters.
the ghost in this story that the ghosts told her how to build? Like, is that the ghost theory? That they were just like, hey, build half of a staircase and then stop. Hey, do a door to nowhere. Like, is I don't
feel that construction stopped at months at a time, despite what legend would suggest.
Ghosts are
Ignafo also
wacky.
explains the unfinished state of rooms as the result of an earthquake in 1906 that caused damage to the house, theorizing that Sarah simply shut down that area of the house rather than attempting repairs. And finally, she also could not find evidence that Sarah communicated with spirits.
Although, I will say, I can't imagine communicating with spirits produces any kind of receipt.
No, nobody has evidence of that.
Okay, I'm just saying, I
yeah,
call bullshit.
Yeah, I agree with your calling of bullshit.
Good. I'm glad we agree on something for once.
Yeah, we've done it.
Okay, we've done it. We've done it. Let's go home now.
But enough conjecture. Let's look at some of the spiritually active areas of this very unsettling house.
Oh, this room looks like a nightmare. That's fun.
There's a.
The ghost just told her to build, but she built the weird stuff on purpose to confuse the ghosts. Oh. That's... So she was like outsmarting them. Nice. It was like a Tom and Jerry situation. Very cartoony. They have an agenda. The ghosts have an agenda.
Few rooms in this house that strike me as, okay, this is ghost town. This could be it. The way the shadows play with your mind.
Well, I didn't see something, I heard something. I heard a noise right up there. Came from up there.
Probably bats.
That's also a concern, I mean, but...
Bats are no.
This fucking guy.
One room that is particularly important is a room called the Blue Room, or as some know it, the Seance Room. a room where Sarah would allegedly communicate with the good spirits
I tried,
on a nightly
okay.
basis for building.
Now that they brought up seance room, I was trying to find a seance room background for this stream, but I couldn't find one that was like not ugly and looked like a seance room. So I went with the cute little ghost, but I did look for a seance room. Okay, I did try. Most haunted stories feel like goofy ass people trying to fuck with people in the future, because this is definitely something I would do, right? I feel like there are like, there was a story on Reddit a while ago that was like this guy who he like would refill his roommate's onion powder because he had a bigger container and his roommate had a smaller one, and he would continually like refill it to make him think that he had a never-ending onion powder supply. And they were like moving out, and like all the comments were like, you can't tell him the truth because you got to keep the magic alive. Like, it's just instances of people just not knowing other people are fucking with them, I think. You know, I think that could be part of it too. I want to buy a house that's haunted, and you can usually get them for a good price. The carvings and rocks, oh yeah, and like hieroglyphics, like weird cryptid like the fucking Easter Island heads were like, why are they there? They're like, I don't know, because we wanted to fuck with you guys, see what you thought of it. What do you think? Oonga boonga. They try to make sense. No sense. They confuse.
Guidance. The room has 3
They're like,
entrances.
yeah, you guys might have porn, but we get this. We get to mess with you.
And one
We
door
get
that
this
is like a
victory.
trap door dropping into the kitchen down below. And not surprisingly, this is one of the most active rooms in the house, with reports of organ music being heard, cold spots, and people experiencing dizziness.
What is this thing doing? It's making noises.
What is... You have 10 minutes to finish your...
Shh. Shh. Don't say that to me.
I just took out a brand new battery. I just took off the plastic from it and put it in, and it drained it all the way to 0.
This is highly unusual.
A ghost.
I've never seen it do this before.
Just gonna ignore you and fix the issue.
I'm gonna lock myself in here with a ghost. I turned my flashlight off.
Can you guys hear the AG's clicking? Can you hear him
I bet
gaming?
Ryan wouldn't do this.
Oh, fucking come on, man. God damn it. I knew he was gonna do that. It still scared me. Fuck you. The house as a whole has reports of hearing people breathing, footsteps, hearing screws being unscrewed and dropped to the floor, full-body apparitions of
What is
servants.
this ghost trying
with
to
the
do?
most famous spirit being Sarah herself.
I'll take it apart
often
one
seen
screw
in
at a
her bedroom.
time.
Naturally, one of the creepiest and most active places in the entire house is the basement, where guests and workers often claim to see the ghost of a caretaker named Clyde pushing a wheelbarrow.
Oh, Clyde.
Why I'm walking in here by my fucking self is beyond me. Fuck, I'm so scared.
scared.
Man. Alright, apparently this is where a recurring ghost is seen.
What are you? Hey, man, calm down.
You piece of shit, Shane.
My mic went out, and then I was looking for you.
He's crouching in here like some kind of cave creature.
And then all I did was I went. I was
Oh
just
yeah,
coming
so
to
you're
say
just-
hello to you.
You're looking for me while grunting like a zombie.
Yeah.
You almost scared me to death. I'm never gonna forgive you for that. Hope you're fucking proud of yourself.
I thought you saw me.
Bullshit! You thought I saw you.
I really didn't think it was gonna work.
Sarah seemingly
People are
lived a
easily
life
scared.
of solitude.
They're so fun to go to haunted houses with, or like Not Scary Farm, or like Halloween Horror Nights or whatever.
She reportedly wore a dark veil at almost all times to mask her appearance. And in 1922, Sarah died at the age of 83. In the end, the questions remain. Was this just the result of a woman filled with grief? Or were the evil spirits that haunted Sarah Winchester so horrifying that they drove her and perhaps possessed her to build into her death?
She probably believed that spirits did say this to her.
Okay, hold on. He rephrased the question. I just want to hear it one more time.
83. In the end, the questions remain. Was this just the result of a woman filled with grief? Or were the evil spirits that haunted Sarah Winchester so horrifying that they drove her and perhaps possessed her to build into her death?
Okay, so the question here is it grief Or is it ghosts? I think that's the
He probably
question.
believed that spirits did say this to her. Whether or not that's a thing that actually happened, you know.
So you're saying it's more along the lines of grief that produced, perhaps.
I mean,
visions
she
of
went through
psychosis.
some pretty harrowing stuff.
Let me just ask you straight out: do you believe ghosts are real right now?
No.
Why do you not believe ghosts?
Oh, no.
I've never seen
Could be
one.
both, exactly.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot of
It's
things
like,
that you can't
why
see
does it have to
that
be mutually
are real.
exclusive?
What can't I see?
You can't see gravity. That's real.
Yeah, I can drop an apple.
I guess you'll just never believe me until
Look,
something happens.
hey, this whole entire trip, I'm ready. Hey, ghosts, tussle my hair.
I would do nothing to invite them to somehow show themselves or taunt them in any way.
Give me a little purple nurple or something. Let's have some fun. Here I am.
He's taunting the
Regardless,
ghosts.
the real reason behind the creation of the Winchester Mystery House will remain unsolved.
I'm so proud of her for doing this, by the way.
I remember my first haunted house straight up fell on the ground, almost punched a dude. Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta worry, if you're one of those people that works at one of those, you gotta worry about getting punched, because that happens a lot. I've heard from many people that they've punched someone. So that job probably sucks. You can't see gravity. Okay, so I think this one has 3 separate ones. So I think
It's really something.
You're the worst.
No, I'm genuinely, like, this is neat.
If I had to spend one more moment sitting in this chair looking at that silly face, I think I may murder you myself. All right, we're getting out of here.
Okay.
Yeah, let's leave this house. Checking out San Jose.
Onward.
Okay.
Onward to Mexico. Yeah,
let's
why
vote
not?
on this one. This lady, was it grief or was it ghosts? In a horror movie, cocky dude trying to piss off the ghosts. You fucking idiot. Bro, there's a later episode with the Mothman, and Shane literally challenges the Mothman. And I'm like, just piss him off. That's how you get a reaction from a ghost. Grief or ghosts? We have to do or, unfortunately. That is what's been proposed to us. So if you had to pick an explanation, what seems like the most likely explanation to you? Yeah, for sure. Because she did suffer a miscarriage, and her husband did die. Yeah, her husband. And then also, like, it was her dad or like her father-in-law or something like that. Somebody with the same last name also died. We think grief. Hi, Hunter. Oh, the cute little boyo came to say hello. Hello, Hunter. All right. On to the next story. So we're on to the second horrifying case. In Mexico.
So we're going to Mexico, so that's pretty cool.
Bienvenidos.
We don't have to go to our next horrible place until tomorrow, so I think we're going to enjoy the city a little bit tonight.
All right.
I don't know if this is
He's
a sign,
pushing
but
me.
I'm in the back.
Hunter's literally pushing my chair because he's trying to push his butt up against me because he wants me to slap his butt.
Bathroom at this bar, and this mirror literally has blood dripping from it. But I'm gonna go order another beer, so we're good.
Oh my god, that actually scared me. I was like, why is there blood?
We're getting a drink in Mexico, and we ran into the Grim from Harry Potter. This is crazy.
Oh, it's a doggy. Oh, it's a
We
doggy.
finally found the perfect house.
Yeah, we couldn't believe
Shut up, show me the dog again. Show me the doggy. This is a 15-second ad. Wow.
Mexico City is such a nice city.
Yeah, it is.
Shame we're on our way to a nightmare.
You're on your way to a nightmare. I'm on my way to a nice retreat.
Did they put a teal filter on
We'll
here?
see.
they got it all wrong. They got to put a yellow filter on it, like in Breaking Bad, to signify that they're in Mexico. And in Better Call Saul, if you put a yellow filter over it, then people know that you're in Mexico.
Right now we are, we're being carted over to the dock.
We were just sort of put on here. I don't know.
I guess that's how easy it is to trick us. Hey, get on. Okay. Oh, fuck. That was almost a two-bike trolley collision right there. So, I'm actually not quite sure where we are right now.
No, it's fine. You just go with the flow, Ryan.
That's what people usually say on their way to their death.
Do they not have a crew for this?
So we survived our little trolley over here. We're joined by Pepe from Buzzfeed, Mexico.
Hola, amigos.
Right now we're on the outskirts of Mexico City in the ancient Aztec canals of Xochimilco, heading to our next location, the terrifying Island of the Dolls.
Oh, lovely.
This is a mistake. Oh yeah, there's also a thunderstorm about to roll in, so that's fun. But he looks fine. Look at the kid's fine. And now I feel like a big weenie.
They're just a random kid. Did they get into it? Did the crew like cram with their big old cameras like into one of those tiny little pods carried by the bike?
It's been said that people don't like these canals due to the bad energy. Those who navigate the canals claim the dolls lured them to the island. One Trajanera operator claims that he was even possessed for multiple days when approaching the island.
This is the beginning of a horror movie right now. We're here, and it's raining.
Ooh,
Lovely.
good atmosphere. Yes.
Shall we?
Yes, we love the rain.
Yep.
You go. You will go first.
Oh, I go first? All right. Okay. It's an ominous cloud in the sky. Some very atmospheric thunder.
Well, this seems all horrible and awful in general.
And this, so, wow.
That's
Someone
speechless.
committed their life to this.
Oh, there's spiders everywhere, so that's nice.
Yep.
See, I'm more concerned about the spiders than the ghosts.
Is that right?
Yeah.
This
OMG, it's raining in Mexico? Is that unlikely?
So Pepe, you're telling me
Is that a rare occurrence?
you don't come here every weekend?
Yeah, where is Pepe?
No, this is not one of my favorite places.
In the 1950s in Mexico, Don Julian
I guess 'cause
Santana
it's close to
Barrera
the equator.
was persecuted
It
for
rains
being
so much. Oh, it
overzealous
does?
in his religious beliefs. After that, for reasons unclear, Julian abandoned his wife and child and moved to the island
For some
Rat
reason, I didn't
tonight
think
in the
so.
Xochimilco canals in the outskirts
I guess
of
it
Mexico
depends in
City.
certain areas
The
are more
island we're
so.
sitting on is a chinampa, a man-made floating garden engineered by the Aztecs centuries ago.
Dope. I'm sure they'd be thrilled with what it's become.
Yeah, you think this is what they had in mind?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, monkey.
Oh, monkey?
No, I thought I got bit in the ass cheeks by a spider. There's a lot of spiders here.
They're huge.
Julian lived on this island in isolation, and the story goes that he discovered the body of a young girl off the shore of the island. Julian was reportedly overcome with grief due to the fact that he could not save this little girl. Legend has it that
Julian.
shortly after her body emerged, a doll appeared where her body was.
Ooh.
I don't even know how deep this water is. Like,
Why
if
don't you
someone were to
find out?
drown in this, I feel like it looks like it's shallow, but I guess it's deceiving.
Wow, this place is creepy.
Yep.
Oh, I hope they sleep here.
Oh, look, a teddy bear. Oh, fuck, a spider.
Julian thought the doll probably belonged to the girl, and he hung it up on a tree on the island. His reasons for doing this vary depending on who is telling the story. Some believe he did this to honor the little girl's spirit. Others believe he did this to appease the spirit and protect himself and the island.
It's kind of creepy.
Another variation is that Julian hung the doll to protect the girl's spirit from demons in the afterlife. Whatever the reason is, the girl's existence has never been officially confirmed.
Okay. Wait, the dead girl wasn't
The dead
there?
girl was not confirmed.
Well, what happened to her body?
I don't know. This is a long time ago.
What did he do?
He hung
I
up
don't
a
know,
doll
we're in the
version
canals
of her?
Mexico. This is like, I don't know how things work. Is that how things
It was
work?
the 1950s.
Probably spiders hate her.
However, Julian didn't stop at one doll. Instead, he began to amass perhaps the creepiest collection in the history of collections.
Mental
Perhaps he
illness,
felt the
okay.
more dolls he hung
Yeah.
up, the more protected he would be from the spirit.
Yeah.
He'd get along well with old Sarah Winchester.
One could say that.
He has a lifelong mission to appease the ghosts.
I think it's more protection. thing.
Doll
He just doesn't
Island,
want to
Darien
die.
Con?
He is wearing a Kevlar vest.
Darien Con 2021.
He would hunt for the lost dolls from the canals and trash near the island, stringing them up in whatever dilapidated condition he found them. And as his island grew, so did the island's reputation, drawing new visitors that would trade dolls for produce grown on the island, consequently creating an extraordinarily bizarre barter system.
If ghosts are real, do you believe in demons? If ghosts are real, okay, so that's a big qualifier. If ghosts are real, in the sense that after we die, there's a presence that's able to persist. So in this case, what would demons be? Just like something sent by like the devil, or like just like an otherworldly being of negative energy, of malice, of... If you believe in demons, you believe in afterlife and some idea of good and bad, maybe some higher power. Yeah, sent, like, manufactured by someone else, something else. I mean, if ghosts were real, then that wouldn't be too hard to... That wouldn't be a huge logical jump at that point. I could see that being the case. Back to Doll Island.
System.
He probably fucks
This
the
creepy
dolls. Can I
ass
say
shit.
that?
Oh, I thought you would.
Okay, we came back on a very interesting line.
I have like some respect for this place, but
Nope, went in straight with he fucks the dolls.
yeah, I'm with Pepe on this.
This is getting
Probably.
way off track.
Sorry, okay.
The compulsion to collect and hang these dolls was so extreme that those close to him believed he was driven by an unseen force that changed him forever. A force that many believe was the spirit of the young girl, haunting or perhaps possessing him to hang the dolls for 50 straight years in isolation on this island. Though he initially
Oh my
seemed to
God,
hang the
this
dolls out
poor
of respect
dude.
and a desire for protection, close friends claim that Julian eventually began to believe the dolls were possessed.
Anytime I get even remotely spooked, I just look to the monkey with the sunglasses. Let's get a great shot of that thing.
Those 50 years bring us to 2001, when the
50
collecting of dolls
years.
came to an abrupt end. Julian's nephew, Anastasio, came to the island to help Julian plant pumpkins. According to Anastasio, he left to work on the garden, and when he returned, he discovered the body of his uncle floating in the canal. What's notably chilling is the fact that Julian's body was found drowned in the same spot the girl was found.
This is where it went down. This is where he drowned, right here.
Could he have tried to drown
Cool, cool,
himself?
cool,
I know it's
cool.
really hard to drown yourself.
Anastasio, who moved to the island after Julian's death, claims the dolls, quote, move their heads and whisper to each other, end quote.
They've got dolls that piss themselves.
I mean, do you think these dolls
Good
look
night,
like they have
Xavier.
remotely any kind of technological
See you
capability?
There was a Mickey Mouse over there with a
Sweet
little
dreams.
pull
Hope you
string.
don't
Did
have
it work?
nightmares
I don't know, I
about
didn't
evil
touch it. I
ghosts.
I feel like you touched it.
Hi, kids. I didn't touch it. Oh, God.
Who do you
Yeah, this
think
guy
haunts
just seems
island?
mentally unwell.
¿Quién cree usted que esté como en la isla?
Pues la muchacha que se ahoga en 1950 porque en las noches se escuchan
You can hear a
voces
girl's
de mujer.
voice at night?
Y mi tío cuando estaba en vida caminaba con sus tenis y
Bruh.
bolsito, ahora se
Bruh.
escucha igual.
Is that a bed?
Is that a guy?
Hello?
Wait, what?
Somebody living here?
Should we poke it with a stick?
Why
Hello?
don't you change? You poke it with a stick.
Sir?
Well, there's no one there. Is this a dream come true for you, Ryan?
I can't say that.
Don Julian Santana Barrera was 80 at the time of his death. Some people think that the dolls, or the spirits that inhabit them, might have killed Julian.
Maybe.
Sure. If that's what it's going to take to get us out of here, then yes, I believe in all of this. Put it on Wikipedia and let's leave.
But to finish this off, let's visit the area that has the most hidden activity on the island. It's a shrine that Julian built inside a shed for his favorite dolls, including the original doll that Julian found all those years ago.
This is the shed where he kept
It's
his
the
shrine.
doll.
And there's candles inside. Great. I did bring a little doll of my own. This seems like a good spot to leave it, right? Or should I put it in the lap of the original?
This is a fucking nightmare.
Oh man.
Yeah, this man, he made a poor
There's the
decision
original
to
right here.
just isolate
Where?
himself on this island
The one
and
that
just...
Oh, the fuck? What the fuck was that? Holy shit balls. I was just about to put the offering on the original doll and then...
Holy shit, look at the spider coming out of it.
Oh my god.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, these are fucking huge. Let's go.
This is also his favorite doll right here.
Okay, I don't care what his favorite. Fuck that. Let's go.
Holy...
There's cats right there. Oh, fuck me. There are spiders everywhere.
Look at the size of that thing.
I'm gonna go
Oh my
under.
god.
Okay,
Okay.
we've had our fun.
Enough. Enough.
We are leaving this island. Where's Pepe?
I'm over here. Ah, fuck. Spiders.
Oh, this is the island of spiders, not the dolls. Oh, they're everywhere.
Yeah, maybe it was the spiders.
Ah, Jesus Christ. Then you just run into possessed dolls?
They didn't get any paranormal activity, so they had to save all the suspenseful music for the spider montage.
Toodaloo, Julian. Can't say it was pleasurable.
Toodaloo. Yeah, those spiders are demons. Honestly, having seen them, they're fucking demons.
Okay.
Did you see how big that one was? It was like that big.
In the end, Julian was remembered as a nice and welcoming man.
With
but
its-
the mystery
oh.
of his eventual
No,
death remains.
no.
Was it the result of his own compulsive behavior? Or was it the result of the spirit that he claimed haunted him for the last 50 plus years of his life? For now, and perhaps forever, the case remains unsolved.
Yeah, that looked
I
like
like
a poisonous
spiders. I think
fucking
spiders
spider.
are good. I think they're a great little insect or
If
arachnid.
there were ever a
Uh,
spider that communicated to me via the way that it looks, that it is dangerous, it would have been that one. I can't. Thinking about it gives me
Fuck
goosebumps.
Everything about that place. I would love to bring Father Thomas to this island.
I don't think Father Thomas would be that down.
I don't think he would. What makes you think that?
Oh, because I don't know if you could exorcise spiders away.
Yeah.
That's fucking nasty, bro. Topeka, Kansas. Okay. So we're going to the next one. I gotta pee real quick. So this question would be, is it mental illness? Or is it ghosts? I guess. All right. I will be right back. I gotta pee. Which one is it? Mental illness in it. Is mental illness in it? Just for fun, ghosts, right? Just to spice it up a little. Throw a little dissent in there. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let's commence, shall we? So we're going up to
Alright, on the way to Kansas.
Atchison. You keep myself entertained, yes, during the bathroom breaks. I understand. You gotta do what you gotta do. Have you ever thought of playing Persona games on stream? You know, Silly Duck, my brother, has actually tried to convince me. I'm not entirely against the idea. I think it would be fun. I like RPGs. The style of the game is really cool. I think definitely at some point I will. I don't know when though, but definitely at some point. The games look really fun.
It's gonna be our showdown with the demon to end the trip.
We've defeated the spiders.
Killed all the
Get
spiders.
that spider out of my face.
We survived the spirits of Winchester.
Get
I
that
got my
outta
holy
here.
water ready. I'm ready for this showdown.
I don't think you are, frankly.
Right now, we're on our way to a house widely considered to be infested with a demon that tortured a young family. The grand finale. We're going to the Selly house.
The Selly house? Sella? Then I'm gonna be
Everyone thinks feeling energy is bullshit, but you don't feel strange at all? Not even a little bit?
No, not really. Oh shit, what up? I'm taking a selfie with some demons.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Hell yeah, what?
I fucking love Shane.
Great. That'll be good. Gonna snap that. What's ma-
You're insufferable. I'm just working myself up to it, you know?
Sure. Are you alright, man? Let's get in there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna get the fucking holy water.
Okay. Okay.
Joke on who you want. And don't ask me for some later.
I won't.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
All they need is some WD-40. And that will...
Do any of you have doors like
Really
that that are
selling it,
super
huh?
squeaky?
Little baby. Man, this is nice.
Or you have a
know what
single
places like
stair?
this would cost in Los
One
Angeles?
stair that's super
It's an
squeaky.
arm and a leg.
You have to skip it when you're
Let's
trying to
just
be
tell the story of
quiet.
this house. How about that?
Ryan, don't look over here. There's a little stuffed animal. Don't want to...
Right now, we're sitting in the living room of the Sally house. Our sleeping bags are right there.
They're gonna
We
sleep
foolishly
over.
plan on sleeping here for some stupid reason. I've lived my life by one adage, and that's don't fuck with demons.
It's an adventure. I just love
It's a good
seeing
way to
this
live your
squirrel.
life.
Let's just get into why
Okay,
this house is.
Tell your spooky story.
Located at 508 North 2nd Street in Atchison, Kansas, the Sally House is the ultimate haunted house and widely considered to be one of the most haunted places in America. Built between 1867 and 1871, this house has had 3 deaths inside its walls. Michael Finney in 1872,
You think
William
people
True
would
in
stop living
1918, and Agnes True in 1939. But while the deaths have perhaps added to the house's ghostly inhabitants, the real evil comes
I
from
hate
something
squeaky
much
stairs.
All right, I think he's here. So we call the paranormal investigator over.
Sure.
Hey. How's it going, man? Ryan.
Hey,
Eric
it's
Ginsberg.
Eric.
Shane,
Nice to meet you.
I think this is all bullshit.
Oh,
Half of it is. Brought a little bit.
half
I'm
of
not gonna
it?
communicate with you.
I would do nothing to invite them into any kind of conversation.
We are.
You're already doing it. During the
I'll be standing in the background.
While multiple residents of the Sally House have experienced paranormal activity, it wasn't until the 1990s
A single
when Deborah and
stair.
Tony Pickman moved in that the activity was fully realized. What follows is based on their first-hand account of what started as a small haunting and later developed into a living nightmare. Deborah and Tony Pickman
This is getting me
moved in on
excited.
December
So in October, we're doing a bunch of horror movie marathons in the Discord. Exclamation point Discord in the chat for the invite link, by the way, if you want to join. But we're doing a bunch of horror movie marathons, and this is getting me so excited. I've been saving all of my horror games and horror movies for October, and now I finally get to watch it all. Classic pentagram. Ah, yes. Satan.
December 31st, 1992. The haunting started small. Lights in their house would dim. Their dog would bark incessantly at the entrance to the nursery, and their newborn baby would wake up every hour, quote, as if someone was playing with him, end quote. The Pickman's neighbor could see the nursery window from her house and eventually asked Deborah why she kept the light on in the nursery all night long with the baby sleeping in there. This question came as an icy shock to Deborah, who always turned the light off.
Oh.
It was a little weird, right?
Yeah.
All right. Anyways.
Dude, I swear, like this month, I'm going to have the worst heart palpitations. That's why I feel like I don't like playing scary games all year long, because I get really nervous. I'll put my heart rate on screen. My heart rate when I was playing RE8, bro, my heart rate went up to like 130, 140. I was like exercising. I was doing cardio playing a video game. They worried for my health. They're like, hey, Darian, I think you need to stop. You were 120 constant. When nothing was going on, I was at 120. And then when it got scary, whew, it was spooky. It was very spooky. I mean, those ladies are hot, but also scary at the same time. I also had coffee, so there is that. But yes, it's a problem.
Things got especially weird on July 14th, 1993, when Deborah, Tony, and her sister Karen discovered all the stuffed animals in the nursery organized into a neat circle back to back in the middle of the room on the floor. The three of them figured it was one of them playing a practical joke, so they put the animals back, turned off the light, and went downstairs. To their horror, when they returned, not only was the light on, but a bear was knocked off its chair and laying on its back on the ground.
We better get out of this house. Somebody knocked our little bear out of his little wicker chair.
You're telling me you wouldn't be unnerved by going upstairs and seeing a bunch of stuffed animals organized into a little cult circle when no one did it?
So I don't know.
After that, like anybody would, they packed up some stuff, took their baby, and left the house to stay with Tony's parents.
Did they bring
That was enough for them to leave? That was enough? They were like, okay,
they would bring the bear.
one circle, fine, but 2 circles, that's enough. We gotta go. Pack up your things, honey. We're leaving. We're getting out of here. Goodbye. You need some ice cream for this stream? You know, it's funny you mentioned that, because the other day, Super wanted me to get mochi with the sushi that I ordered, and I didn't get it. But I got some mochi that I got from the grocery store, so I can have some in a little bit. It's like strawberry mochi. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I keep forgetting to have some. Anything that chases me around, anything in a video game always gets my heart rate up. Yeah, like Dead by Daylight. Oh my god, the first few times I played that, I literally screamed every single time I got hit by the killer behind me. When they were chasing me and they would slash me, I screamed every time. I couldn't control it. Now I'm a little more used to it and I don't scream anymore, but I still watch some people, like newer players, they still scream and I'm like, okay, I'm not alone. That is actually horrifying. Yeah, it's the sound effects, because everybody's screaming in that game. Like, they get hooked and they're just like belting it out. Oh, so you gotta turn the volume down. Oh, dogs are barking. Okay.
While they were leaving the house, Tony felt a sharp sting in his back. When they lifted up his shirt, they discovered 3 long scratches. Tony would continue to get viciously scratched as time went on, and in one instance, a scratch manifested while on video. The Pickmans eventually returned to a psychic, who picked up on a presence
Wait a
named
minute.
Sally.
Wait a minute. It manifested on video? They have a video of the scratch marks appearing? But that could be doctored, right? Maybe they just played it. I was like, maybe they just played it in reverse, but that doesn't. I don't think that makes any sense. Maybe. That can't be real, right? It can't be. You play a horror game muted, you will not feel anything. Yeah, but in the worst possible way.
Sally, if you're here.
Yeah,
Spirit
maybe
that's
like
here,
saying that
let's
it appeared on
communicate.
camera just means that like they have video, like they recorded the scratch marks that were already there, not like they appeared on camera. Because I feel like that would be pretty definitive evidence right there.
Here's a flashlight. If you can turn the flashlight on, let us know you're here. That'd be great.
God, putting pressure on ghosts. They didn't consent to this.
It's a little monkey. We saw one of those on the island.
They're
of the
not your
Haunted
puppets
Dolls.
to play
According
with.
to Deborah Pickman, on the morning of October
Justice for
31st,
ghosts.
1993, Tony went to grab a glass of orange juice in the kitchen. When he turned around, he saw a little girl in early 1900s clothing. Shortly after, he sketched what he saw for Deborah.
All right, we are in the kitchen.
Please turn the light on for us.
Please don't do it.
Demon?
Stop calling it that.
Demon.
Stop talking to it.
No, I just want to talk to the demons. We met a pal named Father Thomas,
He told us
Getting
not to talk to
Phasmophobia
you, but I
vibes,
think
right?
You guys are swell.
I would do nothing to invite them to somehow show themselves or taunt them in any way.
If you
IRL
like the guy staying here,
Phasmophobia.
turn the light on.
You're fucking crazy, Shane.
I'm getting
You
cool
don't
readings
like
in
us,
this
turn
room.
it on.
Please don't turn on. Please don't.
Fucking Ryan, dude.
Oh shit.
Wait.
Where's my holy water?
Where's my holy water? If you actually don't like us, please just turn it on. I don't think they have the power to turn it back on again, frankly. I really think they don't. Ryan.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, what's happening?
Keep in mind, we have to spend the night here.
Please turn the light off for us, spirits.
Don't you fucking do it.
Turn it all the way off. Thank you. Oh,
Fuck, don't. Oh my god. What
please
is-
try.
Oh my
That's
god.
remote controlled.
You should have never talked to it, dude.
Somebody's
That's a
controlling
car
that.
going by. It's okay.
No, that's the fucking flashlight rolling in the background.
Look, it's coming back.
Oh yeah, it is. Well, it's a flashlight. It rolls. It's cylindrical.
But it shouldn't roll back and forth like
What?
that.
You should have never talked to it, dude. What is wrong with you? In what may be a curious coincidence, a former resident who
A
lived in
round
the house
object
shortly
rolling on
before
a
the
table.
Pickmans said, quote, "My daughter was
Ghosts.
5 at the time. She had an imaginary friend, Sally. I would scold her for something and she would come back and tell me, I didn't do that, Sally did it. Or Sally told me to do it. When shown Tony Pickman's drawing 11 years after they moved out of the house, the daughter identified it as her imaginary friend from her childhood."
I'm sorry. That's quite possibly the most generic looking photo of a child I've ever seen. Like, ah, yes, she also had 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, and hair. Ah, yes, my imaginary friend from youth.
Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. do
Where
not
her
be afraid,
neck,
do not be
though?
afraid,
Why
do
she
not
ain't
be
got
afraid.
no neck?
Do not be.
Why did you not imagine her a neck?
Hey, just sit down. It's fine. Okay. Oh, don't hurt your.
You ever wonder why so many paranormal stuff is targeted at kids?
I mean, sure.
Because
We
kids
don't
are
know how to
creepy.
explain that. Maybe it's just flashlights are funny like that.
The Pickmans also reported fires that would start on their own. In fact, 2 former residents before the Pickmans reported fires starting inexplicably in the room that would eventually become the Pickmans' nursery.
Okay,
The
have you guys
activity-
ever heard those stories of the spontaneous combustions? That shit's weird. I think there might be an episode of Buzzfeed Unsolved that focuses on it. Kids and old people, those are the creepiest. Oh my god. Have you guys been seeing, I have so many things to talk about today. Have you guys been seeing that trend going around on Twitter of people posting like one frame from horror movies that are like really deeply unsettling? There was this one from the Taking of Deborah Logan, I think is what it was called. And there's this frame where this old lady unhinges her jaw and literally tries to swallow a person. If you look up The Taking of Deborah Logan, just look up The Taking of Deborah Logan. Look it up. You'll find it. I swear. Oh, God. Did you find it? It's a pretty... Oh, God. It fucking makes me cringe every time. Oh, hold on. I found it. Here you go. Here you go. Here's your shit. Thank you. Ah, yes, indubitably. God, yeah, that just sends chills down my spine. And another thing, that movie Sinister, there's a frame from there that just gets under my skin. And I don't even remember it, but I just remember that movie freaking me the fuck out. Something with like the projector. I don't know. That movie's freaky as hell, and I don't fuck with that.
It continued to escalate beyond fires, however. A lamp was thrown at Tony's mother. Tony reported hearing scratching behind his bed. Quote, almost like you had an animal digging to get out of the wall.
It's a rat. We had that at our old house. We heard scratching in the walls, and it was a rat. And then it died in the wall. And then we had to get somebody to come take it out. Anyway.
Wall, end quote. And in one instance, Sally appeared in the room and grabbed Tony's wrist, burning dark red finger marks into his arm. At this point, Tony believed, quote, "We're dealing with something way beyond a little girl," end quote, and begged to leave the house. Yet Deborah, who at this point never witnessed anything alarming, didn't share the same desire.
This was the 90s. People had like video recorders, you know.
I mean, the scratches all happen on camera, but here's the thing. This is what I fucking love about like paranormal evidence. People are always clamoring for it, right? Like, where's the evidence? And then when the evidence finally is there, it's like, fake.
Things eventually went beyond physical terror, however. Here's another quote from Tony. Quote, "It got to the point where when I was in the house, I could not think any happy thought. It was just strictly I wanted to hurt her. I was a whole different person. That something could come inside me and make me capable of doing that. It tears me up. As much as I hate to say it, I'd planned on slitting her throat."
Not that.
Jesus Christ! If you slit my throat tonight, I'm gonna have a hard time forgiving you for that.
Will you haunt me for the rest of my life?
No, because I'll be dead.
Well,
Ghosts aren't real.
That's romantic.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
In
Those like
1994,
emo
the
drawings
Pigments
people would post on their MySpaces that were like, I would give you a donut, but I eated it. I feel like they would say like that type of shit.
Rest of my life?
I'll haunt you for the rest of your life.
Because I'll be dead. Ghosts aren't real.
Oh, okay.
It's like a 13-year-old's version
In
of love.
1994, the Pickmans finally moved out of the house. But at this point, you're probably wondering, who is Sally? From what I could find, records show that a Sally Isabel Hall did indeed live in the house in 1905, but she was actually a 34-year-old black woman.
Wait. What? Hear me out here. Okay.
While this may seem damning at first,
Okay.
the implications of this are actually quite horrifying. If there was, in fact, never a girl named Sally who lived here, then who or what was this alleged spirit presenting itself as a little girl named Sally? That question led me to this piece of research.
Oh, so it's an
Sometimes,
impersonator. It's a
inhuman
demon.
presences or demons will allegedly present themselves as humans that are physically flawed. Or in some cases, perhaps like this one, they may appear as children.
Bum, bum, bum.
That demon's racist. He was like, oh, there was
She's
a
got red
black
eyes.
lady
She's
who
evil.
lived here? Wait a minute. No, I can't haunt with that.
Well,
What about a little white girl? A little blonde one. I'll give her pigtails.
Demons don't.
Fuck that demon. He's whitewashing the history of this house. He's
True.
exactly what's wrong with Hollywood.
Demons
True.
don't present themselves as adults. That's what I was saying. They present themselves.
Address
Ever?
it, demons.
No.
Address
An
it.
entity, like an entity that's
Address
not human, it needs energy. It needs souls to feed off of. So if you need that, you wouldn't immediately come out with the horns. You come out with the little girl. That makes sense to me.
Whatever. Demon's racist. I don't respect this demon.
But what
don't
really
respect
suggests the
this
presence of a
demon.
demon is something that occurred in the
I don't
basement
respect
well
this
after the
demon.
Pickmans
Neither
left
do
the
I.
house. A female tenant, her husband, and their children moved into the house and reported no paranormal activity. But
Well,
on
they
a
were fucking
surprise visit
lame.
from landlord Les Smith,
Fucking
he allegedly
bunch of
discovered
pussies.
something terrifying in the basement. A large pentagram on the floor, an altar, a large black kettle, and a black robe.
A pointy hat, a broomstick.
Hey, man.
3 newts,
This is
a
what he
lizard tongue, eyeballs.
That's what he found.
Many believe that
Cancel
this
him on
female
Twitter.
tenant
Cancel
was a
him.
Satan worshiper, performing sacrificial rituals.
Now this
to
is
this day,
interesting.
there's a black mark on the floor where the alleged rituals took place.
Now this is
Consequently,
interesting.
many believe the demon lives in this basement, specifically in the hole in the back wall, which brings me back.
So does that mean that one of the parents or potentially one of the kids did the pentagram? Nice.
Back to something Father Thomas told us about demons.
I was reading about something called infestation, where like a demon will just take hold of a house.
So if that family was involved in a satanic cult and they were doing other kinds of rituals and spells that are part of the cult, it would not at all surprise me if there was something demonic still attached, because that's where that cult basically had a home.
And it opened the portal there.
Absolutely.
So if you're there in the hole,
Turn on the
you wanna speak
flashlight.
to us or communicate with us, turn that flashlight on.
Dude, they're so good at turning on flashlights.
Please
Ghosts
don't,
are so
please don't.
talented.
That's me. Sorry.
Oh, thank God. Fucking thank you,
So we're
God.
giving off high EMF here because of this.
High EMF, guys. We got
So that's a
EMF
false
in this
read.
area.
but since there's a lot of
We
electricity
got cold
coming through
readings
here,
upstairs. We got EMF
that's saying I can
downstairs.
feed a spirit.
Oh, that's good. Let's feed it more. Why not, right? He's hungry.
If you want to eat my heart, turn that light on. I think this demon's a wimp.
He's lost his mind.
You wanna lay on the pentagram?
Here we go.
You're out of your mind.
Rock and roll, buckaroo. If you want to eat my heart, turn that light on. If you want to eat Ryan's heart,
Don't
turn
stop
that light
putting
on.
me in your shit.
Our old pal Ryan Bergara.
Stop putting me in your
Package
shit.
deal. Oh, the lights on, Ryan. Look at the lights. Demon, we got him.
Oh.
Turn it off for us, please. For Ryan's sake.
Ah, no!
Somebody's got a remote control.
Fucking this house so hard.
Well, now we get to spend the night here.
Here's a fun fact about sleeping here. One past resident described waking up to a, quote, grotesque and gaunt, dead-looking individual not only laying next to her, but staring at her, end quote.
Here's the thing, I discount almost
No.
100% of I saw it in the
No.
middle of the night things
No.
because sleep paralysis, oftentimes most people wake up and see shit.
No.
If I wake up tonight and there's this grotesque looking thing laying next to me and just staring at me with its fucking stupid beady eyes open, I'm gonna shit myself.
Yeah,
There's
no,
gonna be
fuck
poo in my
that.
sleeping bag. And I'm
Or
gonna
like-
carry out the sleep.
When we stayed at this rental house that was like kind of in a foresty area, and one of the windows didn't have like a curtain on it, and I literally kept convincing myself that I was gonna wake up and somebody was gonna be like in the window, like just like looking at me from outside. No. I hate that. Lucid dreaming at its finest. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think sleep paralysis, lucid dreaming, all of that can explain a lot of the things. Like he was saying, I don't really trust people when they say like, oh, in the middle of the night or when I just woke up. There are so many things that are happening in your brain. Like your brain is messing with hormones in your body to wake you up. You're not in the right state of mind for a little bit. You're kind of in a weird in-between. One of my most common sleep paralysis demons was a bloody demon nurse and a pale, hollow woman in all black oozing ectoplasm. Oh my god. Do you think, Panda, as somebody with sleep paralysis, do you think that watching more like, for lack of a better term, more like fucked up stuff, like horror-wise or like gore-wise, makes your sleep paralysis worse because you've seen worse things, so your brain can come up with scarier shit? It's what started the sleep paralysis. Okay, so that's pretty definitive. Yeah, you don't remember which movie? Really? I feel like that would be something that would stick out in your mind as like danger.
You're just gonna roll it up. Put it in
roll
the
it up.
garbage can.
Put it in the garbage can. My big fucking poo burrito, and that's. I'm never coming back. I'll leave all the shit. I'm fucking never coming back.
The fact that we're sleeping in this house after what we saw is astounding.
I'm proud of you, Ryan.
Time to sleep. Lights out, I guess. Fuck.
So we're gonna sleep here all night. It's gonna be dreadfully quiet. You know, it's weird thinking what's directly below us is that basement.
Why would you say that? I'm gonna get closer to you. I don't care.
That old ass TV, fuck, that's so nostalgic.
Every little pin drop that you hear, every little creak.
I love those
it's gonna
massive
make your
TVs,
butthole
dude.
tighten.
I fucking love them.
Be afraid.
The ones that would like zap you when you touch
I'll
it.
stay in this house till 5 a.m. If I sleep, I sleep. If I don't, I don't.
I think it would be a sleepful night for me if it weren't for you. Oh, the light went out outside. Did you turn that out?
No.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't. No.
Again?
Weird.
Dude, these ghosts are so good with lights.
Nope. I'm man enough to admit this is not happening tonight. I can't. It's not happening. It's not happening ever.
Okay, man. Look,
Okay.
it's okay.
I think I just blacked out.
You've given up?
Don't say it like that.
Well, I mean that's what's happening.
Here's what I'll do. The witching hour is at 3, right?
Why is?
I had like this mental breakdown of 2 weeks where I went physically ill, like 38 degrees Celsius, and slept walk. I used to completely wet and sweat my top and my mattress, and then I had my first sleep paralysis around 5, I think. Oh my god, at 5 years old you had sleep paralysis for the first time? I had a few really weird lucid dreams. I can't explain them, but they felt very demonic. Oh god, that's so creepy. That sucks. It's like your brain is torturing you. It would repeat over and over again and I couldn't wake up. That's awful. That's like Inception, like not knowing like when you're actually awake or not. Which is like a fear. You don't even know like which reality you're in. That's kind of fucked up for a 5-year-old to deal with.
Is it 3? That's to mock the Holy Trinity. Sometimes you'll hear 3 knocks. That's a demon. When it hits 3 o'clock, I will be quiet for 3 minutes.
No, you won't.
I will. Can you give me time updates, like 1 minute, 2 minutes?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
That's a minute.
Okay, thank you for that.
That's another minute.
There have been times where I consistently woke up at the same time over and over again, and I know some people find that like creepy, like involving like supernatural things. I think it's almost, again, like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like you like note that, hey, I woke up at 3:33. That's weird. And then so you kind of manifest it for yourself, like again and again and again, and then you're like, why does this keep happening? Some guy like screeching his hammer would come into my parents' bedroom and hammer them to death. I wouldn't be able to see any of it, just hear and see shadows. When I was a kid, I had dreams like that where I only saw the shadows. I had that as well. I wouldn't see like the details of it. I would just see outlines or like the silhouettes. It stopped in between for some reason. Then if you remember, YouTube had this whole horror game trend of Slender Man and stuff. So all the horror games and watching more horror movies, it came back. So now do you tend to avoid horror stuff? Or now you've just gotten used to it? Or...
Oh, thank you, Jesus Christ.
Were you freaking out?
Yeah. The wave of relief that just is just sweeping over my body right now. There's a part of me right now that feels foolish for getting up. But
you should feel foolish.
Are you trying to convince me to stay in here?
Well, no, I just think it's silly to just give up at the last
now you're
minute.
good?
But whatever,
Oh, good.
you know, it's no big deal.
That's good to hear.
Look,
that sounds
you've
miserable.
made up your mind. You're done.
And when you don't get
You don't
sleep,
have
when you
it in
don't
you.
get enough sleep, you're not well.
Stop saying that. You're making me
No,
want
I'm
to
just
do
saying, you don't have it in you. It's fine.
People can go crazy that way. It's like with stress. It can kill you.
Do not be afraid.
You're right. I don't have it in me. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
All right.
Fuck you. I hope you fucking looking at this now, motherfucker.
Did you just call the demon a motherfucker?
I don't give a shit now. I'm gone. I got my laptop. I got my holy water. Got the card that I need here. Peace out, bitch.
Would you
Not even
guys...
a single...
Would you guys... I know Gamekill wouldn't mind it. He said he would live in a haunted house, but... Would you guys sleep overnight in a haunted house? I feel like I absolutely would. 100%. I know people have... Minx, I think, did that one time. She, like, stayed overnight in a haunted house and she streamed it. I feel like that would be so much fun. So you learned how to lucid dream, and that stopped and helped with the sleep paralysis, but sometimes it would be bad because I'd, like, kind of lose control of my dream, and the sleep paralysis would come back. Oh, so it's kind of like when you open that door, it can kind of go in different ways. I used to get sleep paralysis. I thought a thing was climbing on me. Was it like a... Panda said his sleep paralysis, like, demon was like a gaunt looking, like, with, like, dark eyes, kind of like skeleton. Like, what did it look like? Was it just like a dark figure? Why not? What's the worst that can go wrong, right? The worst thing that could happen is that you get evidence of a ghost. That's the worst. Or maybe, I guess, nothing happening and it being boring would be the worst. My brain is good at fucking me over, very imaginative. Right? It's like a little person that knows, like, all of your fears and all of the things that fuck you up the most. I thought it was a cat, but maybe it was a person. Was it an evil cat or was it a nice cat? She had very pale, dry skin, no eyes, and black like ectoplasm would ooze out of her mouth. Oh, that's horrible. That is horrible. Truly awful.
A little part of me feels bad about leaving. Go fuck yourself, Sally House. You were truly awful, and I hate you. It's the happiest moment of my life.
I would think it'd be the most embarrassing, but...
Nope, I'm pretty happy.
There's the house.
Cool, fuck that house. Goodbye. In the end, it's up for debate on what haunts the Sally house. The Pickmans seem to believe it's a demon. And in my opinion, nothing I experienced suggests otherwise. But as always, the answer will remain unsolved.
All right.
Okay, so... Oh, this isn't over yet.
It's been a couple days. We've had some time to recuperate and actually get a gauge of what we saw or think we saw.
Really a lot to process.
My arms were hurting when I woke up.
You know, the first two occasions I wasn't sure. My confidence was starting to waver, even at the last place till like about halfway through. But when that flashlight turned on, I think that's proof positive. Ghosts and or demons are real. There's no other explanation for it.
No, I just think it was a wonderful coincidence.
I was gonna say,
because
is there any other like static electricity, like any other explanation like that could turn a flashlight on? I feel like maybe. I feel like a cat climbing on my chest, but there were no actual cats present. But it was just kind of in that like in between, like from asleep to awake, when you were in that like weird, like whoa, what's going on? Yeah, I feel like a lot of the most common sleep paralysis I hear is like a heavy chest. Which, do you guys sleep on your back? Or do you feel it on your chest even if you're on your side or on your belly?
We got to see you turn into a babbling mess.
Coincidence 5 times in a row?
He screwed the flashlight to right in between the on and off.
Even if it's on the edge, like the very edge, it still needs just a little bit of a push.
No, it doesn't.
And you know who gave it that push?
Oh.
Casper the Friendly
Okay.
Ghost.
Perhaps.
So it was
Look, I'm happy
teetering
to
on
let
the
you
edge.
believe in this, because
Okay.
I think it's fun that you believe in it, because if we go to more places, it's going to be fun to watch you freak out some more. So, great.
We're never going to agree. Are demons and ghosts real? Can they influence people? Let's just call it unsolved. How about that?
No, but we sure had fun.
All right.
I sleep on stomach a lot, which is probably not good, but I can't help it. I do too. They say to not like do that super comfy position where you pull your thigh up, you pull your leg up, and you're like, you have it up to the side, you know? They say not to do that because it's bad for your back, but it's so comfy. Why so comfy? Oh, this next one, The Chilling Exorcism of Annalise Mikel.
People like options.
Daniel
When you
Radcliffe.
take Geico, call them anytime you feel like saving money.
It's
at home,
Harry
day or night.
Potter.
Use your
It's
computer,
Harry
your
Potter.
smartphone, your tablet. You have options. How convenient. Geico.
The arms thing was a dream where, long story short, I went to this shady market and this guy told me to come to the back to check out more guitars because I was buying guitars. And as I was entering the room, I realized this was a fucked up place. And as I was realizing it, he pushes me. Some other dude comes and holds my hands down and he starts chopping my arms off. You felt it. Wow. Ooh. I remember as a kid, I've told this story before. I think it was one of the first nightmares I had, and it was that I got kidnapped by Shrek and taken to the big bad wolf, and the big bad wolf cut me up and was gonna like put me in like a stew. And so I remember like he cut off like my foot or something. I remember him cutting something off of me, like a finger or something. And my brain didn't know what that would feel like because I was really young, and so I just woke up. My brain was like a computer, like error, cannot divide by 0. You probably still want to get kidnapped by Shrek. Look, I literally saw he walked past my my window, and there was like a light behind him, and I saw his silhouette. I saw his little fucking ears. I saw the silhouette of his ears, and I was like, "That's Shrek. He's coming in here to get me." You know why I probably thought of that? Because he kidnapped Fiona. Maybe, could be. Wait, did we vote on the last one? What was the last one? Was a house. A haunted house. I don't remember. That one was lame. Let's skip that one. And like, what was even proposed? That it was a haunted house? Do you think that the flashlight was a ghost? Or was it not a ghost? Did you guys ever have like apocalyptical nightmares? Oh yes, I've had multiple zombie apocalypses. I've had multiple, oh god, I have had multiple tsunami dreams, which isn't like apocalypse, but it's kind of like a natural disaster, I guess. And it's just where like I'm like in a city and then I see a huge wall of water coming at me. And I'm just like, I'm screwed. I'm dead. It's over. And I just look up at it and I just accept it. I had one where the sun was super close to the earth. I think I've had one similar to that. You had one zombie dream. In one of my zombie dreams, I watched my brother. It was like in a zombie movie when somebody gets pulled out from like a door, like a window, how a zombie will grab them like through a window and like pull them out and eat them. That happened to my brother like in front of me. It was so sad. Actually, I just had a dream about The Walking Dead. You've had nuclear explosion once? Oh god, that's awful. I got eaten alive and I kind of felt it. Oh. That's just, yeah. Okay, I gotta pat this butt. All right. So this is our next case, the exorcism of Annalise Michel.
Demonic possession, so chilling and controversial that it actually became the movie The Exorcism of Emily Rose. What follows is the true story that inspired that, The Exorcism of Annalise Michel. Ooh. It's one of the few like actual cases of demonic possession that went to court.
All right.
It's a
Wait, did they like sue the demon?
You'll find out.
Okay.
Born in 1952 in the small town of Klingenberg in Bavaria, Germany, Annalise Michel was raised as a strict Catholic and was described as very bright and likable. In September 1968, when Annalise was 16 years old, she experienced her first episode of losing consciousness, and later that night, she felt as if something was pressing down on her chest, pinning her to her bed. 11 months later, in August 1969, a similar event occurred, and her mother took Annalise to their family doctor, Dr. Vogt, and a neurologist, Dr. Luthi, who examined her and even ran an EEG, a brain scan, but found nothing wrong. They hypothesized that it could possibly be a form of seizure.
Did they not know about sleep paralysis
Annalise
yet?
would have 2 more similar episodes and was
That's an
prescribed 2
anxiety attack,
medications,
honey.
an anticonvulsant medication and an anti-seizure medication called Dilantin. On both occasions, an EEG would come back normal, with some minor irregular
In one of my zombie dreams, in the middle of the dream, I remembered that the extras who play zombies in the show eat like actual food, like sausages and stuff. And in the middle, I was like, food, let me have some. Do you ever eat in dreams and like the food tastes really good? And then you wake up and you're like, ugh, it's never gonna taste that good. That's such a bummer. A lot of my scariest dreams are dreams about friends and family. Ugh, yeah. See, the thing is, like, I have a lot of dreams where, like I'll have, like, sad dreams about people I love, and I wake up, like, crying, like, literal tears on my face. I get that a lot. Like, I'll, like, watch someone, like, die, or, like, dumb shit like that, and then I just, like, wake up crying. I've had other ones, like, after I watched that movie Strangers, I think I had a home invasion nightmare that we got like tied up and like threatened to kill us and like tortured us, and it was 'twas bad. Anyway, back to this exorcism.
Patterns, but nothing that would definitively explain her symptoms.
What year was this?
This was in 1969.
Okay,
Hey,
I'm fine with that so
nice.
far. That sounds real.
Okay.
Little spiders on me. Sorry if I blew it on you.
Well, you did.
Spiders
It was
too,
in spring
Electric Boogaloo.
1973 that things took a turn for the stranger. Annalise began to hear knocking sounds in her bedroom. Sounds her sisters would hear as well. But even more alarming, Annalise also reported hearing a voice damning her to hell. Her mother was further
Panda, have you seen Haunting of Hill House or Haunting of Bly Manor?
rattled when she witnessed Annalise furiously staring at a statue of the Virgin Mary with, quote, eyes turned black, jet black, and her hands seemed to turn into thick paws with claws.
What? Those are some chunky paws on her daughter.
Uh-oh. You know what? Let's move
She
on.
turned
Let's not
into a
get caught
cat.
up on the bare hands. You know, I shouldn't have even said that part.
Yeah, we can't move.
Movie or show? The show. The show, yeah. Haunting of Hill House and Haunting of Bly Manor. They're on Netflix. Oh my god, they're so good. You need to watch them. They have, so I think Mike Flanagan, who did American Horror Story, I'm pretty sure that's what he did. He's also directed this stuff, and it's really scary. Oh god, like, so deeply unsettling. And so there's a new one this year. There's an actor who was in, like, the both of them. And what was it called? It released, like, yesterday. Hold on. I don't want to just, like, claim that and not know what I'm talking about. Mike Flanagan. Midnight Mass is what it's called. I think it's on Netflix, and I want to watch it. It's supposed to be good. Midnight Mass. It's got pretty good reviews. Pretty decent so far. I want to check it out. What's up, Bakupe? Yeah, I would recommend it. Haunting of Hill House was excellent. Bly Manor got so good at the end. Oh god. And what's her face? There's a girl who's in both seasons, and she's beautiful and wonderful and such a good actress. Haunting of Hill House. Thank you for that. Victoria Pedretti. She's in You as well. Victoria Pedretti. She's in it. Oh my god. An absolute gorgeous, gorgeous human. She's in Haunting of Hill House. And Haunting of Bly Manor. And she's an excellent actress. Thank you, Wakupe. I still have that horrible picture from earlier open of the unhinged jaw. Ooh. No, thank you.
Past her having pause.
I knew you weren't gonna like that.
We're watching Buzzfeed Unsolved. We're discovering if ghosts are real.
In 1973, in a neurological visit with Dr. Luthi, Annalise described horrific visions of demon faces that were tormenting her.
Nice.
And stated that she felt the devil was inside her.
Oh, she freaky.
also reported smelling something that had the aroma of burnt feces, a stench that many around her would report smelling at later times.
Why do all these people know what burnt feces smells like?
Well, I can imagine it just smells like
Annalise, why do you smell like burnt feces?
Fucking,
Annalise, take a bath.
This is what you get. Yes, take a bath.
Annalise,
Around
please
this time,
wash your ass
Annalise's
once in a
mother
while.
described these strange occurrences to Dr. Luthi, who, according to Mrs. Michelle, advised them to consult
Ocean
a
Man,
Jesuit,
hello.
a claim that Dr.
Welcome.
Luthi would later
We're
deny.
watching ghost
Yeah, that's bad,
videos.
doctor.
This is about an
If he
exorcism
said
of
that,
a
you'll
crazy
proceed.
lady who smells
That's
like burnt
fucked up, right?
feces.
Whether or not that's true, the family definitely searched for a priest and eventually found a priest named Father Alt. In November 1973, Annalise met with a Freudian psychiatrist who diagnosed her as a neurotic with possible epilepsy.
Neurotic.
And another neurologist found she had, quote, epileptic patterns, and took her off Dilantin and put her on Tegretol, a much stronger drug. In July 1975, Annalise's
All the
extremely
farts are
odd
used
behavior
up.
worsened. She barely slept and prayed fervently all night. She ate spiders and flies, and even licked her own urine up from the floor.
Bro, she's licking up her own urine off the floor. She's eating spiders, and they're like, she's just neurotic. Nah, it's just epilepsy. It's an old girl with a piss fetish who has epileptic patterns. She's quirky. It's just this new brand of alt girl with a piss fetish. God, that's disgusting.
She destroyed rosaries, crucifixes, and holy pictures on the
Yes,
walls.
queen.
Annalise also exhibited strength that was, quote, close to superhuman.
Nice.
Throwing her sister, quote, as if she were a rag doll. And incredibly was observed effortlessly squeezing an apple with one hand until, quote, fragments exploded throughout the room.
I bet I could squeeze an apple till it exploded.
I bet you $1 million you couldn't.
What?
With the timeless protection of ADT,
She
it's
fucking
safe to say-
imploded an apple?
Hey Google, unlock the front door.
Here we go.
Do
I
it.
mean, this is Germany. This is before preservatives.
You hear that in the distance? It's the excuse train coming.
Wait for it. You're full of shit, Ryan. We're going.
But now you get
Oh
to
my
see two
god.
hands.
She's also buff. She's been doing her hand workouts. Wait, why are
But
the
still, that's
the
not
farts
like a
out of stock
amazing metric.
for
A
some
priest named
people and
Father
not
Rodowitz,
others?
a man considered an expert on
This is a
exorcisms by
fart
his peers, reported that
fartmocracy.
he was convinced that Annalise was possessed, and after deliberation with the bishop, an exorcism on Annalise was formally approved. It was to be carried out by a priest named Father Renz.
Father
On September
Renz.
24th,
That sounds like a rap name.
1975, the first exorcism rite was performed. Father Renz allowed
But
some of the
Gamekill
exorcism
was able to
sessions to
do
be
it.
recorded, and 42 audio recordings of the exorcisms were made in total. I'm gonna play some clips from those recordings, but fair warning, these recordings are perhaps the most disturbing pieces of audio I've ever heard.
Ich verspreche das so, dass ich in dem Wald rein bin. Ich trag dir die Rotznase noch so lang, bis es lebt wird. Die saublöde Weib. Für uns gibt's kein Zurück. Nie. In alle Ewigkeit.
You know, she's screaming. She's giving it 110%.
Yeah,
I mean,
she's going for
do
it.
you think that
certainly.
sounds like it came out of a girl? Like,
Yes, it sounds like a girl doing a funny voice.
your unrelenting skepticism is exhausting. It drains me of all happiness and energy, and I hope you know that.
Wer ich, der Judas, und der Nero, der Kain und der Hitler. Fetzt immer.
Okay, well that was a choice. That was certainly a choice that was made. She was like, and Hitler. Like a little cherry on top. Counselor, address it. Annalise, address it.
That's all. We're all here.
Honestly.
I ran out of evil people to think of. The blonde man from Die Hard is also in here. Skeletor from Masters of the Universe. Heath Ledger's Joker. Not Jack Nicholson. He was too cartoonish.
You had your fun.
Yeah, I've had my fun.
Okay.
Annalise also named Fleischmann as one of her demons and provided accurate details of the
She
real
got the whole
Fleischmann,
squad in her
who was
body.
a priest in the 1500s that was kicked out of the church for bad behavior. These details came as an icy shock to Father Alt, who claims Annalise would have no way of knowing Fleischmann.
That is the only thing that is strange to me. All the other stuff is just things that a person could do.
To learn more about demonic possession, we sat down with Father Gary Thomas, a Vatican-approved exorcist. who
Dude, I
explained to us
love
different
that she's German too, right? That's what language she's speaking? Like the German combined with her like demon voice is excellent. It's very dramatic. I love Unsolved Marathon. I watch every video. Same. Well, I don't watch every video, but I do love it. Yes, Satan and his minions. Oh, and also Hitler. Say cheerleading. She was aggressive. She was. Like, okay, we're just asking who's in there. You don't need to get all fucking upset about it. Like, chill.
signs of possession. All of these Annalise had.
One would be an aversion to the sacred. So a person walks in this church and can't
They're
look
like,
at a
"Oh, this is
crucifix, and
nasty."
you only see the whites of their eyes. Another would be knowledge of hidden things, where the demon will begin to tell you things about yourself that the person themselves would have no way of knowing. Another would be possessing a kind of inordinate physical strength they don't normally possess.
She had tonsil
sign
issues.
is sort of
Amongst
epileptic,
other
like
issues,
seizures
like
on
the
a person's face,
drinking of the
movement their arms
urine
and
and
legs
the
in a way where they lose complete control.
eating
By
of the
May,
spiders.
Annalise became even worse, banging her head against the wall and biting herself and others.
Damn,
To the
bitch.
point where her family had to tie her up to prevent her from hurting herself.
You live
But
like
most
okay, she's just
dangerously,
mentally
Annalise
not
refused
well.
to eat. She described it as, quote, not being permitted to eat. Despite being quite frail, likely weighing under 80 pounds, she exhibited great strength.
She had GERD.
Yeah, I just feel bad for her at this point.
Yeah, I do feel bad.
She's definitely tortured.
By June,
From the urine.
Annalise's entire face was sunken. She also refused a doctor visit, even though she had a very high fever. On June 30th, Annalise had another exorcism, only saying please, absolution. The next morning, her family went to her room and found her dead. Despite seeking medical attention early on, Annalise refused to submit to medical attention in the end, as she and her family ultimately placed all faith of recovery into the exorcisms. She died of starvation at the age of 23 after 67 exorcisms, weighing only 68 pounds at the time of her death.
Oh my God.
Do you think that just made her
shit
like buy into it more? If people started exercising me on the reg.
Exercising you on the reg?
Yeah, I might eventually be like, I guess I'm demons.
I would agree with that frame of mind, but Annalise's belief that she was possessed predates
all
the exorcisms or the priests.
It seems like it got progressively worse.
After her
though.
death, Annalise's parents and the two priests were accused of negligent homicide, and the case went to trial in 1978. What follows are the two sides of that case. First,
You know, exorcisms didn't really happen in Christianity until The Exorcist came out. So where did The Exorcist, like, where did they get that from? If there are demons, we'll have Darian Con in hell. Fuck yeah, dude. She wasn't eating, so it got worse, I guess. Yeah. Like, it started off not so bad. Like, she was just, like, saying weird shit. And then she started, like, physically hurting herself, like, to the point of, like, really injuring herself. And then just, like, not eating. Hysteria? I mean, just, like, it seems like she didn't have a firm grasp on reality, so she was just psychotic.
let's review the position of the defense. The defense presented eyewitness testimony and formally submitted the recordings as evidence of possession.
Schizophrenia develops... Wait, how old was she? Oh, she was 16, never mind.
An idea that the court never seemed to take seriously. From a non-religious standpoint, the defense argued Annalise was permitted to deny medical treatment, as was her lawful right. For what it's worth, medical treatment might have included tranquilizing her, force-feeding her, and electroshock therapy.
Yeah.
Quote, all presumably against her will, end quote.
Combine that with all the exorcisms she was getting.
Recalled in her testimony that in 1976, a few months before Annalise's death, Annalise reportedly, quote, begged on her knees for Hine to not suggest medical attention to anybody. Also worth noting is the fact that Father Alt actually looked for medical help towards the end. And on May 30th, his friend, Dr. Richard Roth, visited Annalise out of what he claims was scientific curiosity and not as a physician.
Well, this was what?
He just was like, look, I'm not here as a doctor. I just want to see some of this crazy shit.
I know, who fucking says that?
I want to see this girl eat some
They say like in the
spiders.
70s?
That's like something you say when you go to the zoo, not when you go see someone that's tied up.
That is a bad man right there.
Okay.
In his visit, Dr. Roth claims Annalise had no external injuries, although Father Renz noted she had several bruises, a swollen cheek, and black eyes. An interesting contradiction, to say the least. Dr. Roth also denied saying, quote, there are no injections against the devil, end quote.
What?
Shady as fuck.
Yeah.
Curiously, in spite of all the supposed epileptic attacks, an autopsy revealed Annalise had a healthy brain with no damage that could have caused epileptic seizures. Quote, not even on a microscopic level.
You think she just got influenced by The
end quote.
Exorcist?
What say you to that?
I mean, you know, look, I'm not a, what's a brain scientist?
A neurologist?
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, it's been a long day. I'm not a neurologist. I don't know what the...
It's funny that you said that because the neurologist said the exact same thing.
He said I'm not a neurologist?
Probably sounds like it. You might as well.
Look, I don't fucking know.
I don't know. Go visit a Jesuit. Jesus.
Just get your shit stink out of
Yeah,
my
I
office.
think everybody
Even
talks
more
to
curious
themselves
was
like a
the court's
decent amount,
seeming
right?
non-consideration
At least
of
a little bit.
facts, such as her pupils being unusually dilated and the absence of ulcers on her body, which are frequently found in victims of starvation.
Okay, all right.
Any quotes on that?
I mean, you know,
This is great. The tables have turned, in my opinion.
Now, let's review the position of the prosecution. The prosecution argued that Annalise had epilepsy and psychosis, and that the parents and two
Psychosis,
priests
baby.
were liable for failing to act to
She's
save her
crazy.
life. The defense tore down notions of possession. They questioned the credibility of Father Alt, with a conclusion from two experts that Father Alt
Not out
exhibited
loud?
signs of schizophrenia.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Well, what if I talk to my dog? What about that? What if I talk to myself under the guise of talking to my dog? Like, to make it normal. Is that okay? I think that's fine. If I were to self-diagnose, I'm self-undiagnosing, I'm fine.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's weird.
He wasn't the guy that was doing the exorcisms, but he was the guy that initially helped Annalise in the beginning.
The prosecution also argued that the medications given successfully suppressed the epilepsy-like seizures, and argued that that suppression morphed into, quote, a delusional psychosis associated with epilepsy, end quote. They argued that Annalise's psychosis was exacerbated by the exorcism, which only played into her fantasy. To piggyback on that, Annalise often went through phases between exorcisms where she behaved normally, even though she would behave as a possessed person during exorcisms.
Wow.
It's unclear if the epilepsy-like seizures were stopped by medication or if they actually stopped on their own. But Annalise's psychotic visions predate the alleged medical suppression.
Weird.
Weird.
Sorry.
Basically, they're saying that the psychosis was brought on by the suppression of the drugs.
Yeah.
But
That's
this
a
psychosis predates
shitty price to
drugs.
pay when they don't know what
In the
medications
end,
do to
the
you.
court ruled in favor of the prosecution, sentencing the
Oh, now we know that that drug causes psychosis now that this lady went crazy and essentially killed herself. Oh, now we know that. Nice.
four defendants to 6 months in prison with suspension for 3 years and payment for all court costs. The court ruled that Annalise was unable to make decisions for herself and should have been forced to submit to medical care. Professor Felicitas D. Goodman, an author of a book on the case, notes the theories that Annalise was epileptic were presented as, quote, a statement of undisputable fact, not conjecture, as in fact they had been, end quote.
How do you tell the difference between possession and mental health?
Sometimes both are going along side by side. You have to determine what is the root cause of the suffering of this individual. You start out with a discernment, and the discernment involves myself and a whole team of people.
Have you seen the Nathan For You with the
a
ghost
medical
realtor?
doctor,
No, I
clinical
haven't.
psychologist, and a psychiatrist.
I've heard
that
good things about
a
Nathan
formal
For You, though.
exorcism only happens as the last resort.
Given the evidence that we've seen and all the strange occurrences and the voices, I think there is sufficient evidence to not conclusively rule out that she was possessed beyond a reasonable doubt.
Sure.
So you acknowledge that.
I acknowledge there's a lot of factors in this case. I personally think there's something going on with mental health, and I also think that 67
Yeah,
exorcisms
being possessed would
probably
be way
don't-
cooler than
don't leave your
depressed.
mind in a good spot.
I could see both sides. I could see how it would be mental health. I could see how it would be possession. I lean towards possession. That being said, she should have gone to the hospital.
Yeah, get that girl to a hospital, please.
She's possessed or not, fucking force her to go to the hospital and let the doctors be like, holy shit, the shit's floating around.
PSA, if your kid's eating spiders.
Don't
Ugh,
take him to an
and
exorcist.
drinking her own
Take him to an
urine.
exorcist, but do it at the hospital.
That was the part that got me, man. The spiders, I could.
You can do both. That's what I'm saying. You can do both. You can have it happen at
Like,
the
some people
hospital.
eat bugs.
That's fine, yeah.
Regardless of the
fine.
court ruling, many have debated what actually led to Annalise's death. Was it a
But
case
the
of
pee?
mental illness, possibly epilepsy? Or was this a legitimate case of demonic possession? Whatever the real reason may be, the case of Annalise Michel is a tragedy and will always remain unsolved.
All right, poll time, baby. Not that I've been skewing your opinions with all of my chatter. What do we think happened to Annalise? Do we think this was a mental health crisis? Or do we think that she was possessed by multiple demons, including Hitler? What do we think? That whole show is amazing. I have to watch it. I've seen some clips from it, and the humor is... It's beautiful. Very dry humor. But some of it is kind of like secondhand embarrassment a little bit. Possessed by a demon or mental illness in it. Cast your votes now. Participate in the group activity. Yeah, it seems like it's probably a culmination of... I mean, was The Exorcist big in Germany? That's probably a contributing factor.
If you're not gonna participate in the group activity, then leave. I'll link it one more time.
Exactly what he said. Oh God.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Oh, we got one vote for a demon.
Crisis can happen unexpectedly.
Imagine if it exposed who voted what. Oh yeah, I get to expose who believes in the ghost.
Bruh.
Who believes in the demon.
Yes, I'm a Heimerdinger one trick.
Oh, he was doing a vote for food.
What am I fucking view botting? What is it? What are these votes? If you're not gonna participate in the group activity, then leave. I'll link it one more time.
Five Guys talk
Click
about
the link.
Auntie Anne's. Auntie Anne's? This motherfucker was gonna order a fucking pretzel? Like we're choosing between like a
But
fucking
I'm at work.
Crunchwrap Supreme
Okay.
or a fucking
True,
pretzel.
True. Oh, you can't click.
No, I need that. Wait, I need that. Mental illness in it wins. Nice.
This week on Buzzfeed Unsolved, we covered the puzzling case of Gloria Ramirez, or as she's more known on the internet.
She underwent 67 Catholic exorcism rites during the year before her death. Oh my God. Just the year before her death? Yeah, no thanks. That was like, bro. That was like her version of like the school dance. She was like, oh, I gotta get ready for my exorcism. You say demon? Fair enough. Fair enough. Ocean Man.
Her death is
Touché.
Yeah.
Don't cite the internet.
Her case is so bizarre that it actually served as the inspiration for an episode of The X-Files and many other TV shows. Right now, we're on our way to Riverside, California to visit the cemetery where she was buried. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Let's get into it.
Gloria Ramirez was a 31-year-old woman diagnosed with cervical cancer. On February 19, 1994, around 8:15 p.m., Gloria Ramirez arrived at the Riverside General Hospital emergency room, where it was found that Ramirez's heart was beating at a rate too fast for her body.
Me in
the
October?
medical staff attempted to defibrillate, but soon noticed that Ramirez's body was covered in an oily sheen, and that her
Sweat.
mouth was emanating a strange, fruity, garlicky smell.
What the fuck?
I mean, could you even detect fruity
That's so
garlic?
embarrassing for her. Like, imagine you live a whole beautiful life and you're like kind to people and you're wonderful. And like, this is the story that's told about you, that you had rancid ass breath when you were dying. Just because you decided to have some pasta before dying.
It came down to it.
I bet they talked about it for 10 minutes.
Hate it when I
They're
have
like,
an oily
"What
sheen.
is that?"
God.
And then one of them was like,
My reaction when I
"Fruity
have an
garlic,"
oily
and everyone's like,
sheen.
oh, yeah.
Either that or like, Jesus, Ken.
Yeah.
God, we have a patient here.
A nurse named Susan Kane began to draw
Susan.
blood from Ramirez, and upon doing so, Kane noticed the blood had a chemical odor. Even stranger, medical
she'd been
resident Julie
drinking.
Gorczynski noticed the blood-filled syringe also contained strange manila-colored particles floating in the blood. An observation also noted by attending physician Dr. Humberto Ochoa.
Manila?
Shortly after, Nurse Kane abruptly fainted. Kane stated that her face was burning and was escorted out on a gurney. This sparked a
What the
bizarre
fuck?
domino effect. Medical resident Julie Gorczynski complained of lightheadedness and also fainted. She shook and experienced apnea, a condition where a person stops breathing for a few seconds at a time.
Oh, hell no.
If I were to hear, what?
I know, right?
This just
Directly
erupted so
after that,
quickly.
respiratory therapist
Radiation?
Maureen Welch also collapsed. Here's a quote from Welch. Quote, I remember hearing someone scream. Then I woke up. I couldn't control the movement of my limbs. End quote.
This woman is like she sounds like the Manhattan Project.
In case you're keeping score, that's
can't control my
3
limbs.
people that fainted.
Other staff members reported feeling sick, and the hospital declared an internal emergency. All other patients were evacuated
What did
to
she
the parking
have?
lot,
Did she just
and
come
a
back from
small
another
crew
country or
continued
something?
to work to save Gloria's life.
It seems odd to evacuate all other patients.
Why?
Maybe just send the stink bomb out to the parking lot.
That is true. Why didn't they just take
it
her
had
out?
to be a huge amount of work to move everybody else out.
Eruption of
What if
oil.
we take all of the patients outside and put them in the parking lot? Yep.
She's like the Dawn baby ducks. She was in an oil spill.
Good idea.
And then one guy in the back, we could just...
Shut up! You idiot, we've already decided.
However, at 8:50 p.m., Ramirez was pronounced dead. The body was moved into an isolation anteroom by 2 other staff members. Sally Balderas, a nurse who helped move
Another
the body,
Sally.
began to vomit and reported feeling a burning sensation like Nurse Susan Kane.
What?
Balderas was hospitalized for 10 days and experienced apnea like Gorczynski. Gorczynski, however, was in the worst shape of all, staying in intensive care experiencing a malady of issues, including avascular necrosis, a condition where bone tissue does not receive enough blood and begins to die.
What?
She used crutches for months after hospitalization. All staff members that had been affected by Ramirez's body were treated in the parking lot, and their clothes were removed and put in bags out of fear of a
Yeah, this
toxic
is sounding more and
chemical.
more like radiation.
In the end, Ramirez's body affected
Like how quickly it's
23 of
affecting
the
them.
37 emergency room staff, and 5 staff members were held in the hospital overnight.
You don't think though, like maybe one of them was like, oh, I feel sick, I gotta go home, and the other ones were like, yeah, me too, a burning pain, I gotta go home, I gotta go.
You would think this was all an elaborate
I gotta go be in
elaborate
emergency
hooky
care
scheme.
for 10 days.
Jesus Christ.
Around 11 p.m., about 2 hours after the incident, a hazardous materials team arrived in full hazmat suits. They searched the hospital for 2 toxic chemicals that could possibly be responsible. However, no chemical was found. 6 days later, an autopsy
Nothing
was
was
performed
found.
by the Riverside Coroner's Office in airtight suits in a newly configured airtight examining room. They took samples of blood, tissue, and even air from the body bag. Nothing conclusive came from the autopsy.
These hazmat guys will get it.
What?
They got an
What?
airtight room. And then they're just like, yeah.
How?
No, I don't know,
How is
man.
that
It's just fucking
possible?
weird.
Fucking weird.
County of
How is that possible? That nothing was weird. I don't understand.
her death, quote, the most baffling in local history, end quote. And the mystery became a media frenzy. By the end, medical detectives from 10 different local, state, and federal forensic departments investigated the case. On April 20th, 1994, Gloria was finally
420.
buried in Riverside, California,
Oh.
a full 2 months after her death.
Sorry.
So here we are. This is where she was buried. You know, cemeteries are always very spooky in here. Are you sniffing? What is wrong with you?
Let me see if it smells like fruity garlic.
Does this smell?
Jesus
Does it smell oily over here?
All right, we're gonna get back in the car if you're gonna keep doing that.
They just
All
start
right, well,
slipping around
pay our
because the
respects.
ground is covered in
Sorry,
oil.
Gloria.
Sorry, Gloria.
Weird way to die.
The official cause of
God, it's
death
so
was
oily
cardiac
over here.
dysrhythmia, caused by kidney failure due to her cervical cancer, and with that, the case was officially closed. However, the cause of the puzzling illnesses at the emergency room remained a mystery.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I was in that office and the guy was like, well, case closed, I feel like everybody else in the office was like,
You forgetting
wanna
something?
Close that case?
With that being said, let's hop into some of the theories as to what occurred that night.
Ooh.
The first theory comes from the California Department of Health and Human Services.
Reputable, I think.
Well, I think this theory's bullshit, but
Okay, well, yeah,
Anyways.
it would be to you. The most reputable,
Oh.
logical, fact-based source.
Sniff the oil.
Yeah.
total horseshit.
Horseshit.
Who interviewed 34 emergency room staff members on duty that night.
Is it
They
just like mass
concluded that the
hysteria?
emergency room staff experienced a mass sociogenic illness, or mass hysteria, which is
Wow.
defined as an illness with no identifiable environmental cause.
So that first
despite
girl was
group
just a
of
fucking
people
drama
agreeing
queen.
on a set of experienced symptoms.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
You think they all just imagined it at the same time?
Oh my God,
that's happened before.
one!
There's a bunch of those people in France who
Hello,
started dancing until they died.
one. Thank you very much for the prime sub. Thank you. 11 months. Holy shit. We're almost at a year. Pog, pog, pog. What's up, Juan? How are ya? Thank you very much for the sub. The Return of the King.
What?
We're watching ghost stuff, spooky, scary stories.
You just made that up right now.
It's a real thing, pal.
Coming soon on Unsolved.
They pointed to the absence of poison in Gloria's system and the fact that nobody in the ambulance on the way to the hospital had experienced any symptoms. Most mass sociogenic illnesses have an environmental trigger that sets off the experiencing of symptoms. The California Department of Health identified the strange odor as this trigger.
The oily
The mind
sheet?
is a powerful thing.
The fruity, garlicky smell?
No. Yeah. Keep in mind, 23 of the people were affected, and not all of them were in that room.
Word travels fast at a hospital.
This is when you have a nose piercing? Oh, you noticed. Oh, you noticed. Oh, she's not real. She's fake. I just use it as a cute little accessory because I think that they're neat. I duped ya. I debated ya.
Oh, go check out the fruity garlic
Got him.
smell.
You don't think? They were probably shouting down
Will you
the
ever get one
hallways
for
at
real?
each other.
No.
However,
Probably not.
Julie Gorczynski, the medical
I like being
resident
able to
most
take it
affected
off.
by the incident, filed a lawsuit for $6 million against the coroner's office and the hospital and disapproved of this explanation. Maureen Welch, the respiratory therapist, also felt she was not a victim of mass hysteria.
She's like,
The
actually,
whole
I
idea of
disagree.
hysteria is that you don't realize it. You're not like, yeah, we all participated in a mass hysteria. It was a real
know,
riot.
I just disagree.
Gorczynski was, man, she got fucked up. She was having a great time. What a fun hysteria that was.
You know, it's not like a flash mob?
No, it's not a flash mob.
Okay.
The second theory is from the Livermore Laboratory,
I feel
who had
like
discovered
with the nose piercing, if I wasn't able to take it off, I feel like I wouldn't feel like actually clean. Does that make sense? Like when I wash my face, and like if I couldn't take it off, I feel like I wouldn't feel fully clean. It's a weird OCD thing, but I just like it. Don't want to wear a septum ring and have it tied and do that thing that one streamer I showed you wanted to. Since that day, I have not worn the septum ring. For whatever reason. Do we ever truly feel clean? What is true cleanliness? I just wanted to be pure. It's when you take it off before you wash your face. That is such a colossal waste of time, I feel. And then, for the first like X amount of for like 2 weeks or maybe more, maybe like a month, you can't take it out, even to wash it. I'll never be clean. You're the opposite of a germaphobe. So, you're nasty. I just heard a weird dinging noise. Maybe it's tinnitus.
abnormally large amounts of a compound called dimethylsulfone in Gloria's autopsy samples. To explain this, they theorized that Gloria used an anti-inflammatory gel called DMSO to cope with her cancer pains. The gel would account for the garlicky smell and oily sheen. Interestingly enough, DMSO is one oxygen atom away from the compound dimethylsulfone, the mysterious compound found in excess in Gloria's autopsy samples. The Livermore lab performed a test, combining DMSO with oxygen, much like the oxygen mask administered to Gloria that night. And the result was an oversaturation of dimethylsulfone to the point where white crystals were formed. Crystals that look similar to the manila-colored particles seen in Gloria's blood by the medical staff that night. And with that, they proved how the dimethylsulfone could have appeared.
That
but
makes
the
a lot of
reality is that
sense.
dimethylsulfone is still harmless. However, the team theorized that if the dimethylsulfone broke down, perhaps due to the electric shocks of the defibrillator as people on the internet have suggested, and then combined with natural sulfate compounds inside Gloria, it could form dimethylsulfate, which is a strong chemical that can cause damage to the heart, liver, and kidneys.
Woof.
It also can cause paralysis, delirium, and convulsions, to name a few. Symptoms that are uncannily similar to those experienced by the medical staff that night.
Yikes.
Well, there you go.
That
So
sounds,
essentially,
that just sounds like the explanation. What if you get your nose pierced? Guys, stop. What if you get your nose pierced and you get a runny nose, and when you blow your nose, all that nasty shit comes out that pierced hole? See, it's thoughts like that that keep me up at night. It really is. And like the idea of like makeup getting like caked around it, just like the idea of that, just ugh. You don't want Charlie's Sheen on you. No, you don't. That is the last thing you want. Keep Charlie's Sheen to himself. I don't care much about germs. They're everywhere. We consume them in so many ways. So you're like Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher, where they're like, we don't want to wash our kids. Nasty ass kids. No, it's fine. You just want to be among the Hollywood elite. I get it.
There was an excess of this one compound.
Yeah.
And they figured that if this compound could break down and combine with sulfate, which sometimes occurs in bodies, it would cause this really, really poisonous.
I mean, we're talking about ghosts.
And you don't believe this because
you'll
see. However,
I
their
don't mob
theory that dimethyl
misinformation.
sulfate
It's
was
for
formed inside
entertainment
Gloria
purposes.
has been highly scrutinized by other scientists as impossible. And it's also worth noting that the Livermore lab did not run any tests to try and prove this theory or create a successful simulation.
I don't care about germs.
I think you dropped this.
But germs can also hurt you. Germs can carry diseases, right? Or germs are diseases.
In fact, the head of the lab himself admits it is merely a theory. Quote, "We've never said this is what happened, just that people should look into it," end quote. He backpedaled really quick.
Yeah, he really did.
Nonetheless, the coroner's office ran away with this theory and released a statement in November 1994 stating it as the most likely cause.
That
The
makes
third
a lot of
theory is
sense.
from the Ramirez family, who believes that the emergency room incident and Gloria's death were due to the hazardous conditions already present at Riverside General Hospital. In fact, in 1991, 3 years before Gloria's death, 2 hospital employees were forced to receive medical treatment after a sterilizer may have leaked poisonous gas.
Oh, what?
3 years before.
Not great.
No, it's not ideal.
Not a great track record.
In 1993, sewer gas was found in the emergency room in an inspection. Here's a quote from Gloria's sister Maggie. Quote, "I honestly believe my sister may have lived if she hadn't gone into that emergency room that night. I don't know what the county is afraid of, but we want answers." End quote. There
So she
are
was
3
breathing
strange
in
occurrences to
sewer
support this
air?
theory and may suggest a possible cover-up from the county.
Breathing in
This
poop
goes all
air,
the way to the top.
burning feces.
I don't know if we should be looking into this, Ryan.
Yeah, they're gonna come after us?
Some stones are
They're gonna
best
come
left
after us with
unturned.
some
Yeah, Panda has a 2-0 record with COVID. Fucking badass over here.
Oily sheen for us.
Oh, they're gonna, yeah. We're gonna wake up tomorrow morning, you have an oily sheen on your chest.
That's their calling card?
I can't wait till this story is over so I never have to say the word sheen ever again.
What is with you and Sheen?
I don't like it. It's too close to my name.
You don't want the nickname Garlicky Sheen Shane?
No, I don't.
The first is that after
People
the
who are
initial
vaccinated
autopsy,
have
Riverside
that.
County Deputy
Have
Coroner
what?
Dan Capito said that Gloria had not died from natural causes. But after the county revealed their official autopsy conclusions, Capito flip-flopped.
Everyone gets
claiming
COVID on and
Ramirez had
off.
in fact
I don't think that that's true at all, actually. You had dengue. Dengue. He did. He also had dengue. He went 1-0 with dengue. A poo-poo?
died from natural causes.
Capito.
Capito.
Yeah, I knew it was you, Capito.
You're not thinking
The
of
second
HPV.
strange occurrence is that the initial
People tend to
investigator
confuse
from the
the two.
coroner's office, Stephanie Albright, a woman considered a top investigator, had committed suicide 1 month into the investigation. Deputy Coroner Dan Capito said that
Unrelated.
due to the case, Albright, quote, may have been under pressure, end quote. The third and perhaps most peculiar occurrence was the fact that the syringe used to take Ramirez's blood was accidental.
Buddy, if you're gonna keep spreading misinformation, I'm just gonna have to time you out. Like if you read any study whatsoever, you would know that that's not true.
Tossed out. An oversight that is
It's
especially
dangerous,
curious when you
frankly,
consider the
to
fact
be
that the
spreading
hospital
stuff
even
like
took
that.
the time to put staff members' clothes in bags in the parking lot that night.
Meanwhile, they're playing hot potato with a poison syringe.
With the poison syringe. Oh, this is like one of the weirdest scientific occurrences of all time. Yeah, bag that up, throw it in the
truck
trash.
it.
Kobe, threw it in. However, Tom DeSantis, the Riverside County spokesperson, claimed the vents
Could you
in the
imagine if COVID
emergency
was
room
back
were checked by
then, how
independent
chaos it would be in the
inspectors after Gloria's death,
1970s?
and nothing unusual or harmful
I
was
mean, we
found.
had like the Spanish flu 100 years ago, and we saw what happened there. A significant percentage of the population just died. They were just straight up cold. Like, if you don't get a vaccine, you just die. That's all it is.
Yet, the Ramirez family maintains that something is being covered up and filed a malpractice and wrongful death lawsuit against Riverside County.
Each one of these theories that you're positing, they make more and more sense. The first one I was like, yeah, that could be it. And then the second one I was like, oh yeah, great. And now this third one is like, oh, there's sewage and poisonous gas in the hospital? Yeah.
The fourth
This
theory
seems
is
like
from
it
the
could be
internet,
a
where many
combination
believe that
of
the
multiple
emergency room
things.
incident is a strong case for Gloria Ramirez being a victim of
If there was
alien
sewer
abduction.
gas.
Okay. Nope. You just shut your mouth. I'm
Here,
done.
what's the difference between this theory and the other three?
Because the other three are based on facts and some pretty plausible, like, shut up. I can't even, I thought you were like on the level on this one. The first three theories were so grounded in reality, and now you're just like, oh yeah, Bigfoot spooched on her chest.
UFO enthusiasts cite her unusual reaction with the emergency room staff as evidence of extraterrestrial meddling.
Look, I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Can you say definitively this
In
is
every
not
single
a possibility that she
situation.
wasn't abducted?
I definitively can.
It could have also
It's a
been
theory.
aliens.
Well, get into the
when you
theory.
think about it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Fuck you. That definitively did not happen. Because the theory then is just,
maybe it was aliens.
Maybe aliens.
Maybe.
So.
After all these years, the mystery behind the strange occurrence at Riverside General Hospital endures the test of time. Was it a case of mass hysteria?
That's what it is.
Was this an
Radioactive
improbable chemical reaction gone wrong? Perhaps this was a cover-up of poor hospital conditions. Or is this
sewer
proof of
gas.
something beyond science, possibly extraterrestrials? Regardless, no theory has been definitively proven, and the case of Gloria Ramirez remains
Oh boy.
unsolved.
So, Bigfoot splooge or sewer gas. Right? Those are the options? Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's Bigfoot splooge.
You know what happened? Is the aliens probably abducted her.
Oh, I can't wait to see where this is going.
Aliens probably abducted her. The aliens were like, all right, let's do our stuff. Let's do all our little tricks on her. Let's put a little probe up her butthole or whatever they do. And then they probably started throwing up. And they were like, holy shit! And one of them was probably like, we should evacuate the whole ship. And someone else was like, fuck that! Drop her off at a hospital!
Gas. It's gotta be. You know what? She just had a buildup of gas. That's what it was. A lot of times you think your pain is something worse, that maybe you have like stomach cancer. No, it's just gas. You think you might be radioactive. It's just gas. Panda, are you making a poll or should I? She had a blockage in the colon. What was it? Bigfoot splooge or gas? What happened to Gloria? What was the explanation for what happened to Gloria? The spirits of the Whaley house. Yes, aliens and Bigfoot are the same one in this case. That is the same option. Bigfoot and aliens. They probably have an alliance. The Bigfoot Alien Alliance is what they call it. Let's see, how many of these are there? I actually didn't check. 51. Oh, some of them are marathons, though. We got hella more to go, boys. We're just getting started. We're just getting warmed up here. Which one, boys? Gerd. I don't even... Splooge is against guidelines. God damn it. Definitely Squatch. 100%. That is definitive Squatch proof right there. All right, so we're moving on to the spirits of the Whaley House. Oh, half gird. Some of y'all are believing in the gird. I respect it. That is a viable option. Okay, Ryan. Thank you.
Oh my God. This week on Buzzfeed
Why would you start off a video with a scream? That's just mean.
Unsolved, we explored the Whaley House in San Diego, California as part of our ongoing investigation, Are
That's
Ghosts
just
Real?
fucked
And
up,
what better
bruv.
place than the Whaley House, which was ranked by Travel Channel's America's Most Haunted as the most haunted house in America.
Number one?
Number one.
Top of the pops?
We're going to the top dog. Let's just get this over with and let's get into the history.
Okay.
Thomas Whaley was born in
Thomas
New York
Whaley.
City on October 5th, 1823.
That's
In
a nice
September
name.
1855, Thomas bought land in Old Town San Diego, California.
Hello, Thomas Whaley.
In
Nice to meet
1857,
you.
Thomas constructed a 2-story brick home for him and his wife Anna, using bricks from his personal brickyard. And the result was the infamous Whaley House that we are investigating today. This is it, the famous Whaley House.
Wow.
Beautiful house. Beautiful.
And also, in the bustling area of Old Town San Diego, look at this street. Even if we get possessed tonight, we could have a nice brewski after.
Yeah, and we will.
I'm just trying to distract myself.
No,
right
no,
now.
we have to go in.
Okay.
Don't mind if I do ski.
You do the honors.
Okay.
You know what they say about big feet? Big socks.
After you?
You go first.
Okay.
Oh.
This is pleasant. You could feel the history coming from the
The walls
in
are
here.
interesting. that was an interesting
Not
choice.
when the history fights back. Since being
Looks like a
built,
kitchen.
the Whaley House has been used as many things, including a courtroom and
I
San
love
Diego's
seeing
first
the words
commercial
humongous
theater,
cocks.
both of which still
Just
remain in the house
displayed on the
today.
screen like that.
But its
It's
most
great.
famous use
What's
was
up,
as the home
Tuckball?
of Thomas and Anna Whaley and their children, who moved in and out of the house throughout the late 1800s.
Welcome,
and
welcome.
early
How are you
to
doing
mid
today?
1900s.
Peak ghost time. 90% of ghosts are from that era.
Yeah, that's true. You never really hear about a ghost from 2010 or so that's wearing like a flannel and ripped jeans or some shit like that. It's always somebody wearing a bonnet. Thomas and Anna Whaley had 3
always
children within the
motherfuckers
first few years of living
with
at the Whaley
bonnets.
house. Francis Hinton, Thomas Jr., and Anna
What is a
Amelia.
chungus?
Thomas Jr. tragically died at 18.
Oh, poor Thomas. A chungus is a state of mind. It's a state of being. You can become a chungus, but you know it's too complicated for me to explain to you right now. Just look up the way of the chungus, and you'll understand.
18 months of scarlet fever in the house, and that same year, Thomas Sr.'s nearby general store
become
burned
chungus.
down in a case of arson. This dude's
You too
son
can
died,
become
his baby
chungus.
died, and someone heard that news, was like, oh, it's tragic.
Oh, he's grieving. He's probably not paying attention to that store of his.
Burn that down.
Oh.
Monsters living in this town. Devastated, the family moved to San Francisco where they had 3 more kids. George Hayes Ringgold,
3
Violet
more
Eloise,
kids? God
and
damn,
Corinne
get a
Williams.
hobby.
However, an earthquake in
Get off of her.
1868 would force the family to return to live in the Whaley house in San Diego.
It seems like they're followed by doom.
Yeah, I mean, they're really just getting boned by fate right now. This is
Yeah.
just not a good time for them.
Not pleasant.
Unfortunately, tragedy would continue to fall on the family over the years, as Violet Whaley would kill herself in 1885. She shot herself in the heart in the backyard outhouse due to grief over her failed marriage.
Oh.
Thomas Whaley found her dying and brought her inside the house into the back of the parlor, where she passed away 15 minutes later.
Oh
Over the
my
next
God, she did
68
that
years, 3 members of the Whaley family would die inside the house.
God.
Anna Whaley in 1913, Francis in 1914, and then Lillian in 1953. Now that we've established the history,
Only women
let's
shoot
examine the
themselves and
ghostly
not the
inhabitants
head.
that are
That's an
believed to haunt
interesting
these walls,
observation.
and give this house the reputation as the most haunted house
Do
in
we think it's
America.
for the
Do you think
drama,
because
or is
you
it to
believe
like
in all
keep the
this
face
stuff that
intact?
You have a higher chance of being a ghost?
Oh yeah, I would think so. I'd be a pleasant ghost. I'd like pour people tea and stuff like that.
What?
Or I'd do chores around the house. They'd
There's
be like,
no-
whoa, all my laundry's folded. How about that? Thanks, Ryan. And I'd tip my cap.
This
and I'd
guy
tap
gets
that.
to be a ghost, and his first thought is to do chores for people. Like, you could do whatever you wanted, and he's like, let me fold some laundry. Actually, something I learned about the difference between suicide in men and women: men choose the fastest way possible. Ghost stuck in washing machine. Step brother. Sounds like they got bored in the house and made kids. Yeah, there wasn't much to do back then. They also didn't have birth control.
Out of the room.
You sound fun.
Yeah, right? Doesn't that sound great? Wouldn't you like to be haunted by me?
The first ghost we'll discuss
Also,
are Tom.
a lot of their kids died. So they had to make sure they have enough. Women choose poison and running cars in garages and cutting wrists. Oh, so women go for like, that's kind of fucked up. Women want a slow and painful death. That sucks.
Thomas Jr. and Violet Whaley. Infant cries are often heard in the house, an experience likely attributed to the fact that Thomas Jr. died from scarlet fever inside the house at the age of 18 months. On the second floor of the house in the back room, people have seen a young woman and report feeling a profound sorrow in this area.
Oh.
This young woman is believed to be Violet Whaley.
EVP
Got
session
Violet.
in what may
We got
be
EVP
Violet's
over here.
room.
This is the sorrowful room. Do you feel sorrowful in here?
No, not really. I prefer, actually, I'm not talking too much to her because she's
Violet, we're going to be very, very quiet right now. And if you want to deliver us a message, please whisper it faintly into one of our ears. Or,
Oh, you son of a...
or something. Okay. Or make Ryan's tummy grumble. And here we go.
How would a ghost do that, Shane? Yeah, there's an EVP. There's an electronic vibration phenomena. Voice, I think, phenomena.
Now you feel sleepy?
Yeah. We're in a bedroom. That's fair.
There are other spiritually active areas of the house with unidentified sightings of apparitions. In the early 1900s, the house was rented out to various tenants by Lillian, so it's possible these unidentified apparitions could be the spirits of former tenants. Some have seen a little girl in the dining room. Vaudeville music is sometimes heard in the theater room.
If there is anybody in here, perhaps you want to do a little dance for us?
And psychics that have visited the house say the courtroom is especially active.
What do you feel?
Bruh. If I was a ghost and I was just chilling in like this haunted house, he's like, hey, you want to come out and dance for me? Like, bitch, I am a ghost. I finally have some time to rest and you want me to perform for you? Dance yourself. Dance for me. I'm the one who's stuck here. What about that? I need some entertainment. You get to watch TV. You get to scroll on Twitter. I don't have Twitter. There's no ghost Twitter. Unbelievable. Got dollar bills. There you go. If there's payment involved, it's fine.
I feel a little bit like I'm being watched, but I don't mind it.
A woman is sometimes seen here in the back corner of the jury box. Paranormal investigators also claim this back corner is a spiritual vortex.
Spirit.
A spiritual vortex.
If you're here and you're angry.
You know what this feels like right here? This feels like a spiritual vortex in here.
Feel a shiver up his spine?
You know what this food tastes like? This food tastes like ambition.
They don't respond to specific requests.
That's true.
They're disobedient, as they
Kinda
should
have to
be.
wait for it to happen.
Maybe it's a good portal.
Maybe.
My flashlight went out.
Are you serious?
This Roman has a spiritual vortex.
Perhaps.
Has spiritual vertex momentum to it? Is that an actual math thing?
I mean, possibly.
I'm gonna
but
calculate the vertex momentum.
I don't know.
I'd believe you if you said yes.
No, there's
So you should
creaking
say
in
yes.
this chair next to me. Maybe it's just because it's old wood.
I would have no way of knowing.
It was. Oh fuck, dude! I feel very weird. Listen.
Shit this pants.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, people like Geico.
Daniel
because it's just
Radcliffe.
easy.
Daniel
Home,
Radcliffe.
for example, you've got car insurance.
Get
here
out of here.
And home insurance here. Why not? Zip, put them together. Save even more.
Vortex,
Geico.
yeah, right? It's just like the
Why do you feel weird?
cupcakes right at Disneyland. Nothing to be afraid of. The devil was inside her. She said multiple souls were inside of her, actually. She said Judas, Cain, and Hitler. She threw that one in there just casually. She's a fucking white supremacist. Address it.
Dizzy.
You feel dizzy?
Yeah, I'm not shitting you.
That frog.
I know every time people watch these ghost hunters
I'm sorry, that got me.
shows, they're like, this guy's full of shit, but
Not the
holy
frog.
balls, dude. Wow.
I went to the Oregon Vortex and boy howdy, I saw a marble fall up.
Oh, wow.
You did?
What was that? Did you get a shiver up your spine?
I did. Holy shit.
That's rad.
Oh man, that was crazy. What the fuck is going on, dude?
Can you still move all your limbs?
Oh, I can still move all my
I think
limbs. I just feel very
he's got a vortex
uncomfortable.
going on.
My goodness.
I know you don't believe me. I can see the look on your face right now.
Geico has their own personal vortex.
I don't feel particularly strange. It's not a great
They've
chair.
licensed it.
Outside the house, another police officer also had a paranormal experience more than 30 years ago. There was a 911 call from a concerned citizen
Annalise drank
reporting
her
a
own
woman
piss.
crying
She did.
outside the
She was
Whaley
a piss
house.
drinker.
And the officer who responded to that call would witness something that he would only reveal in his confidential retirement letter decades later. When the officer came onto the property, he saw, quote, a woman at the back of the house crying, end quote.
So
and
help
mentioned she
her.
was in period clothing. The officer asked, quote, ma'am, are you all right? End quote, to which she turned around and smiled. And when the officer shone his flashlight on her, the woman vanished. Bizarrely, the house also sports the rare instance of a ghost dog and a ghost cat, both of which the Whaleys owned at the time.
We need an animated series of a ghost dog and a ghost cat. But now that I think about it, that's kind of sad because that means that they're dead. But it would be cute because we'd never have to see them die. Because they'd be ghosts, so they could live forever. Can we have a ghost dog and a ghost cat cartoon, please? I think that's an excellent premise. You could do a lot with that. Something to like the Soul route, Disney, call me.
Then are there also ghost ants? Is there
Ghost ants and
ghost
uncles?
trees?
No, there's no ghost trees. I'm sorry.
You're not telling someone's never walked through the forest and seen a tree and they're like, huh? Wait a minute.
Ghost trees are the ones, you know, people say if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around
You know
to
what?
hear it.
I've changed
it's
my
a ghost
stance
tree.
on ghost tree. That's actually pretty cool.
Ghost bacteria, etc.
Stop it.
Okay.
Two other ghosts that haunt the house
Talking
are
ghost
Thomas
cat.
and Anna Whaley themselves. Many reports seeing Thomas Whaley on the upper landing, where one person claimed he wore a frock coat and pantaloons. Some have reported that he blows tobacco smoke in visitors' faces.
What an asshole.
Now that's just rude.
I know, it's kind of just a dick thing to do.
Can you imagine seeing a ghost? Oh my goodness, look at this strange apparition. And he just comes up to you and he's like, you're like, oh, Jesus, man.
Anna Whaley is typically seen in the garden or in one of the downstairs rooms. Anna has
Do
also
you
been
have a
spotted
cat? I
wearing
don't
a
have a
green
cat, I'm
gingham
sorry. I
dress,
have a dog,
sipping
though.
tea in the parlor, a place where Thomas has been seen as well. Interestingly, Anna also
you have a cat?
reportedly had a run-in with the San Diego police. One night, a Whaley House tour guide named Victor Santana was setting the alarm, and as he was punching in the code, he heard a woman say, quote, "Why are you here?" End quote, which
Hate
spooked
that.
him to the point that he ran out the front door without completing the code, setting off the alarm. Shortly after, a San Diego police officer responded to the Whaley House. Santana recollects the officer, quote, claimed there was a woman in a green dress in the parlor, end quote. But by the time backup arrived, the woman in green had disappeared. How do you arrest a ghost? You can't. You handcuff
I guess
them.
you would have to be a ghost cop.
You know what? I rescind what I said earlier. I won't pour tea and fold clothes. I'll be a ghost cop.
Yeah, that's actually pretty bad.
Ryan Bergara.
Ghost cop.
Ghost cop. Doesn't that sound nice?
That's awesome.
I like that.
Yeah.
However, the final and perhaps most feared ghost of all
Yankee
is
Jim?
the ghost of Yankee Jim.
Yankee Jim? Like Hot
You
Night
better
Joe,
watch out, a Yankee
but
Jim
Yankee
will give you some
Jim?
taffy. Some folks say they hear him playing a jolly little kazoo tune in the middle of the night. He's not. That's not a ghost. That's not a spooky.
I take a big ghost dump
Part of
on
the
my
reason
old
this
social
house
studies
is haunted
teacher.
is due to what occurred on the land
Did they
before the
deserve
house was
it?
constructed. In 1852,
What did they do to
James
deserve
Yankee
that?
Jim Robinson was sentenced to
I have to
hang
know the
his
tea.
death for attempting to steal a boat. He was hanged on a gallows
Yankee
off the
Jim,
back of a wagon
baby.
on the land where the Whaley House stands today. This is the grave of Yankee Jim. They did, straight up murder him for, stealing a boat. He didn't even successfully steal the boat, and yet he was still hanged.
Yankee
I mean, he did get a nice little plaque here.
That is a bummer.
He was dumb.
You know, if I were him, I would haunt this place.
Yeah, I would too.
Totally.
He
know
didn't
what,
even
Yankee Jim?
successfully
Bullshit.
steal
You know
the
what? I hope you're
boat.
riding a speedboat in heaven.
Yeah. Oh, you know he's got a great speedboat up in heaven.
Yeah.
You were ahead of your time, Yankee Jim. Rest in peace.
Interestingly enough, Thomas Whaley was reportedly in attendance of that hanging, yet still purchased the land a few years later.
I just
a decision
didn't like
that
him.
would
Fair
literally
enough.
haunt him for decades to
Plus,
come.
the ghost
Thomas
doo-doo
and his
probably
family
wouldn't
would
be that
reportedly hear
bad,
heavy
so.
footsteps in the house, an occurrence that Thomas himself would attribute to the ghost of Yankee Jim. Anna Whaley
Yankee
also
Jim.
believed the house was haunted, and furthermore believed the property itself was cursed, and perhaps accounted for the tragedy that continually befell the family. But to finish this off, let's spend some time in the parlor, which is believed to be one of the most active areas in the house. This archway
Ghost
was the
doo-doo
spot
means
where
ghost
old
food.
Yankee Jim met his demise.
What do you think would be the
And
best
this was
tasting ghost food? Do you think it would be like they would taste the same as in the regular world, or would they taste better, or would they taste worse? Would there be like an inverse flavor situation? Would there be an entirely different plethora of foods? Like, would there? It's not like there's like a ghost hamburger or like ghost chicky nuggies. It's just like we have flambuga and it's like a meal and it's delicious. Is it like the Matrix? It's just aura? Or you just take a pill? Tacos are always good. True. Ghost tacos would also be good. Food that is just vibes. That sounds like if you went to a hipster restaurant and they handed you a menu. It was like good vibes or bad vibes. Hamburger. If I was a ghost, I'll definitely be a ghost cop. It'd be fun breaking the door down. And then everybody looks and there's nothing there. But then would another ghost cop come arrest you for being a reckless ghost cop? Is there like a ghost sheriff or like a ghost chief cop? Or like a ghost president? I don't know. Like, this goes all the way to the top. And they served you food on everything but a plate. What is that sub? r/we want plates. The ghost police system is probably broken in the same way that ours is. Gonna ghost defund the police, exactly.
Violet was taken when she was shot. This is where Mrs. Whaley was seen by the policeman.
I'm gonna.
Is there ghost systematic racism? Address it, ghosts.
What if we just one at a time?
What is this shit?
So it's more private. Just each of us try to.
You can't
just spend,
escape
like,
it.
5 minutes alone.
Let's do it before I change your mind. Come on, let's just do it.
Okay. I'll go first.
Renew the love for your skin with Dove. For instantly softer, smoother skin you can lovingly embrace.
You guys ever want to eat soap?
First.
All right.
5 minutes.
You're an idiot.
It's awfully quiet. Yankee Jim, I hear you're a fan of boats. You know, I myself would love a boat. I'm gonna be quiet now and just embrace the darkness.
It's not weird.
Here we go.
You're weird for not wanting to eat soap. It's like the things that turned into cakes. If there was something that looked like a delicious cake, but it was actually soap, I think you would eat it. I think
Please
you would.
do feel free to.
When she died, she had black eyes and broken teeth. That's according to one of the physicians. The other physician said she looked fine. So, hard to tell. Hard to tell, truly. Were you one of those weird dumbass kids that ate literal dirt and soil when you were a kid at the playground? No. I didn't even, like, eat glue. Like, I know some people liked the taste of glue. The only thing that I ate that was weird, I didn't, like, eat. But after I would play with Play-Doh, my hands would be salty. And so sometimes I'd, like, lick my fingers after playing with Play-Doh, which, thinking of that now, is disgusting. The amount of germs that I probably ingested from that. Disgusting. But it was salty and it tasted good, so I had to.
No.
I'm
make
sorry,
it stink
I had to.
or change the temperature. Give me goosebumps. Whatever you're feeling. Maybe you'd like to appear to me now and sing a little song
Lint liquor.
about boats. I tried to
The
talk
alliteration,
about boats,
though.
it didn't work. I found it very calming. I got to be honest. When my 5 minutes was up, I was
You
kind of bummed
lousy
because
lint liquor.
It was like almost like meditation.
Shane, I guess it's my turn.
Lousy lint liquor lizard brain.
Okay, you're gonna be okay, Ryan. You're gonna be fine.
The cereal lint liquor.
If it's any
Get like a wanted
consolation, if there's
poster.
anybody in here, I am
My face on
terrified.
it.
And if you're scared
The
of
lint
me,
liquor.
just know that if you show yourself in front of me, I'm gonna urinate all over this carpet. I do not want to see anybody. I'm not talking.
Annalise
oh
is
God,
like,
I don't want to talk to anybody. I'm
urine?
not talking to anybody. Oh, I'm losing it. I can't. Okay, is one of you messing with me? Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, something whispered in my ear. I can't. I can't. I can't.
Oh, Ryan.
So I sat in here for 5 minutes.
Oh,
They
Ryan.
locked me in here by myself, which I already was against from the beginning. Something breathed in my right ear. And it was so
I
prominent.
forgot
thought it
what
was
the
you messing
thing's
with
called.
me.
The thing on
I'm
your
in- I'm
stomach
honestly in
area.
shock right now.
Are you?
Belly button.
After being dedicated as a historic house on May 25th, 1960,
Is that what you're thinking of?
the Whaley House has received over 100,000 visitors per year, and a countless number of those people report paranormal experiences.
Belly
For there to
button.
be so many instances of reported paranormal activity in the house, I can certainly believe that it is haunted, especially when considering the history.
Cereal
But
belly
nonetheless,
button
whether or not
lint
the house is
liquor.
definitively haunted
That's a
will
tongue
remain
twister.
unsolved.
Okay, so I retained none of what we just watched.
On May 25th, 1960, the Whaley House has received over 100,000 visitors per year, and a countless number of those people report paranormal experiences. For there to be so many instances of reported paranormal activity in the house, I can certainly believe that it is haunted, especially when
So
considering
do we
the
think
history.
this place is actually
But
haunted?
nonetheless, whether or not the house is definitively haunted
Because everybody
will
died.
remain unsolved.
Everybody died here, so it's haunted. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I don't know what we just watched. The Whaley House. Remember she killed herself and she shot herself in the heart. We started talking about suicide. Cereal belly button lint liquor. 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 Slam. Bam. Thank you, ma'am. Belly button lint liquor. So, do we think the Whaley House is haunted? That's our question here. Ocean Man says yes. He got whispered to. Remember? There was a whisper. That was the only evidence I think there was the whisper. I'm not convinced. We're gonna need more than that. Also, I am drinking so much water. I have to pee once more. I will be right back and we will continue more spooks. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. Should I get some mochi? I think I'm gonna get mochi. Mochi. Strawberry. Not to offend, but I have never seen a flatter ass. I think that's Shane. Shane is very tall and very lanky, so you're probably right. Okay. All right, let's continue, shall we? What's the next
I mean, the
one?
thing is, people like Geico because it's just easy.
He could be a ghost
Abundant,
when you think about it.
We've got car insurance here.
We could all be
and home
ghosts.
insurance
Fucking
here.
Daniel.
Why not? Zhup, put 'em together.
Daniel.
Save even more.
Daniel.
This is the nightmare room. This is where we're sleeping tonight.
This week on Buzzfeed Unsolved, we explore one of the most haunted places in the world as part of our ongoing investigation to answer the question, are ghosts real? Right now we are sitting in the Queen Salon of undoubtedly the creepiest boat in the world. Allow me to introduce you to the Queen Mary.
Bit rude to call it the creepiest boat in the world.
I mean, that's
Queen
not
Mary.
an unfair statement, would you say, right?
We have strawberry. Strawberry. It's still kind of thawing a
Apparently
little bit.
this boat is 2 times the size of the Titanic.
2 times?
2 times.
Twice as likely to sink, baby.
That's not true.
It's true. All you need to know is I was here about 10 years ago and I said I'd never come back, and well, here I am.
You're not a man of your word.
I've known
You know,
plenty
I
of
will
people
say
that went
this
to
is
the
a
Queen
beautiful
Mary.
sunset, though. If there's one thing I could take solace in today.
It's that nice sunset. Enjoy it, Ryan. It's the last one
Super
you're ever
cool.
going to see.
I never went personally. Not because I was scared, but it was too far away from where I was. Oh, that's still too cold. My teeth. Ow.
Well, I'm back.
It's still frozen.
That is that.
Do you feel like it remembers you?
Got him.
I certainly hope not after what I
Embarrassing.
did last time I was here.
What did you do?
You'll find out.
Hello, doggo.
You mean that you think there's something about Mary? That
Indeed, yeah, that's exactly.
She might be a little bit enchanted.
Yeah, I think so. You know, when things are so pristine and beautiful like this, but vacant, there is something very unsettling to it. I don't know what it is.
What do you find unsettling about this?
lots of things. That being said, let's get into the history of this boat.
Yeah.
Named after Britain's actual Queen Mary, the Queen Mary was completed in the 1930s.
They do like a Halloween
and
thing
embarked on
every
its
year.
inaugural voyage on May 27th, 1936 from Southampton, England. The boat served as the new benchmark for luxury, containing 2 cocktail bars, 2 swimming pools, 5 dining areas and lounges,
Hot
a grand
damn.
ballroom, and much more. However, all that luxury would soon go to waste during World War II, when the ship
If
was
it was like the
repurposed as a
Titanic, then one of the
transportation-
tickets was hella expensive. Didn't we watch a video on the Titanic and it said in today's money, or I think maybe I watched it by myself. It was like $30,000 for a ticket in today's money and adjusted for inflation. Like each ticket was so expensive. So same for this, I feel, because it's twice the size, and it looks very fancy.
Vessel for troops and prisoners of war, and was
So we're
appropriately
talking-
painted gray. In fact, the ship was so much faster than enemy U-boats that it earned the nickname the Gray Ghost.
Did they paint it gray specifically
Some
for
rich
the
people?
war?
Question mark.
You don't think the Gray Ghost is a pretty cool nickname?
It is pretty
I never
badass
had a
name.
mochi.
Captain of the Gray Ghost.
You should
Tell
try
that
it
story in a bar.
sometime.
Oh, my ship? Well, she's called the Grey Ghost.
The ship was estimated to have carried over 800,000 servicemen throughout the war. In 1947, the
warship.
ship returned to the
I
Queen
see.
Mary status, and in 1965, it was sold to the city of Long Beach in California, where it is now docked permanently. Now that we've established the boat's history, let's take a second to revisit my own personal history.
Oh my
with
god,
this
what a
ship.
little baby.
God.
I've told Shane this story before, but about 10 years ago when I was it 10 years ago?
This is riveting.
When I was 17 years old, I visited this ship with a couple friends.
Oh my god.
I was really interested in the paranormal, but didn't believe it was a
Oh my
real
God.
thing.
Never thought I'd be back in this room.
He's so damn cute.
This
He's
was
a little
the,
baby.
This was my ghost
He looks
father.
like he was like 15 in that picture,
After
but he's
taunting the
supposed to
ghosts to
be
show
18
themselves and
or
coming up empty
17.
again, I returned disappointed to my hotel room on the boat, cabin B484.
Oh boy.
This is where the magic
It
happens.
hasn't changed one bit. It's exactly the same.
Which bed were you on?
I was sleeping right here.
On this one?
I was sleeping on the left side towards the wall.
You were hanging out. This looks like a Best Western.
That night when I slept, I was repeatedly poked in the face, but I was too scared to open my eyes, and when I finally did to confront the person I was sleeping next to, my friend Elvin, I discovered to my horror that he was actually fast asleep and snoring.
I thought maybe
He was fucking with
Ain't
you.
that like Alvin?
Yeah, maybe nothing. Maybe it was nothing. So I tried to push through it. I eventually did fall asleep. The next morning, I went into the bathroom. My friend Casey saw the sink turn on, so we set up a camera to try and catch that. So when we set up the camera, we actually caught, if you look in the footage at the left corner, there's a bag with toothpaste on top of it.
You'll never forget that plastic Ziploc bag.
Fuck you.
I'm getting chills seeing the actual toothbrush that has been so
Okay, see,
often
look it.
used.
You could see it.
It already happened?
Yeah, it already happened.
Not boding well, considering I didn't even catch
You were
it.
focusing on the wrong side of the screen.
Yeah,
There.
there's definitely a force
What?
at play there, though.
And what is that?
Gravity.
Play that again.
See it again.
Okay, you gotta admit, that looks weird. No? All right, so
It
let's
really doesn't.
rewind it again.
It happens at the exact same time that you throw your shit on the counter.
There's always something. Look
Yeah.
at the bag, how it moves. It's like,
Yeah, because there's toothpaste on it.
there's like a jitter. Watch.
Bags are stiff.
That's a
He
pretty
touched
firm
it.
movement. It almost looks like someone's puppeteering
He
it with a
touched
string.
it.
It's a
He
haunted
touched the
bag.
fucking shell.
You can't see that it flung it a little bit.
This toothpaste falls
Vibrations.
straight down.
It was
Gravity.
up and down.
Straight
Momentum,
up and down.
vortexes. Yeah, all of the above.
Straight down.
No, up and down.
Before that
I don't believe
toothpaste hit
it.
the floor,
Physics.
I didn't believe in ghosts. I thought this was all
Momentum.
BS. But what I saw in that bathroom changed me into the man that you see today. A firm believer in
Hey,
ghosts. and
Stefano,
the
welcome
paranormal.
back.
I've never
How
doubted
you
it
doing?
again. And I swore I would never return to this ship. And
We're
yet,
watching
here I sit
BuzzFeed
like a-
Unsolved, which is we're watching the Supernatural series. So it's a bunch of unsolved, spooky supernatural stories involving like exorcisms and haunted houses and stuff like that. So we're having a bit of a marathon. Right now we're watching a video on the Queen Mary, which is a haunted ship.
freaking idiot. So
I've told you numerous times that I would love to see something like that. If I just get one experience like that with definitive proof, maybe tonight's the night.
Just got out of a spooky D&D session.
That
Could be
being
better
said,
time. Nice.
Let's explore some of the paranormally active
Nice.
areas of the ship in my return to the Queen Mary.
Are
There
you guys
quite a
doing
few
like
documented
vampires and
deaths that occurred on
werewolves
the Queen
or?
Mary, and numerous more reported ones. So let's revisit a couple. In 1936, Sir Edgar Britton, the first captain
Sir
of the Queen
Edgar?
Mary, died of a stroke in his cabin. In 1949,
Bad
Senior
luck.
Second Officer William Stark accidentally drank laundry detergent stored in a gin bottle, thereby poisoning himself to death.
Who's storing?
Students
That's
with
where you put
ADHD
laundry
save 10
detergent.
hours study.
If you're trying to kill someone, he knew too much. He knew about the ghosts. They had to take him out.
Bottle, though.
Apparently, the captain at the time had a gin bottle in his room, and he said, "You know, you've been doing a good job today. Go to my room, pour yourself a drink." He failed to mention there was acid, or I've also heard it was detergent.
This doesn't taste like
Oh,
this burning
boy.
my tongue. I better swallow it. You imagine him just a minute after the guy left the room being like,
Oh shit! I hope he didn't drink the other bottle with the X's on it.
Oh darn it!
By the way, Shane, I have a bottle of whiskey in the room for you if you want to go take a
I'll
sip
go
of it.
let
yeah,
me go
good,
get that.
go. Yeah.
However, the most unfortunate deaths all occurred at one time. As I had mentioned before, the Queen Mary served as a transportation vessel during World War II. On October 2nd, 1942, the Queen Mary was being escorted from New York to Glasgow by another much smaller vessel called the HMS Curaçao. The Curaçao was zigzagging in
Ice
front of the Queen
cream!
Mary to confuse potential U-boats and
I'm
German
having
bombers.
mochi.
However, the Queen
Twins.
Mary, traveling at 28.5 knots, unexpectedly caught up to the Curaçao and consequently collided with the ship, splitting
Oh.
the HMS Curaçao in half.
Boy,
wrecked.
how much bigger was it? 20 times bigger?
20 times bigger.
Didn't
That just
stand a
fucking
chance.
cut through that thing like a hot butter patty.
Hot butter. A haunted house that attracts the spirits of everyone that dies in the Empire. Vampires and werewolves are not very scary for D&D. I see. Haunted house is much better. When I was 3 and drank bleach, that was in a water bottle near the kitchen sink. Oh! That's a good thing you survived. I mean, most of the time when people drink bleach, they just throw it up, right? I would hope so. It was petrol, I think. Oh, why was that in a water bottle? Or was it in like a gas canister and you were like, this looks tasty. It was in a Sprite glass bottle? Naturally, where you put your petrol. Think I can die for real. Are you invincible? You got the Mario star. Nice. You made some deal with the devil. Nice.
Butter patty?
Yeah, like a hot butter patty.
That's not what it's called.
Some members of the Curaçao were killed instantly on impact, while others were thrown into the freezing water, watching
Ooh.
as the men who remained on board sank, trapped within the remains of the vessel. And for those left in the water that didn't die from hypothermia, it is said that the current of the Queen Mary carried them in, chopping them up in the propeller.
Ugh.
That's all you gotta say about that?
Yuck.
Boats are tough, you know?
Boats are tough.
In the
Not an easy
propeller.
life. Boat life.
Due to war protocol, the captain of the Queen Mary, Cyril Illingworth, was not able to stop to rescue the passengers, and they pushed forward.
Sorry, we're going
reporting
too
the
fast.
incident
Can't slow
to
down.
Nearby British destroyers. But by the time the British arrived, about 2 hours later, it was too late. Many had already
No
died
shit.
from hypothermia, and of the 430 crew members on board the HMS Curaçao, only 99 survived. It is
Oh.
said that you can hear the screams of the Curaçao passengers in the boiler room
I
of the Queen
mean,
Mary.
99?
And some claimed that the
That's kind of a lot. They were out there for 2 hours? I mean, that's kind of impressive. I feel like you would have died of hypothermia a long time before then. I drank bleach when I was 3, got hit by a car 2 times, and literally had 2 strokes, and I'm here. Wow. Yeah, I think you unlocked the invincible attribute. Do you know the Dyatlov Pass? Is that something to do with, like, Chernobyl or something? No, I don't know.
bow of the ship
For some
is a
reason,
hotspot
it
due to
sounded
the
like
fact
one of
that
the
it's where
guys
the Queen
in
Mary
Chernobyl.
made contact with the Curaçao.
Are you scared right now?
No, I don't know that.
You're not fucking scared right now?
Are you just afraid of anything that's old?
Dude, do you have any idea where we are right now?
Old people
It's a
are
boat.
terrifying.
Right now we're in the bow of the ship.
Yeah.
This is where the ship struck the Curaçao.
We're in her belly.
That's the cargo hold. They used to keep POWs down there. I got a new toy. This is a
Pow
FLIR
box.
thermal camera. So if there's any ghosts here, we may be able to pick up their heat signature. Look at you. Look at your little stupid face.
Normally I'm against asking or communicating with ghosts, but if I'm truly gonna be actually an investigator in this, I have to, right?
Yeah, do it.
Do it.
Go on, Ryan. Go on, talk
You know
to
my
me.
history with this boat.
Be direct.
Shut up, shut up, shut up. First off, sorry for what I said last time.
What did you call it?
I called it a motherfucker, I called it a coward.
Ryan.
And I said, this whole ship is bullshit. We're not here to hurt you. Oh God. And I think
Hey
you're
there,
not here
demons.
to hurt me.
It's me, ya boy.
Though Ryan is very angry about
Iconic.
that toothpaste incident.
Shut up, Shane.
He told me before we got here.
Shut your stupid mouth.
Spirits? Spirit, show yourself.
No, don't. What are you doing?
You said to be direct.
Yeah, but don't be Bruce Willis from Die Hard.
Spirit.
We had a scavenger hunt one day for some youngsters. Well, no one ever found their way down there that day, so I was there by myself. And I'm sitting there tapping on the woodwork next to the porthole, and I thought, well, wouldn't it be weird if somebody responded? And lo and behold, just on the other side of the wall, I heard somebody go tap, tap. I mean, could it have been my imagination? Of course. Could it have been a spirit? Well, maybe.
Well, I tell you, I think it's a
You
ghost.
could try that.
I think that's a fucking demon.
Man, this.
Only demons know how to knock.
Wait.
It's just creaking, it's fine.
Why do they play those loud
Do it again.
noises? As if like that's a noise the ghost made.
Okay, we're good. Nothing happened. No, we're good. We're good again. Yeah, we're good. It's all good.
It's all good.
It's all good. It's all good.
Dude, he gets
Other
so
alleged
scared.
deaths include 2 women who drowned in the first-class swimming pool. One apparition appears in 1930s clothing, and the other in 1960s.
Captain
There
is
is
a
also
demon,
reports of a
true.
little boy who fell overboard near the pool who now haunts the passageway. A little girl named Jackie also is reported to haunt the swimming pool areas.
I just think it's embarrassing for them to drown
It's all
in a
his
pool on a boat.
That's true. Also, was there no lifeguard on duty?
You're on
God,
a thing
guys.
that has conquered buoyancy.
They drowned on top of the ocean.
Yeah.
In the ocean.
Yeah.
According to the ship's current captain, during World War II, a cook died in horrific fashion. Apparently, he was shoved into an oven by Australian soldiers and consequently burned to death.
Wait, what happened?
Australian soldiers they had picked up, who did not like the food, took this chef and instead of giving him 1 star on Yelp, shoved him into an oven. Maybe
Cooks
that's why they
actually-
created Yelp.
Yeah, cooks were tired of being murdered.
Many say his screams can still be heard.
Yeah, we heard a glass break a couple seconds ago too.
Yeah, did you hear that?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we are right next
Cool.
to. I mean, down the hall is the galley where the kitchen
Cool.
was.
Yeah, right? That must have been a big fucking
I'm a little
oven.
unnerved that the
A whole ass
clanking didn't
person
come
got in
from
there?
the kitchen.
That doesn't sit super well.
Oh wow, you're actually admitting to something for once. In 1966, an 18-year-old crewman was crushed by door number 13, an automatically closing door during a watertight drill. His ghost is sometimes seen wearing white coveralls.
Shit!
Looks very confusing.
You got
Looks like
crushed
it'd be
by a
pretty easy to
door?
get crushed to death here.
I mean,
Hot
this is just in
damn.
itself, even if this is not spiritually active. I mean, look at this place.
It's a marvel.
It's just massive.
There's just numbers. How could anyone possibly know what the hell's going on?
He's like,
down
this
here?
food is
13.
disgusting. I'm gonna eat you. I didn't think of it like that. I would rather eat human meat than what you just served me. That's what they were saying. The disrespect.
Is this where it has?
The drama.
Oh,
This is where lubrication happened. Huh? Lubrication oil pump controllers, to be exact.
A little semen lubrication.
Jesus Christ.
Huh?
No.
That's funny.
And I think this is it right here.
No, Shane.
This is door number 13. Do I feel strange right here? Yep, I don't like it. I'm gonna get out of that. It is crazy that of all the numbers, he could have gotten stuck in 13. Oh, man. Okay, now I'm starting to get scared again. Hello there, if there's anybody here, please
It means our best cook sushi.
show us a sign, make a
Wow. Bougie over here.
bang. Be nice.
I like to sous vide my human meat.
No. No fucking way, no.
He's
Clearly just some
so
machine turning on.
scared.
No, that's got to be that's an engine, right?
Raw
Probably.
tartar.
Or a ghost.
Right now, I'm talking to the gentleman who got
I'm
crushed.
more of like a
in the
sushi type
store.
of gal.
If you're here still,
Just a little strip on some rice.
please show yourself.
You're good to go.
I'm not seeing it. Just light bulbs and shit. Not seeing anything. Not seeing anything. Scanning, scanning.
Scanning. Analyzing.
You see something? Look at this. It's just a light. It's just a light. But it looks like someone looking out. Does that not?
Yeah, it does.
Holy
It looks
shit, dude. That
like
scared.
a Hey, how's it going?
Scared
Staring at
the holy shit out of me. Other hotspots on the ship include the engine room, the safe room, the R-deck forward bow storage, the wheelhouse, the propeller box, and finally
got
the
multiple
isolation
wheels?
ward, where the sick and those diagnosed
I
with a
don't get
contagious
it.
disease were kept away from the other passengers. And in some cases, the isolation ward served as a makeshift prison. Let's do this.
Ryan shit his pants. 100%.
Prison looks scared too.
Oh my god, I almost...
100%.
My fucking heart almost exploded, dude.
Your heart on exploded?
What? What the fuck, dude? Check that out.
Get him out of there, dude. He needs to take a timeout.
Let's
He's
move
getting
on to
too
the
worked
final
up.
stage of the investigation, spending the night on the ship. We've been given access to the most haunted
Yes,
cabin
let's do
on
it.
the Queen Mary. Cabin B340.
You're in
The devil
for a
number.
real experience tonight in there.
You're really gonna hate this.
I imagine I'm gonna hate this.
Evil bird.
Okay, about to look at this for the first.
Demon bird.
You've got to be fucking shitting
With
me,
an
dude.
oily
Are you
sheen.
fucking kidding me? Oh no, Ryan, no. No,
You gotta sleep in here.
Right? He's making it so much worse on himself.
Yeah, you're gonna lose your mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose my mind, of course. Workers that have worked on the
Captain.
ship for
I don't
decades,
trust him.
in some cases, they never go in there by themselves. And when
We
I told them
shouldn't.
that we're sleeping in there, they laughed.
Are
and
we
told
even
me-
sure he's really the captain? Are we sure we trust him? He could have just walked on, killed the captain, taken his clothes, and decided that he's the captain now. I think we should keep an eye on him. Things could go south very quickly.
I was an idiot to my face.
Well,
so that's fun.
He's a demon.
Albion
That's
Online
true.
is a sandbox MMORPG in
MMO?
which you write your own story.
MMO.
The cabin has reports of voices, beds shaking.
If
water
Scooby-Doo
running,
taught us
lights being
anything,
turned
it's
on
the
by
captain.
itself. In fact, cabin
Scooby taught me many
B340 has
things.
garnered so many reports and complaints of activity that it was actually shut down and ripped apart about 25 years ago. Since then, nobody's been allowed to
Oh,
sleep
that's
inside
nasty, bruv.
until tonight,
That's
where
nasty,
we
isn't
will
it?
attempt to sleep inside cabin B340 for the first time in nearly 25
Work for
years.
you, meddling
I don't
lit
think we've
lickers,
ever
belly
attempted
button
something
lit
more idiotic
lickers.
than this. Holy shit. Are you kidding me? This is a nightmare room. If there's anybody in here that wants to talk to us, say something. If there's, please God, no. If there, oops. Is that, did you just fart? You piece of shit, Shane. Oh,
did my fart scare you?
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
It was an accident. I didn't do that on purpose. I genuinely did
It
not.
just
do
slipped.
that.
It just slipped right out of your butt
slipped.
cheeks.
If I see anything at all
fantastic.
tonight that awakes something in me, then I'll join you in
And
this
you'll be-
weird little camp.
And you'll be me.
I'll
This
be
Phasma
you.
gameplay do be
Man,
looking
bed
differently.
shaking
I'm picking up some
next to
EMF activity over here.
Joke's on them. No bed to shake.
Back to catch the tail end of the stream. Welcome back, TC.
It's an empty
We're
room.
still watching some
It's-
spooky,
what is the ghost
spooky
even gonna
videos.
do in there?
I don't know. Poke me in the face like it did when I was 17.
He would fart.
Oh, crap.
That is
I'm
such a
already doing it.
Shane
I'm
thing
trying
to
psych
do,
myself out again.
Just focus on how tired you are.
right?
Oh, what the fuck is that? Is cats fighting?
Dude, what the fuck is going on?
Is there animals fighting?
I've literally
No,
gotten
it
to
doesn't sound
this
like
frame
animals,
of
it's like
mind, like paranoid. Sometimes if I'm like boking some schmeed, I'll be like paranoid as hell. I'll hear a noise and I'm like, that's somebody breaking in. That's got to be an alien. That's got to be Bigfoot. That's got to be fucking all the Ghostbusters and fucking a slime monster, I'll convince myself of all these things as I'm laying there in bed in the darkness. I've been where he's at. I empathize, Ryan. I get you. Is that Squatch? The Squatch.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. I mean, we tried to sleep at the Sally house, and every time I fell asleep, you woke me up.
Yeah, well, I can't make any promises that you're going to stay awake
I
tonight.
am going to go to sleep.
No,
and
you're not.
If you try to wake me up, I'm just going to ignore you.
I'm going to pour water on your face.
You do whatever the hell you want. I'm not
Put his
gonna
hand in warm
acknowledge you.
water, make him pee himself.
You know. What was that?
Yeah, no, some bullshit.
You didn't hear it?
No.
It sounded like a voice.
A voice?
Yeah.
You've somehow tricked me into not being upset that you're still talking, but I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna try again. I don't know what you did.
They're getting delirious now from lack of sleep. They're not thinking clearly.
You just kicked me? Yeah, I did, sorry. What the fuck?
We're still here.
Yeah.
I wasn't stabbed to death with a butter knife.
The room is clear.
The room is clear.
First the farts and now
And now it's just an empty, bare room appropriate for a sitcom exit.
Oh, we've had some fun times in here.
Farewell to the Queen Mary.
She's a beaut. You're a beaut. You're a beautiful lady. I love your bones.
The prodigal son returned today and didn't come back with as much evidence as last time, but what a ship still.
Oh, what a
ship.
And I'm still not prepared to say.
Damn,
this place
that's
is
a
not
ship
haunted,
right
because I
there.
very much believe it is.
So it remains.
The Queen Mary is an 80-year-old ship with plenty of rich yet tragic history. Are there actually ghosts?
Do
that
we
inhabit
think
the
she
halls
is
and decks of
haunted,
this
the
former
Queen
warship?
Mary?
Or is that merely part of the narrative? After spending one nearly sleepless night in the ship, I can certainly attest to the fact that the Queen Mary may be haunted. But as always, the answer will remain unsolved.
100% the captain. No, I agree. So should we have it, is it the captain or is it ghost? But at the same time, the captain could be a demon. So it could be both. So what do we do to remedy this situation? Is it the captain or is it any other ghost? That fart made them lose their minds just a little bit. You know, they say that smelling farts is good for you. His voice, it's something about him. That boy ain't right. I went there and it was freaky. You went to the Queen Mary? It was freaky, you say. Did you see that captain? Was he freaky in person? I have to know. I gotta know. So the question is, who is the baddie? Is it the weird captain or any other ghost? Or not haunted? Start the poll. Who is the baddie? Is it the captain? Is it any other ghost? Or just
No
not
ghosts
haunted?
are not real. It's just our monkey brains making ourselves anxious and paranoid about you something. If ghosts were real, why aren't they touching our devices and communicating? Why not touch a dial tone and literally tell everyone about the afterlife? Oh, they're so old they don't know phones? Oh, only ghosts from pre-1870 are allowed to do stuff.
Tell him. Hum. Speak on it. You ever meet someone and you got a weird feeling about him? Yeah, this captain specifically. I think it's the captain. He is definitely the culprit.
But spook stories are still dope. Carry on.
Thank you. Also, hi Super. How are you? How's your Friday going? We got 5 votes for captain, so I think that means we have to file an official complaint with the Queen Mary. We have to let them know, hey, guys, I don't know if you know this, but that captain of yours, he's haunted. He's a demon. Get him out of there before it's too late. I worked till 8 p.m. Oof. Big oof. Thank goodness you're done now. I almost phrased that in the incorrect way, but I didn't. The fact that they didn't question the captain more it just shows you that he mind controlled them. Oh, I want to watch the one that you sent me. The Dyatlov one. Hold on, let me find link. There we go. I found link.
Where's 007?
Strange deaths of the 9 hikers of Dyatlov Pass.
Don't do this.
I'm Ryan, that's
I
Brent.
did indeed get off. Fucking Brent? Fucking Brent again? Motherfucking Brent? Where's Shane? Watch Lemonos? Why? Why? I like to watch Ryan get scared. Okay. You don't have to convince me. He's so much better. Those are fighting words right there. You fucking Brent.
In early 1959,
Disgusting.
a group of hikers decided to head out on an expedition across a mountainous region of Western Soviet Union.
Alright, the
The
people
group
won't let me
consisted
know.
of 9 experienced men and women greatly familiar with the Siberian wilderness. Yet, this adventure would prove to be their last. Despite a criminal investigation, photographs and journal entries, the case remains unsolved after more than half a century. This is the case of Dyatlov Pass.
Yes. Let's do it. The Aykroyds.
In the early morning of January the 23rd, 1959, a ski and hiking team of 10 boarded a train headed for the Ural Mountains in the middle of the Soviet Union. The group consisted of 8 men and 2 women, with Igor Dyatlov as the group's leader. As the train
My day was
slowly
good.
advanced
How was your
deep
day,
into the
Super?
mountainous
How was
Siberian
work?
taiga, the group diary received a final entry. I wonder what awaits us on this hike. Will anything new happen? Over the next few days, the group
Zenaida. That's a
continued
pretty
to
name.
alternate between modes of transportation. First a bus, then a truck, then a horse and sleigh, and eventually they proceed on foot and skis. On January the 28th, one of the hikers named Yuri Yudin had begun to feel quite ill and eventually decided to head back, while the remaining group of 9 continued as planned. These photos were taken just before they parted ways, and it would be the last time he saw his friends
It's like
alive.
those
The group
pictures before disaster.
You know what's a really pretty name? One that makes people's hearts skip a beat. Kimmy.
Kimmy. Kimmy Guns in the chat for a cute emote. Kimmy hug or Darian hug. Kimmy please. Some of the best emotes, truly.
Soon their expedition across the snow-covered outback and documented everything of note using diaries as well as multiple cameras. Recovered photos and journal entries suggest that the trek progressed as one would expect, with no unforeseen complications. Just lots of snow, bitter cold, and an increasingly arduous landscape. On February the 1st, they reached the foot of a mountain known to the indigenous Mansi population as Dead Mountain. They spend the better part of the day progressing up the slope and eventually decide to set up camp only a few hundred meters from the peak.
I may have heard about
These are some of the last photos recovered from the cameras, and the last sentence of the final entry reads, "It is difficult to imagine such a comfort on the ridge, with shrill, howling wind hundreds of kilometers away from human settlements."
That sounds bleak.
A few weeks later, friends and relatives begin to worry. No one has heard from Igor or any of the other members of the group. After much debate, a team of volunteers eventually head out to find them. On February the 26th, the search party is finally able to locate the camp on the slope. It's obvious to the first at the scene that something has gone horribly wrong. The tent is in scrambles, covered by a thin coat of snow. The hikers' belongings and equipment was found orderly placed inside the tent, but the tent itself had been slashed open with a knife from the inside. The next day, 9 pairs of footprints lead the search volunteers down the slope towards the nearby woods, given that the footprints left rather mild indentations in the snow, would suggest that they descended the slope in a rather calm and orderly fashion, as opposed to running away in panic.
Without all their stuff?
The footprints could be tracked for about half a kilometer from the tent until the trail was completely covered by snow. So they continued in the
Ice
direction
aliens
of the trail
confirmed.
and under
Ice
a
aliens.
large cedar tree at the edge of the forest, next to the remains of an improvised campfire.
They were
found the frozen bodies
abducted.
of Yuri Doroshenko and Yuri Krivonoshenko. It would take over 2 months for the bodies of all 9 hikers to be recovered. The first 2 were found severely underdressed. No jackets, no pants, no gloves, hats, boots, or anything else one might expect given the frigid climate.
God, that's dark.
Only light shirts, underpants, and socks. At the time of their death, it would have been around 30 degrees below zero. The cedar tree had signs of damage, as if someone had climbed it, with branches broken up to 5 meters high. Perhaps they were attempting to locate a tent in the pitch-black darkness, or perhaps they were trying to hide from someone or something. The next 3 hikers were found at varying distances between the tent and the tree, covered by a few centimeters of snow. They were better dressed than the previous 2, but not by much, as they still lacked essential items such as boots, hats, and gloves. They were all found facing the direction of the tent as if they were struggling to return at the moment of death. While some of them had sustained minor injuries, all 5 had died of hypothermia. It should also be noted that 4 of them had died while intoxicated.
Okay.
The last 4 hikers were found.
That was the part, because I was like, what if... Yeah, there's so many theories. Like, my brain is just like going a mile a minute. So I'm thinking like drugs initially, or like alcohol, being inebriated. Like 2 of them ran off. They were having a fun night, and then the others went to go like get them because they were drunk. So like, okay, like let's go save them or whatever. And then they just got lost, I guess. But that doesn't even make complete sense anyway.
Bottom of a small hill covered by 3 meters of
drunk
snow.
Guy fucked up the tent. All it takes is one drunk guy.
In the opposite direction,
and everyone ends
of
up
the
dead.
3 of them had sustained lethal injuries. 1 had a fractured skull, and 2 had fractured multiple ribs and suffered massive internal bleeding. The medical examiner believed the injuries had been sustained from a fall and compared it to a car crash. The injuries had been sustained while they were all alive and could not have been inflicted by another person. 2 had also been found with gaping eye sockets, and 1 of the women had a missing tongue. The last of the 4 had a broken nose and a deformed neck, but died of hypothermia. The most mysterious of all, 3 articles of clothing were later found to be abnormally radioactive. On May the 28th, the criminal case was discontinued with a cryptic and incredibly vague conclusion. The lead investigator writes in the final report, "The cause of death was an unknown compelling force which the hikers were unable to overcome." Not exactly the most satisfying answer and barely a conclusion
like that vortex
at all.
from earlier.
So, just in case the Galactic Empire had nothing to do with the death of the hikers, is it possible to explain some of the more enigmatic details in a less vague yet credible fashion? Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, right.
The fact that
I can read
Dubinina
their
was
minds
missing her
actually
tongue
after
has
they're
been
dead.
taken way out of proportion. Some say that it was cut off or ripped out while she was still alive. Others say it was eaten by scavengers after death, while some even claim the tongue was later found somewhere else. But I've read the medical reports, and this is what it says. The diaphragm of the mouth and the tongue is missing. That's it. There's nothing about cutting or ripping or anything. I don't know how or where it began, but there seems to be an exaggerated importance placed on this missing tongue, while in reality, it's a rather minor detail. At least the medical examiner believed it to be a minor detail, otherwise he would likely have elaborated further.
Her heart is just
For example,
missing.
the same section of the same report states, "Gaping orbits.
Gaping.
The eyeballs are absent." Equally mysterious, right?
Gaping
well,
orbits.
no, because the medical examiner does provide an explanation for both. Soft tissue injuries to the head are post-mortem changes to Dubinina's corpse, which was recently exposed to water prior to detection. He even adds putrefaction and decomposition in parentheses to clarify exactly what he means. And this was not even exclusive to
could have been
Dubinina,
animals
as the
that ate
4
them?
last
That
bodies
seems
were
so
all
specific.
damaged due to the melting snow. Now, some who claim that her
Like,
tongue
why
must have
just
been
the eyeballs
removed
and the
while she
tongue?
was still alive have pointed to the fact that she had about 100 grams of blood in her stomach. But that's not exactly true either. The relevant portion of the forensic examination reads, the stomach contained up to 100 cubic centimeters of a dark red, slimy mass.
Red slimy
That's about 10
mass.
centiliters of something, most likely food, mixed with something red, most likely blood. So we don't know how
internal
much
bleeding?
blood was in her stomach, just that there was blood
Or
in
she
her stomach.
ate some blood?
Which isn't that strange, given that she was suffering from massive internal bleeding.
All right. I'm like, okay, are we saying she's
One
a
of the
vampire?
most mysterious aspects of
Where are we
this
going with
case
this?
is that 3 separate articles of clothing discovered on 2 of the bodies were found to be radioactive, which does indeed sound a bit mysterious, but you have to keep in mind that almost everything is slightly radioactive. So we need more details. The radiological studies claim that under normal circumstances, an area of 150 square centimeters should not exceed 5,000 disintegrations per minute. Only 3 articles of clothing
It's
exceeded or
Voldemort.
equaled that limit at
dang
5,000
Tom Riddle
dpm,
again.
5,600 dpm, and 9,900 dpm. The only explanation given
like that
in the
captain
report
again.
is
He's
that
making a comeback.
the clothes were contaminated as radioactive dust fell from the atmosphere, or the clothes were susceptible to contamination when in contact with radioactive substances. In other words, they were unable to determine exactly how the clothes were contaminated, but it's not unrealistic to believe it to be a result of natural processes. But
Why
just
would there
in case
be
it wasn't due to the elements, there
radiation
may
there?
be an alternative
In,
explanation.
like, the middle of, like, a
Kolevatov
blizzard.
had previously worked at a facility developing nuclear materials, and Krivonoshenko had previously worked at a top-secret plutonium production
Aw.
plant for nuclear weapons.
He has cute ears. Cute.
And the 3 articles of radioactive
What's
clothing
up? Welcome
belonged
in.
to Kolevatov and Krivonoshenko.
I suppose it can be everywhere.
Around the time of the hikers' disappearance,
like-
numerous sources
But like, in this case, how does this make any sense? That's just my all 11 inches. Nice. Very nice. Also, yeah, we have to also remember that Bigfoot exists, and he is also radioactive, and he has an oily sheen. It's all lining up. Or one guy has a trinket that's super radioactive and didn't know. And was going mad with radiation sickness. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe you should be the detective here, because that makes a lot of sense. Articles of clothing were from the 2 that worked on radioactive facilities. Oh, he said that? Oh, well, okay. That makes sense. I didn't catch that. That would definitely explain the radiation.
claim to have seen UFOs in the form of orbs of light moving across the night sky for a few seconds up to several minutes. These include 3 soldiers and 2 different hiking groups. Some witnesses also claim that the indigenous Mansi population, as well as a group of geologists, had told them that they had observed fireballs in the sky around the time of the incident.
Yeah, they were drunk. So, I mean, the problem with that, too, with them being drunk, is that you're more dulled to, like, pain. So they probably weren't super aware of, like, how bad it was. British accent. Okay, if I fucking must. I'm gonna go back a little bit.
And as well as a group of geologists had told them that they had observed fireballs in the sky around the time of the incident. The problem with UFO sightings is that they are, well, unidentified and often unverifiable.
Thank
as a
you,
result.
11 inches.
Only
I appreciate
one of the
it.
hiking groups reported to have seen the UFO during the night of the incident, while the other sightings occurred before or after.
They saw the aliens.
Then
They
there's
saw
this.
them.
This is the very last photo taken with one of the hikers' cameras. It
They were trying to
appears
punch
be
the
a photo
snow.
of some type of light source taken in the middle of the night. Unfortunately,
Yo,
the
thank
photo
you
is
very
about
much
as
for the Prime
undescriptive
sub,
as the
11 inches.
UFO it is
Thank you.
claimed to depict. It could
Thank you,
no
thank you,
doubt
thank you,
be
thank
a
you, thank you
photo
for
of
the
a
Bezos
UFO, and
money.
it could no doubt be a photo of a candle, flashlight, fire, stove, or
appreciate it.
anything else. But let's assume that it is a photo of something in the night sky. What could it
God.
potentially be depicting? I can think of a few possibilities. A rocket, A piece of a rocket,
Gotta support
man-made
small
space
streamers.
debris during
Indeed.
re-entry, a crashing aircraft,
Absolutely.
or perhaps a meteor. None of which would be too surprising given that this is the Soviet Union in the middle of the Cold War as well as the space race, so there would have been a lot of aerial activity. At the time when space exploration was about as fresh as a prince living in an affluent LA neighborhood, it's not surprising that people were unable to identify the mysterious lights. Regardless, it could not have landed close to the hikers as it would have been found by the search teams. And if the object had already been recovered, there should have been evidence in the form of a crash site, footprints and other activity on the ground. So, given the fact that there is no obvious connection between the UFO and the hiker's disappearance, I'll put this in the spooky red herring box.
Spooky.
So, what happened? Why did they leave
Oily
the tent?
aliens.
Why was it slashed open from the inside? How
Hear
did
me
some
out
of them
here.
sustain such major injuries while the others simply succumbed to the cold? Why were so many of them underdressed? I think the biggest mystery is how it's been able to remain a mystery given the abundance of information. So after spending the better part of this month hiring multiple Russian translators reading through a massive amount of material ranging from theories about a KGB cover-up to a simple avalanche accident, this is what I believe to be the most credible
Tell me what you believe, love.
explanation. First of all, why would they leave the tent? That seems to be the most important missing piece of the puzzle.
How did they
I
not
would
build a
argue
single
that the only
snowman?
thing that could make them leave would have to be an immediate threat inside the tent. If something was outside, such as an animal or a UFO, then there would be no reason to cut the tent open. There were no signs of an avalanche, however, they could have escaped believing an avalanche was tumbling towards them. The problem with that theory is that the footprints show them walking in a calm and orderly manner down the slope,
true.
as opposed to running away in panic. So something caused them to panic
He did
inside
the Malaysian
tent,
Flight
but
372.
once outside, they calmed down and
The
made
captain
a
of the
conscious
Queen Mary?
decision to walk down the slope.
Pixel Gamer,
Now,
hello,
take
welcome.
a look at this photo. The pipe sticking out of the
How are you
tent
doing
entrance
today?
is the exhaust pipe of the internal stove. This was a completely unique and homemade design as the leader of the group had built the stove himself. We know they had used the stove on the night of the incident before the incident took place, as partially eaten pieces of fried ham and bacon were found inside the tent. I think that after disassembling the stove and removing the exhaust pipe, the embers inside the stove were accidentally reignited. As the exhaust pipe had been removed, the smoke would have filled the tent in seconds. As they attempted to get control of the flame, they cut a few holes at the top of the tent to vent the smoke. When that didn't work and it became increasingly difficult to breathe, the side of the tent was slashed open and they all escaped in a state of panic. There's even more evidence to support this
That
theory.
makes a lot of
Several
sense.
members of the group were found with burn marks on both their bodies and clothing, which could definitely have been a result of the improvised fire under the tree, or perhaps a scalding hot metal stove. Some of them were also found with blood around their mouth, and coughing up blood could be a symptom of smoke inhalation. Then there's this photo
That's
taken
rough.
the day before the incident. The jacket has obviously been burned, but the question is how? It's possible that sparks from
He
the
looks so
stove
proud of
had
himself.
accidentally set the jacket aflame. Okay, so they make it outside and quickly realize what a terrible situation they're in. Sub-zero temperatures, no
Yeah.
shelter, underdressed, in the middle of a snowstorm, in the middle of the night, in the middle
Localized
of
entirely
nowhere.
in your kitchen.
At this point, I think one or more of them made a decision to head for the nearest shelter,
Can I see
which
it?
they
No.
would have known to be the woods. The reasoning behind this decision is likely multifaceted. The smoke from the tent could have made it impossible to stay within its proximity, and or the smoke may have caused them to believe that the tent was on fire. Some of them were intoxicated, which could have affected their judgment as well as their sensibility to the cold. And they may also have believed to be closer to the woods than they actually were. So they finally reached the woods and immediately set out to make a fire. Some climbed a tree and scavenged the surrounding area, while those who are more
they tried
properly
to survive.
dressed head a bit deeper into the woods. About 75 meters from the tree, 4 of them trigger a minor avalanche, taking them over the edge of a ravine with a drop of about 3 meters. As the bottom is filled with rocks and ice, they sustain lethal injuries. 3 of the other 5 hikers decide to head back for the tent, while the remaining 2 slowly freeze to death around a fading flame.
Yeah, shit hit the fan very quickly. Like, they fucking... The smoke went everywhere. They didn't have enough clothes on. They're running away. Then all of a sudden, 3 of them fucking fall off a cliff and die. The smoke was from, they had like an indoor oven type thing. And it had a spout that was supposed to go outdoors. But I think it got like clogged or something. And so then the smoke started filling inside from the oven, I believe. Swamp butt is their real problem. Swamp butt is everyone's problem. Has life been hitting anyone else like a truck on a highway lately? Oof. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. I hope it gets better soon. Middle of blizzard in Russia, good luck. Exactly. Oof. That's a sad one. Just get off soon. Oh no, our Royal Library music. What happened? Did they not learn from Hitler? Jesus, like, learn history, boys. God, like, read a book once in a while.
Now with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 on Verizon 5G, there's no more fear of missing out. Download a movie on the go.
The vanishing of Flight 370.
Just let me know.
Wait, so what was... I mean... Is there even anything to vote on that last one? Dyatlov Pass? It's kind of like, it makes sense, right? Do you honestly not know about... No, I know it. I know that it disappeared. I don't know much about it, but I know that it disappeared. It was the captain. Vote if the hikers did a dumb thing or not. Dude, getting drunk and falling off a cliff, very not poggers. It's a very sad moment. Is that fucking shit kind of loud though? It's kind of fucking loud though. Okay, alright. Alright. And they really have no way of knowing what happened? Yeah, maybe they were drunk and they were impaired in their judgment.
370, good morning. Malaysian 370, stand by.
At Kuala Lumpur International Airport, a Boeing 777 is preparing for departure.
The cannibal story?
370, request level.
Do I?
370, we are ready, requesting flight level 350
Maybe?
to Beijing.
Malaysian Airlines Flight 370
There was like
is
a
daily
cave
passenger
with
flight
cannibalism,
between
right?
Kuala
Or
Lumpur,
something?
Malaysia and Beijing, China.
370, 32 right of takeoff. Nice.
I have short-term memory loss.
42 minutes past midnight, Flight 370 is given clearance to depart. On board are Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah, First Officer Farik Abdul Hamid, 10 cabin crew members, and 227 passengers.
Number control, Malaysian 370. Malaysian 370, Lumpur radar, good morning. Climb flight level 250. Morning, level
This like
250,
airplane
Malaysian,
chatter, does anyone else
370.
find this like oddly soothing?
Malaysian 370, climb flight level 350.
Part of me kind of likes it.
350, Malaysian 370.
Less than an hour into the flight, the plane is cruising over the South China Sea at an altitude of 35,000 feet. The
It's,
night
like, oddly
sky is
soothing.
clear, and the weather is calm. Flight 370 is then instructed to signal air traffic control in Ho Chi
It was a flight that crashed and they had to force themselves to eat the other dead passengers. They made a movie about it. Ah. You know, I would probably remember if we like watched a video on it. It would probably ring a bell. That sounds like something we would talk about.
mid-Vietnam, as it is about to enter Vietnamese airspace.
Screaming not
the
so
flight
much.
controller in Kuala Lumpur says goodnight, with no sign that anything should be amiss.
Malaysian 370, maintaining level 350. Malaysian 370. Malaysian 370, maintaining level 350. Malaysian 370. Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9. Good night.
So this is them like checking in every so often. And it's like nothing sounds weird. Everything sounds
1
normal.
minute and 43 seconds later, the aircraft suddenly vanish from radar screens at Kuala Lumpur, Ho Chi Minh, and Bangkok. This form of positional tracking depends on a signal being emitted by one of two transponders aboard a plane, and so its disappearance would suggest both transponders ceased to function, or the system was manually deactivated by someone on board. All subsequent attempts to contact and ascertain the whereabouts of Flight 370 are unsuccessful. The aircraft has seemingly vanished without a trace.
Vanished and
After missing its scheduled time of arrival in Beijing some 4 hours later, Flight 370 is officially declared missing. And in the wake of that announcement, the most expensive search effort in aviation history is about to commence.
Right? You get no closure whatsoever. You have to just think for the rest of your life, like, okay, they just straight up vanished. Anything could have happened. You have no idea.
The search was initially
Ghost
concentrated
plane.
around the location of the flight's disappearance between the South China Sea and the Gulf of Thailand. The search area was soon expanded, however, after the
it's like
Malaysian
the
military disclosed additional information.
Bermuda Triangle.
Unlike the radar system employed by air traffic control,
The Thai
long-range
rhombus.
military radar does not rely on transponders
deadly
but
cousin.
use reflectance to track the position of aerial targets. A review of the data collected by the Malaysian military revealed that moments after contact with Flight 370 was lost, the aircraft had deviated from its scheduled flight path with a subtle turn to the right, followed by a prolonged turn to the left. The aircraft had then flown back towards and across the Malaysian peninsula before turning right near the island.
That
of
island looks like a
Penang.
turtle.
It maintained this northwesterly heading until it escaped the radar's coverage. Over the next few days, the Strait of Malacca, the Andaman Sea, and the Bay of Bengal was scoured by a multinational fleet of aircraft and vessels, but there was no
Awkward,
trace
I was
of
born
Flight
on that
370.
island. It
Meanwhile,
looks like a turtle.
investigators began to analyze the aircraft's satellite
awesome.
communication records. Like all modern airliners, Flight 370 was equipped with a
Were you
satellite
really?
communications terminal, or SATCOM, to send...
Were you really? You were born on the Turtle Island? Oh my god, that's so neat. Fiance coming in clutch with 10-piece McNuggets. Yo, 10-piece nuggies. 10-piece nuggies. What dipping sauce? I have to know. Did we get any dipping sauce? Penang. Penang?
Received transmissions to and from the ground. Prior to departure, the SATCOM terminal had logged onto the satellite network and established a connection with a ground station in Perth, Australia. That station then maintained a detailed record of all the incoming and outgoing traffic between it and Flight 370. This is what it contained. Prior to the flight's disappearance over the South
Sweet
China
and
Sea,
sour. Good
everything appeared to be
choice.
working as intended. Then, at some
I
point
like
during this portion of the flight,
Barbecue,
the SATCOM
honey
link
barbecue,
was severed.
and honey mustard. I
For
get one of each,
whatever
and I
reason,
alternate.
The terminal
I also like
ceased to
ranch.
respond.
Ranch is a
But
classic.
3 minutes after the flight vanished over the Andaman Sea, the terminal requested to log back onto the network. The SATCOM link was successfully re-established and was not disrupted again until nearly 6 hours later, when the flight is presumed to have crashed due to fuel exhaustion.
No, you're a classic. No,
During these
you are.
final hours,
No, you're
2 attempts were made to
breathtaking.
contact the plane via satellite telephone. Both calls were acknowledged by the SATCOM terminal and would have been routed to the cockpit. Yet, they went unanswered. The terminal had also responded to 5 automatic status requests. In short, if the ground station had not heard from the aircraft in over an hour, it would transmit a signal to confirm the terminal was still online. While these transmissions did not contain any
I got some
information
oil
about
for
the
my
flight's
mic arm.
position,
I'm gonna put it on
investigators
after
were able to
stream.
measure the distance between
Hopefully
the
it'll get rid of the
satellite
squeak.
and the aircraft at the time of each transmission, based on how long it took
I got
those
oil.
transmissions to be sent and received. This generated 7
got car
rings
oil. Is
of
that
possible
okay?
locations from which 7
Is
of
that
these
alright?
transmissions are thought to have originated. By taking
I
fuel
figured that would
consumption,
work.
speed, and other factors into account, flight path analysis indicated the most probable origin of the final transmission to be somewhere along this arc in the southern Indian Ocean. The search effort shifted accordingly, and as the region fell within the jurisdiction of Australia, the Australian government took charge of the operation. Over the next few weeks, the search area was progressively refined to account for oceanic drift as well as improved estimations of the flight path. But this part of the southern Indian Ocean is so remote it took 6 days just to get there.
Oof.
A new fleet of aircraft and vessels gradually covered more than 4.5
it could just be gone in the ocean.
million square
That seems like the most
kilometers of
likely
ocean.
explanation.
But Flight 370
I mean,
was
it's gotta
nowhere
be.
to be found.
Where are you gonna hide a fucking plane?
This game
Is more
you're
than a
not
game.
ready for it.
If the impact with the ocean
Like,
had
I
been
guess the other
sufficiently
explanation is
forceful,
aliens?
it was possible the resulting sound had been recorded by underwater listening devices known as hydrophones. This possibility was investigated,
we have those?
and 4 hydroacoustic monitoring stations had recorded something.
That's so cool. British accent, okay, if I must. If I must.
While the timing
That's
and
so
direction of
fucking
the sound
cool.
were reasonably consistent with the final satellite transmission,
I could hide
the
a plane in my
estimated
pocket.
origin was
Have you
not.
got a plane in
The
your
sound was
pocket?
in
Are
all
you just
likelihood
happy to
caused by
see
nothing more
me?
than geological activity. Flight 370 was also equipped with 2 underwater locator beacons which had a battery life of some 40 days. And as
Hey,
the
that's
deadline
Honeywell
approached in
brand.
early April,
That's the
signals
brand
with a
of my
pulse and
AC
frequency somewhat
unit.
similar to the signal emitted by the beacons were detected at depths of up to 3,000 meters. An autonomous submersible then spent weeks scanning the seafloor where the signals had been detected, but no wreckage was ever found.
Why didn't they deploy Aquaman? This seems like
And
right up
nothing
his
would be
alley.
found until more than 16
Get
months
Jason
later,
Momoa.
when a discovery was made on the
Jason
opposite side
Momoa.
of the Indian Ocean.
Momoa.
On the 29th of July 2015, a group of people were cleaning up a beach in Reunion,
Get
a
him out
small
here.
island to the east of Madagascar, when they stumbled upon this 2-meter-long metallic object covered in barnacles. Aviation experts quickly
barnacles.
identified the object as a section of an aircraft wing known as a flaperon. Upon closer inspection, internal markings
Flaperon? I
including
barely know
dates
her.
and serial numbers conclusively ascertained the flaperon belonged to Flight 370. Even though Reunion
was
Island is some 4,000
stupid.
kilometers west of the search area, and more than a year had gone by since the flight disappeared, the location was consistent with simulations of debris dispersal patterns. There was now tangible evidence that Flight 370 had crashed somewhere in the Indian Ocean. The discovery of the flaperon prompted numerous searches along beaches and shorelines of southeastern Africa, and at least 31 additional items of interest have since been recovered.
But what
and
about the
examined.
people? Wouldn't we
Some
have
of these
seen a
items
person?
include a section of the outboard
Like
flap
clothing?
from the right wing, a piece of cowling from one of the 2 engines,
Like luggage?
a
or
partial
something?
door from the nose landing gear, a section of the vertical stabilizer, and a mangled casing from one of the embedded headrest monitors.
Oh.
18
Arr.
of these items were identified as either likely, highly likely, or almost certain to have originated from Flight 370, whereas only 3 could be confirmed. The remaining 11 could not be identified.
What?
They were
If 3 of them are confirmed, then case closed, no? What, is a part of it just gonna fall off? That's what happened. It's in the ocean, bruv.
were no traces of an
That's it.
explosion found on any of the debris tested, nor was there any evidence of a fire except for 3 small burn marks on one of the unidentifiable items. The search for debris was further aided by Earth observation
But why did
satellites.
the aliens take
Analyses
apart
of
the plane
satellite
parts?
imagery from March of 2014 uncovered a number of images which appear to feature
cover up the
man-made
mess, love.
objects
That's
floating
what it
on
is.
or just below the surface in the southern Indian Ocean. However, the images were not nearly sharp enough to resolve any identifiable markings, and
Made quite a
multiple
bit more of a
searches
mess,
notwithstanding,
actually.
this debris was never recovered. A satellite image taken mere hours after the final transmission also captured what appeared to be a contrail some distance away from the
that's
search
neat.
area. A later analysis, however, concluded it was most likely a shadow from a somewhat linear cloud formation.
That's not cool, actually. That's fucking lame, actually. Lame.
The underwater portion of the search continued for
Oi,
months
bruv.
and eventually years before it was finally suspended in early 2017, by which point some 120,000 square kilometers of seabed had been scrutinized. The search effort was then resumed by an American salvage company known as Ocean Infinity, but after more than a year of searching,
but like
they too came up empty-handed.
we've only explored like what, like fucking 10% of the ocean or something like that. Like 10%, 5%. Oh Jesus, 5%. Whew, that's even worse than I thought. It's probable if it was on fire and didn't hit the water in a controlled landing, but it could have hit the water at speed, spun, and broke apart. True. But why did it cut out? Why did they... Why? The mystery is why it happened, I see. So I have good listening comprehension. That's good to know. Good to know.
Unless
It's just water? How do you know that? How do you know that? It's unexplored. It could be fucking... It could be aliens. Ocean big, that's true.
Final resting place
Ocean
of Flight
big.
370 can be located, it may be impossible to determine exactly
Why
why
the pilot
it crashed.
do what he did?
Nevertheless,
Why he like
there have
that?
been no shortage of theories.
Source, trust me.
On the day of the disappearance, two of the passengers raised suspicion as they had boarded the flight with stolen passports,
Atlantean
which
folks.
immediately
True.
prompted concerns of a hijacking. But investigators were unable
They
to link
created
the two men to any
Atlantis.
terrorist organizations, and soon determined they had traveled under false identities because they were seeking asylum, not due to any nefarious intent. Similar suspicions were raised when one of the passengers were identified as a flight engineer, who might have possessed the necessary expertise to take control of a Boeing 777. Apart from the 239 persons on board, Flight 370 carried nearly 11 metric tons of cargo. Among the items listed on the
cocaine.
flight manifest was a shipment of lithium-ion batteries, which led some to suspect a fire might have broken out mid-flight. For instance, the crash
it's
of
like,
UPS Airlines Flight 6 in September of 2010
I went to the British accent again.
was the
It's like the
result of a
androids
fire
that were
that was
exploding.
ignited by a pallet of lithium-ion batteries. Another potential source of ignition would be an electrical malfunction. The crash of Swiss Air Flight 111 in September of 1998 is thought to have been caused by a fire within the electrical wiring above the cockpit. The fire damaged and disabled multiple avionic systems, including the transponders and SATCOM. In the case of Flight 370, the sudden loss of communication and subsequent deviation from its scheduled flight path might have been a direct response to a fire. The two pilots may have turned back towards Malaysia to attempt an emergency landing at the nearest suitable airport. But no such attempt was ever made. Instead, Flight 370 kept going and remained aloft for another 6 hours. Some have theorized the crew might have been incapacitated by a sudden or gradual loss of cabin pressure. For instance, when Helios Airways Flight 522 failed to pressurize in August of 2005,
There's a
the pilot
conspiracy with the
quickly fell
aliens.
unconscious. Yet the aircraft continued to fly on autopilot for more than 2 hours until it ran out of fuel. Airline pilots are of course trained for such an event. In the event of cabin depressurization, an automatic system is designed to deploy oxygen masks to give the pilots enough time to perform an emergency descent.
So it
to a more
seems like it's
breathable
not an
altitude.
emergency land
The
situation.
data recorded by the Malaysian military radar does indeed contain altitude information, but it is highly inconsistent. In fact, a Boeing 777 is incapable of performing the extreme altitude fluctuations recorded. At one point, the aircraft exceeded its maximum operating altitude by more than 15,000 feet before making a 50,000 feet nosedive in less than a minute. Attempts to
Oh my
recreate
god,
these
can you imagine that? Horrifying. Horrifying. Oh my god. In a minute? Bro, that's terrible. That is the worst thing I've ever seen. That gives me like chills up my spine, dude. Imagine being in the bathroom when that happens. Exactly. If it was a hijacking that they were fucking stupid as hella and had no clue what they were doing and the plane was damaged. Right. I know, at first I was like, okay, it could have been like a hijacking, but it doesn't really seem like it. God. Wait, has anybody here flown out of John Wayne Airport in Orange County. It's a very specific airport, and because of the noise ordinances, they have to take out very vertically. Oh my god, it's awful. You went to UCI? Oh my god, super, no way. That's so cool. Oh my god, it makes my stomach drop. I would recommend against it. But yeah, since it's so loud for the plane to take off, they have all the rich people in Orange County were like, you need to quiet this shit down. So now they have them take off more vertically instead of like at an angle, and it's very uncomfortable. But it keeps the noise down. So this, no thank you.
Maneuvers on a flight simulator
thank
were
you.
unsuccessful, and thus the data was deemed inaccurate and unreliable. If Flight 370 did lose cabin pressure at 35,000 feet, and the pilots were incapacitated before descending to a more oxygenated altitude, it might explain why the aircraft remained aloft for as long as it did. What is a bit more difficult to explain, however, are these alterations in heading. Flight simulations have established the aircraft must have been under manual control during the initial left turn, as the bank angle or inclination of that turn was beyond the limits of the autopilot. Subsequent turns, however, could have been either manual or automatic. But for the autopilot to have made these course corrections, someone with the requisite knowledge must have programmed it to do so. The only other alternative is that the aircraft was in fact under manual control.
Bye, TC. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate
120
you.
nights to ensure your mattress is right for you, because it takes
Good
time
night.
to recover
Sleep
from junk
tight.
sleep.
You've never been outside of Brazil, but it sure seems like a fun ride.
In late June of 2014, several news outlets
is a fun
reported that the
experience,
special investigation
but you
had
think you might
identified the
die.
captain of Flight 370 as a prime suspect. A
It's like a
search
roller
of the
coaster.
captain's home had uncovered a flight simulator which supposedly contained a suspicious route which ended in the southern
Oh
Indian
shit,
Ocean.
fine.
At the time, there was no official acknowledgement
bye
that
to your
such a route had been
friends.
recovered, and a
I'll
lengthy
just be
public
here
report issued by the Malaysian government in 2015
ignoring it.
made no mention of such a discovery.
I
Then,
wasn't
in
said bye to,
2016,
apparently.
confidential documents pertaining to a forensic examination conducted by the Royal Malaysia Police in May of 2014 was leaked to the media. These documents made it clear that such a route had not only been recovered, but thoroughly examined. Soon thereafter, the Malaysian
Did that say
government
flight
confirmed
simulator?
it was leaked to the media. These documents made it clear that such a route had not only been
I know, like, that's like normal and that exists, but it's just kind of funny. Like, it's an official report. Like, it'd be funny if it was like okay.
covered.
I don't know. I
but
just find that
thoroughly
funny.
examined.
I think it's
Soon
funny.
thereafter, the Malaysian government confirmed the existence of this simulated
We
flight
used
path, and this
The
is what it
Sims
looks
to
like.
see if this guy would murder another guy.
It should come as no surprise that many regard this as damning evidence of premeditation. But according to investigators, it is not quite so
The route was
evident.
performed by the captain
data
on Flight
recovered
Simulator.
consists of
Supposedly, he would have had to have programmed it in, but that doesn't make any dang sense, does it? That doesn't make any g-dang sense. I want answers.
7 coordinates. 2 in Kuala Lumpur, 2 in the Strait of Malacca, 1 in the Bay of Bengal, and 2 in the southern Indian Ocean. The data was reconstructed from a file that had been automatically generated and saved by the simulation software a month before the
Microsoft
incident.
Flight Simulator.
However,
Oh, we're
it's
gaming now,
not clear
boys.
whether the coordinates originate from the same flight session. In other words, it might not be correct to simply trace a continuous line between these 7 coordinates, as they could be from separate sessions. The forensic examination by the Royal Malaysia Police simply concluded no activity captured conclusively indicate any kind of premeditated act pertaining to the incident of MH370. Even so, the similarities
so
between
we've
the
learned
simulated
nothing.
route and the presumed route of Flight 370
We've learned absolutely
directly
nothing.
influenced the search operation. Australian investigators considered the possibility of someone deliberately extending the range of the flight by gliding the aircraft off the fuel exhaustion. If so, the plane could have traveled an additional 200 kilometers. Alternatively, the range could have been reduced by a controlled ditching prior to fuel exhaustion. While ultimately deemed unlikely, these two scenarios did affect the search effort. If the captain steered Flight 370 off course
Or
with
they
the
just
intention
lied
of crashing
home.
in a remote part of the southern Indian Ocean, his motive is an even greater mystery. Zahari Ahmad Shah was 53 and married with 3 children. He had more than 18,000 hours of flight experience and a spotless track record. Investigators found no evidence of financial issues, and his monthly expenses before the disappearance indicated nothing unusual. He had no history of mental illness, nor had he displayed any recent changes in lifestyle or behavior. He was raised on the island of Penang, which has led some to speculate the flight's second turn to the southwest of Penang was the captain getting a final view of his hometown. Some believe the hijacking could have been politically motivated, as Zahari was an avid supporter of a Democratic opposition leader who was sentenced to 5 years in prison mere hours before Flight 370 took off. Others point to unconfirmed reports of marital issues, but this is contradicted by the official investigation and disputed by family members. The only real inconsistency noted by the final report is that the captain failed to repeat the assigned radio frequency during the last verbal communication.
Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9. Good night. Good night, Malaysian 370.
It would have been standard procedure to repeat the assigned frequency as the captain had correctly done a few minutes prior.
370, contact Lampu Radar 1326. Good night. Alright, 1326 Malaysian 370.
Whether this omission is indicative of anything but a mistake is anyone's best guess. By all accounts, Captain Zahari was an affable and well-respected pilot who was passionate about aviation, as evident by the photos and videos he shared on social media.
Hi everyone. This
Oh my
is
god, he had a YouTube
video
channel.
that I made as a community service.
The co-pilot was found to be even less conspicuous. Fareeq Abdul Hamid was only 27 and due to marry a fellow pilot. He had nearly 3,000 hours of flight experience, although only 39 hours in this type of aircraft. Much like Zahari, Fareeq had no financial, mental or interpersonal issues of note, nor was there any evidence of conflict between the two of them.
So there would be
Some
no
questioned
explanation
the plausibility of a pilot instigate.
There would be no explanation for them just up and deciding to crash the plane. There was no pattern of anything like this. It would have just been completely something that they were hiding, something that it was just like a personal thing. Or could the smoke, like if there was a fire, could the smoke have like the lack of oxygen would explain why he didn't say like the numbers back, but then at the same time if there was a fire, wouldn't they have told them that? They would have told like the traffic control or whatever. They would have been like, hey, shit's hitting the fan. Wonder if his channel's still up? Ooh, yeah. Fuck, we on fire. Exactly. There's a fire. We on fire. They have oxygen masks. I feel like they would have notified someone. That damn captain, that lint-legged oily shame bastard. Sasquatch looking motherfucker.
Hijacking due to the apparent lack of interference by the other pilot. Well, when Ethiopian Airlines Flight 702 was hijacked by the co-pilot in February of 2014, he did so by merely waiting for the captain to take a bathroom break before locking the cockpit door behind him. The co-pilot was then free to divert the Italy-bound flight to Switzerland to seek asylum. The only noteworthy piece of evidence in regards to the co-pilot of Flight 370
I'm gonna go take a leak.
Is
my
his
time
phone.
to shine.
You see, when the confidential documents were leaked, they also confirmed another long-circulated rumor, namely that a cell phone tower had briefly established a connection with an iPhone 5S belonging to the co-pilot as Flight 370 approached the island of Penang. According to investigators, it was not a phone call as has been widely reported by the media, but merely an automatic location signal. Why this information was omitted from public reports, we may never know.
The world may never know.
Oh
my god.
Lasts longer.
A fucking bunny.
Did you know that the average adult...
Did you know that I have lint? Toxic poop. Get out of here.
So what is one to make of all of this? On the one hand, the simulated flight path seems suspicious. On the other, it is difficult to cast any substantial doubt on either of the two pilots' character. It is equally difficult.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Something I hadn't considered. Flash brings up an excellent point. A malfunction with the hardware, but did they say that the hardware was functioning normally? Or was there really no way to know that? Because that would make sense if it was being erratic. Because the turn and the elevation, that's true. Someone tried to seize the plane. That could be. Toxic poop made the pilots go mad.
To deny a
Drove them
hijacking
crazy.
is consistent with the available evidence.
Poop.
Then again, we're missing some quite major and literal pieces of evidence. The final report issued by the Malaysian government in 2018 could not attribute the loss of communication nor diversion of Flight 370 to a malfunction.
Yeah.
Instead, it is believed that someone manually manipulated the aircraft.
Someone who
and
knew
its
what they were
systems.
doing.
For instance,
as well,
investigators
which makes it
believe
weird.
SATCOM was manually disabled by a sudden and prolonged interruption of power. Then, once power was restored, the terminal simply rebooted. Likewise, the alterations in heading are believed to be the result of manual inputs. With that being said, the uncertainty of these findings are repeatedly emphasized due to the limited evidence available, and the report does never explicitly state the flight was hijacked. In fact, no real conclusion is reached.
Great.
Both the Malaysian and Australian government
Love it.
agree that Flight 370 crashed in the southern Indian Ocean, but that the cause is indeterminable without the wreckage, the location of which has managed to elude some of the foremost aviation experts in the world, as well as an impressive arsenal of
someone who
cutting-edge technology
knew what they were doing,
for more than half a
which
decade.
had to have been the
Authors,
pilot,
aviation experts,
co-pilot.
and independent investigators have all chimed in to offer their own thoughts and theories as to the nature of the crash and the location of the wreckage. Some believe there was no crash, but that the aircraft was shot down by an American naval base in the middle of the Indian Ocean. The satellite transmissions were then supposed to be
the aircraft
forged
engineer, that
as
guy,
part
the
of a
one
massive
guy who
cover-up.
knew.
Others believe the aircraft turned
There was
right.
the one guy who like knew how to turn off the thing that was turned off, which makes him, I feel like, suspect number one. I feel like he should be definitely a prime suspect. Like, let's look into his past. Was he posting weird shit on the internet? Was he acting suicidal? Was he acting weird? Was he doing, was he killing animals? Was he being a freak? That would narrow things down. They're like, aliens.
Flight towards India and
Fucking
traveled as far
Bigfoot.
north as Kazakhstan, completely undetected. Debris was then supposedly planted along shorelines of southeastern Africa as part of a massive cover-up. Another theory suggests the aircraft was remotely hijacked and controlled by someone on the ground. While Boeing and other companies have experimented with technology that would allow for an aircraft to be remotely controlled, no commercial airliner is known to be outfitted with such a system.
The government's lying to us.
On the less conspiratorial side, the assumption that Flight 370 flew in a straight line and at a constant speed after turning left towards the southern Indian Ocean might simply be incorrect. In early 2018, a French team of independent investigators proposed an alternate flight path, whereby an attempted landing on Christmas Island led to a crash site much further north than the region identified by the official investigation. While a surface search of this area was conducted about a week after the disappearance, the underwater phase never reached this far north. As of the making of this video, the search operation has been suspended, but there have been talks of potentially resuming the search. For now, it seems, the vanishing of Flight 370 will remain a mystery.
What if they had a loss of power, electricity, and had only manual control, and then the only route the pilot had available was his simulator path, so he plugged that in? But why would he have that as a path? Good night, Game Kill. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you have a lovely evening. Yeah, that was a really good video. This guy makes excellent videos. We've been new. Good night, Stefano. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Thank you again for stopping by. I appreciate it. Yeah, and again, he passed over land. He would land if shit got real. So many, it doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Hijacker. Hijacker makes a lot of sense. Except the hijacker had to have known a certain amount of the plane's technology and how to work it. Which is possible. That's certainly a possibility. The harrowing... Should we do Bigfoot? Harrowing hunt for Bigfoot?
Renew the love for your skin with
Very
Dove.
on brand for
Instantly
me.
Softer, smoother skin you can lovingly embrace.
What is that?
I'm gonna go on record. This is a bad idea.
Bigfoot!
I may need to go to the hospital.
Now we're heading into the belly of the beast.
So right now we're driving up to Willow Creek, California, the Bigfoot capital of the world. We're gonna...
I'm sorry. I thought the Pacific Northwest was the home of Bigfoot. I've been lied to.
Catch ourselves a squatch.
Wait till you see where we're
Squatch,
staying.
squatch, squatch, squatch.
So this is Willow Creek, the Bigfoot capital of the world.
It's a beautiful town.
And
Captain
this is where
Sparkle
we're
Fart.
staying.
Hi. Excuse me. Hello. Welcome in.
What do you think?
Gotta sleep early. Have a good stream. Thank you, Super. Have a wonderful night. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Sleep well. You earned it. You had a long day. Bigfoot, Bigfoot, Bigfoot.
This is the one chance we get to stay someplace nice.
And Willow
All we
Creek.
do is sleep in haunted places and dirty old hospitals. We can't stay one place nice.
I'm gonna go get off
once.
now.
But
Good
how,
luck.
how often do you get to say you were a part of history, which is what we're about
I
to
wish
be?
you
We're
all the
about to
best.
etch ourselves in the stone of Bigfoot lore.
You
Are you
could,
not
you
excited
could,
about
you
that?
could etch yourself, sir.
Well, it was supposed to be fun.
Poor Ryan.
This week on Buzzfeed Unsolved, we seek
Can I
out the
watch?
ever-elusive Bigfoot, and tomorrow morning, search for him ourselves. We've got our ridiculous Bigfoot beards ready to go. We've got a lot to cover, so let's get into it, and let's, well, me and you talk some foot.
I'm excited. This is
Talk some foot.
maybe the only
Oh, he
time
got
I
beard
believe
now.
in the thing that you're
Shane's
talking
got his
about.
beard.
Really?
Bigfoot's, meat and bone.
I'm not the biggest believer in Bigfoot.
Why would you be? It's plausible and grounded in reality. So it's a lot more plausible than all your spooky
I hope
little
he's
specters.
oily.
Well, those have evidence, so anyway.
Sure they do. Let's talk foot.
Okay.
The first accounts of big, strong,
Yo, he
hairy
got a big
people
old
date from
noggin.
at least the 15th century in Caucasus.
He's smart.
A mountain region between Asia and Europe. Different cultures have different versions or perhaps
Is that where
relatives of this
Caucasian comes
creature.
from?
In the Himalayas, it's the Yeti. In Australia, it's the Yowie. In Indonesia, it's the Ibu Gogo. And for America, primarily the Pacific Northwest, it's Bigfoot or
Yeah.
Sasquatch. In fact, Bigfoot sightings have been reported in almost every U.S. state. This corroborates the belief that there is more than one Bigfoot.
Our boy
that it's
Foot
not a
likes to get
singular
around.
creature, but a species.
I don't think Foot's walking around Illinois. Who are these people in Wisconsin?
watch that
saying,
Finding
"Yeah, there's a
Bigfoot show back when I
there"?
had
There
cable.
may very well be a hot dog vendor in Chicago.
I bet that
who's
was a
Bigfoot.
treasure trove of content.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you heard me.
Do you imagine Bigfoot, as someone who walks around?
Bigfoot hunters are some of the most entertaining individuals I've ever seen.
in
Truly.
disguises?
Well, some people believe that he's just like this supernatural being, or he or she, or whatever it may be. and it's just one of them,
Supernatural.
A
No.
solo act.
I had
That's
never
dumb. It's not
considered him to
supernatural,
be,
it's natural.
or
Like
her,
Sting.
supernatural.
It's like Sting.
Sting's a solo act.
Sting's not supernatural though. If you stab Sting with a knife, Sting will bleed.
You're probably right.
The hunt for Bigfoot became a global phenomenon, and
Okay, wait.
inadvertently turned
First of all. I need to ask you guys, do you think that there are multiple Bigfoots? Like, do you think it's a species of Bigfoots? Big feet, perhaps? Or do you think there's one? And he's like the same dude, just like messing around with people over and over and over again. Other dimensional beings. I love that explanation. That's fantastic. I hope so. That would make him a much more interesting cryptid to me. I think it's a species. Big feet. Yeah. That would explain why they pop up everywhere.
Willow Creek into arguably the #1 destination for squatchers and Bigfoot enthusiasts worldwide.
I've always pictured it
There's
as
places
one
like
guy.
Bigfoot books, the Bigfoot steakhouse,
But that seems more
murals,
unbelievable.
and even a Bigfoot burger.
How often do people actually
Bigfoot
put down a
burger.
Bigfoot burger by themselves? Imagine it's nap time after one.
It's nap time
$9
for me.
burger.
Yeah, so you got 2 1/3 patties, and on top of that, when you get done with the burger, after we put all the veggies and everything on it, weighs about 1.5 pounds.
Oh my god, they actually have a
We'll
foot.
try our best.
Oh, I'm not gonna try my best. I'm gonna finish that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm gonna get hungry.
You've said it. I'm gonna eat that burger. I'm gonna stay in that haunted house
Bigfoot doesn't
all
live
night.
where I live,
Yeah, whatever.
as far as you know.
This is the heaviest sandwich I've ever embraced.
You've been feeling anything oily recently? An oily sheen, perhaps?
That's the biggest bite you got? It was a nibble. I've done it.
My organs are starting to shut down. I'll be dead in 5 minutes.
Oh my god.
I've done it. You see
Ryan
it?
is like a small Victorian child. He like screeches at the sight of like a bird just like flapping its wings, and he can't even finish a fucking burger. He's a Victorian child with like cholera. I imagine it as the ultimate survivalistic sentient species that specializes in stealth and aversion to humans. Yo, you could make a really cool video game off of that idea. I like that theory.
I did it.
I wonder if
I
the guy will be
support
proud
it.
of us.
I think I may need to go to the hospital.
Before we go any further, it's worth mentioning that most primatologists do not believe the existence of a Bigfoot or Sasquatch is likely.
Oh, but
That
there
being
are
said,
big ol'
Let's get into the
primates.
beginning of the Bigfoot phenomenon in the
There
modern
are
era.
huge
In
primates.
1958, Gerald Crew
What was that? What's that
discovered
one? Gigantilopithecus? Have y'all seen Gigantilopithecus? Gigantilopithecus. Yo, this motherfucker is huge. I mean, that's fucking massive. Well, that was one of yas. Anyway. So Gigantilopithecus could be related to Bigfoot. Or could be Bigfoot.
and casted large footprints near his bulldozer
Looks
in
very
Bluff Creek,
similar.
Del Norte County. The Humboldt Times wrote about the story, and editor Andrew Gonzoli wrote the creature's name as it would be known from that moment on, Bigfoot.
I like that he was just
Why'd you
sorta
pick that name?
riffing at the time, and
He got
everyone
big
just
feet.
went with it.
Well, could you imagine being the guy
He
who
got big
coined the
ass
phrase
feet.
Bigfoot?
Yeah, just staring at that cast and thinking,
That's a Bigfoot.
I know. That's
However, in 2003, the two sons of a man named Ray L. Wallace came forward to admit that their father had created the footprints using a pair of carved wooden feet. Their father,
Bunch
Ray
of
Wallace, was
snitches.
reportedly a big prankster.
Local prankster.
Here's a quote from his son Michael. Quote, "This wasn't a well-planned plot or anything. It's weird because it was just a joke. But then it took on such a life of its own that even now, we can't stop it." End quote.
ain't that like a couple of funny brothers destroying their
It
father's
was literally
legacy?
a joke. Y'all just took it
It's
seriously.
been about a
You guys
handful of
believed him?
decades since our father
Bunch of
ruled
chuckle
the world.
fucks.
Let's burn it all down.
They couldn't live with the guilt.
Though, with the existence of plenty of other Bigfoot evidence, this does not deter Bigfoot believers.
So this
Does
is
that
actually the
that picture okay?
With the
Is
existence
this picture
of plenty of other
compelling
Bigfoot
to you guys?
evidence, this does not
Like, is this like, oh, like that's got to be something? That could be a guy in a suit. That could easily be a dude in a suit. Not even like a good suit. Even a bad one would look good in this image. Somebody took this image with a toaster. Like, this could literally be like a dinosaur costume, and I wouldn't even know. DNA. This is Bigfoot hair. You smell it?
deter Bigfoot believers.
So this is actually the local
Smells
museum
very
in Willow
footy.
Creek. It's the Willow Creek China Flat Museum. There's a lot of interesting
Yo.
Bigfoot artifacts in there that I think you will find particularly interesting because you're such a big believer. You
Yes.
can see the big statue.
He a
probably
big
one of
boy.
your great-grandfathers.
He got some
not,
big feet.
I'm not a Bigfoot.
That's Albus Madej right there.
I'm a human being.
Okay.
Best stories are from seasoned hikers that hike for months.
First
They
encounter,
slowly
or
lose
first,
their
shall I
sanity.
say, story that I ever heard was search and rescue came down from Oregon. Said they were looking for a little boy that had been lost in the woods, 4 years old. Didn't find him the first night, but the second day they found him sitting alongside the road. And when they picked him up, all he could talk about was the big hairy man that had picked him up, brought him down, and sat him down along the road.
What?
So, yeah, and you know, I don't think a little kid is going to talk about you know, a hairy man. And I mean, there's thousands of encounters. All these people cannot be telling a story.
What personal interactions
you think
have
people
you
would
seen with Bigfoot?
lie
Have you
on
seen
the
tracks?
internet?
Have you seen him himself?
I've not seen one, and I don't want to. Thank you very much.
Is that because you're scared of Bigfoot? or-
Well, I think you just want to believe it's out there, but you don't really want to see it.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I would
Fair
love
enough.
to see it.
No, it's
Lucky
Photoshop.
for us, we're staying near Six Rivers Forest, arguably the most famous Bigfoot forest in the world. Why
It's
this forest
Photoshop.
is so famous, I'll explain later.
Show us another
but all you need to
angle.
know is that come tomorrow morning, we'll be there. So maybe we may run into the infamous creature himself.
They can't figure out the eerie screams in the forest that aren't any other animal. They're like, yep, it's got to be Bigfoot. That sounded like a big hairy beast with large feet.
Morning
to me.
time's here. It's time to go catch us
That's
a foot.
definitely Bigfoot.
You ready?
Yeah, a Bigfoot.
This
A
is the
singular
original
Bigfoot.
area that he was noticed in before they actually started even knowing anything about a Bigfoot. You know, he's real elusive. I've heard a lot of local lore around here, people that go logging up there, and things get thrown at them. They hear things. A couple of people have seen him, you know, off in the distance, and but they never quite
He's
get
a
the
little
footage of him.
prankster.
You can see over there, that's
Likes
actually
to
the
throw
original
sticks at
cage.
people.
What I think is
He's just
hilarious is that's
bored
not gonna
messing
hold
with
a
people.
Foot.
What makes you say that?
These things are all muscle.
Get fucked,
No, that
human.
could hold a foot.
You think
Get
so?
Yeah, just do a
absolutely
little wiggle.
wrecked.
Maybe Bigfoot could pick up on energy.
Don't make Bigfoot believe in your little ghostly energies. And
I never
stuff.
said we
Bigfoot
would-
is meat and bone, Ryan.
I would just say he could pick up on my energy. I'm a chill
Oh,
bro.
he'll pick you up all right.
And then he'd be
He'll
like,
pick
yeah.
you up and crack you in two.
Batista
That's a guy I
bomb
want to share a
you.
cold one with, is what he'd say to me.
I don't think that's how Bigfoot rolls.
Okay. Well, should we get this going?
Yeah.
As
Get
we
you up on the
attempt
top
to find
rope.
this legendary creature, we join the legion of current Bigfoot hunters, which range from average people to major television shows. It's a practice taken very seriously in Skamania County. Quote, the Sasquatch, Yeti, Bigfoot, or giant hairy ape are declared to be endangered species of Skamania County, and there is hereby created a Sasquatch refuge, end quote.
Aw, that's nice. A safe space for the Bigfoot.
I think we're ready to get this going.
It's kind of them.
Let's gear up.
Everywhere else, Bigfoot, like everybody wants to kill him.
Actually.
He's like, can a Bigfoot just live in peace?
So I don't get shot.
That's gonna
Can I just throw sticks
It's not
at
gonna
people
scare it
in
away.
peace?
It's gonna make me look more festive. And I won't get shot. So there's that. That's an added bonus. Have fun getting shot. I'm not
If
gonna
we
help
do
you.
run into a Squatch, the Squatch is gonna see you and just bolt in the opposite
The
direction.
Squatch
Or
is
you could be
gonna
like, wow,
shoot you.
what a colorful vest.
I don't think that.
Laugh what you want now, but Squatches actually are known to smash things over the head to kill them.
So you think you
He's
honestly
brought a
think we're
helmet.
going to encounter a Squatch? The Squatch is going to attack you, and your life is going to be saved because you're wearing a helmet.
I mean,
It's going to
Ryan
bring
brought
a
a
rock
helmet.
down.
I'm not
upon
gonna
your
say that's
head.
100%
We're going to
certain.
get it on film.
It's
We're
not
going to say, thank God Ryan had his helmet.
I think we're ready to rock and roll,
You
baby.
look like an idiot.
Oh my god.
According to first-person
Oh my
accounts,
God.
Bigfoot's skin color ranges from deep black, charcoal, dark brown, reddish brown, or gray, with the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet much lighter. The average height is
That don't make
reportedly
no
7'10".
So, not that much taller than you.
I'm 6'4", so that's significantly taller.
I mean,
If you
relative
saw-
to other normal people.
If I see people taller than
Heat
me,
camera
I get
finds him
concerned
right away,
about them
right?
because
Just
I
get a
think
heat
they're gonna
camera.
die young.
And the
Easy.
maximum weight is estimated to be over 1,000 pounds.
Nice.
Nah, leave Bigfoot alone.
I wasn't
Gigantolopithecus.
fat-shaming Bigfoot.
Oh,
I
I
was
thought
just
you were.
mentioning that this is a creature of enormous strength.
What about the little ones?
The little
There's
feet.
no information on the little ones.
Oh, okay.
They are also thought to be mostly silent, though they have been credited with howls,
Maybe they're
grunts,
just shy.
screams, and growls.
Doesn't surprise me. Much like an ape.
Well, you seem to know a lot about growls.
I've seen some episodes of television where noted survivalist
I've seen Planet of the
speaks of an
Apes.
encounter with a
I'm
with
something
a
of an
foot,
ape
and he
myself.
hears it in the woods, and it makes a howling noise that sort of like a
That was a very good impression.
Other interesting tidbits
That was
come from
spot
the
on,
Bigfoot Field
actually.
Researchers Organization,
Is that guy
which
Bigfoot?
claims Bigfoot are orderly and often stack rocks neatly. They also claim Bigfoot have legendary strength and that they, quote, take pleasure in using their strength.
Check out this wood.
Look, I'm not gonna kink shame,
Hey, I'm Melissa. Hi. I'm new in town.
but that's fucking
New in
weird.
town, huh?
How would you know that? You look at somebody like, man, he's taking pleasure in showing off his strength right now. He's taking great pleasure in this.
Oh, fuck.
Pleasure
It's
is
a
being
salamander.
had.
Oh, fuck, it's alive, dude.
Yeah.
Does it bite?
It's a little a newt or a salamander. He's just hanging out.
His name is Cedric. He struck me as a Cedric when I first saw him.
Ooh, yeah,
After
that's
we destroyed his
Cedric, for
apartment.
sure. Yeah, big ol' eyes.
I know. It looks like you.
It does.
The strength of Bigfoot was on full display many years ago on the IC Road, an area a short drive away from where
Oh,
we
that's
are now.
beautiful.
When the IC Road was being constructed from north of the Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation, crew members
I
would
could
arrive
see
in
why
the morning
Bigfoot would
to
wanna
find that
live there.
500-pound tires had been tossed around, bulldozers were turned over, and giant footprints were all around the site.
Yeah, what if we try calling it?
You call it.
Did he have a
Here, let me see
tantrum?
that shit.
Bigfoot on a big
Do it.
tantrum.
Do your little call.
Flipping over tires and fucking bulldozers. Oh my god, he's Bigfoot. Holy shit. He fooled us this entire time.
Well, if it's any consolation, you look like an idiot.
Let's go over some of the recent
Yeah,
evidence.
Ryan.
In
Shane looks
2006,
like an
Jeffrey
idiot.
Meldrum, an associate
the guy with a
professor of
fucking
anatomy
helmet
and
on his head.
anthropology at Idaho State University, published a book called Sasquatch: Legend Meets Science. Meldrum
Sasquatch.
is also an expert on foot morphology and the movement of monkeys, apes, and hominids. In that book, he wrote, quote, "The evidence that exists fully justifies the investigation and the pursuit of this question," end quote. In
That's
the
fair.
1990s, Meldrum was shown casts of Bigfoot footprints that were 14 inches long, with some
Damn,
suggesting
that's a
running
Bigfoot.
motion, and others actually showing skin whorls. Meldrum felt the running footsteps in
what's a
particular would be hard to
whorl?
fake, quote, "unless you had some device, some cable-loaded flexible toes," end quote.
Think it's time for a little brew break. Seems like a fitting spot. Now we're breaking out the bait.
This is gonna attract.
Is this a brewski?
I told you. We have a different kind of vibe.
That's for foot.
That's for
Bigfoot
Mr. and
loves
Mrs.
beer.
Foot.
Sharing a cold.
Confirmed. That's why he's so oily.
Right there. That's for you. If you're out here,
He just like peeks out from
I'm not
behind
gonna
the
do a
tree.
stupid mating call, but I think you understand.
Can I have that?
That one. I'm not doing that, but I think you know what this is, huh? Waft it.
Oh my god.
If one
thank
actually
you.
walked out right now, this would be the greatest thing ever captured on camera. If we lured out a Bigfoot with a beer.
Here, I'll tell you what. I'll take my helmet off so you can see my face.
Smallfoot, take off helmet. You crush.
I'm exposing my cranium to you.
It's very small, but if you aim
Tarzan.
right, you could
Me,
crush his
Littlefoot,
tiny
you
little head.
Bigfoot.
You're a coward.
He said that, but I agree with him. He meant it more, though, so hit hhim.
Dr. Wolfhenner Fehrenbach, a retired zoologist who formerly worked at the Oregon Regional
name is
Primate
Dr.
Research
Wolf and he's a
Center, believes in
zoologist?
Bigfoot and has done analysis
Nice.
on over 700 footprints. It's thought that Bigfoot's big toe is aligned with the other toes, similar to human foot alignment. He believes Bigfoot's foot is approximately 15.6 inches long, and that the creature weighs up to 2,000 pounds. Dr. Fehrenbach even told the
Why
New
does he
York
think he's
Times
so
in
much heavier?
2003, quote, "I've gotten close enough to smell him."
My response exactly, Shane. My response exactly. Close enough to smell him? What?
What? He's gotten close enough.
That's no. This man's lying.
Well, I'll let you know in a second here,
No.
but yeah, it's an interesting thing to say.
No.
Tell me more.
By the way, Bigfoot is believed to smell horrible, with some comparing it to the odor of smegma, a sebaceous secretion in the folds of the skin, especially under a man's foreskin.
Lovely.
I can't believe they just said that. I cannot believe they just said that. Yo, Bigfoot smells like smegma, guys. Just a little information for you. That's what I'm gonna put out into the world. That's what I want everyone to know. Smells like smegma. All right, there we go.
You don't have to describe that.
No.
Well, that's what he smells like. If you are wondering. One of the more promising developments came in the form of a carcass claimed to be of Bigfoot. In 2008,
But it was actually
two
just a
researchers from
Bigfoot
Atlanta purchased a
costume.
frozen Bigfoot carcass from Georgia Bigfoot Tour Company owner Rick Dyer and his friend Matthew Whidden. But the carcass turned out to be a rubber gorilla suit.
Come on. Like, come on. Come on. Really? This guy was a Georgia Bigfoot Tour owner prior to finding it, and you think that this guy just happened upon the Bigfoot carcass? Yeah, sure.
Friend Matthew
Yeah,
Whidden.
sure.
But the carcass
Yeah.
turned out to be a rubber gorilla suit.
God damn it,
How much
so
did they
dumb.
pay for this?
There is conflicting reports online, but at the very least, hundreds of thousands.
Gorilla
It's
costumes
enough
are
to be embarrassed
expensive.
about.
What the hell?
Sasquatch costumes are
Uh-oh.
expensive.
It's just a table.
Ryan forgot beef jerky. That's a good point, Ocean Man. If he had brought beef jerky with him, that would have totally brought him out. A brewski and some beef jerky. I've met Sasquatch. He does like beef jerky. He puts it on his pizzas.
A little light reading.
His undercooked pizzas.
Maybe that's where he writes sonnets. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Everything's fine.
Oh my God, look at that cave up there.
I know.
Oh, shit. Oh, should we do this? Okay. I'm gonna go on record, this is a bad idea.
Somebody gonna die. It's gonna be Ryan. Best stories I've seen were of remote fishing camps in Canada that
find a
have
bear up
repeated
here,
Bigfoot
this is
activity. They
gonna-
collected
I'm
blood and
falling
hair
by.
samples.
Oh my God, dude, I don't.
Really?
I'm pretty scared. I don't want to fucking look in here.
Blood samples.
Oh, Jesus.
That's interesting. So like he cut himself on like a
you
he like walked by like a branch or something and like scraped his arm and then there was like blood on it.
That's what you do. You call out for the...
Interesting.
Well, if
And
there
it's
isn't
not
a fucking
human
squatch
blood?
in here, there's definitely a snake of some sort that's gonna bite me on the wiener. So I think I want to get out of here.
There have also been attempts at DNA analysis
Oh,
for
this-
Bigfoot.
we
Retired
go.
zoologist Dr. Wolf Fehrenbach has been unable to identify Bigfoot DNA, but as of 2006, there were at least 15 samples that he had been unable to identify as any other animal. In 2012, a veterinarian researcher claimed to have sequenced Sasquatch DNA, claiming that Sasquatch was descended from human females who had mated with unknown hominin males.
We finally found the perfect house.
Yeah,
Huh.
we couldn't believe the deal we got.
We're a little close.
That's interesting. I mean, how would we not know about them though? That's the thing. How would they be so
Nah.
What do you have
This
against
guy's
that?
inhaling too many cat
Oh, they set a trap
shit
actually.
fumes.
In 2014, a team of researchers led by an Oxford professor of human genetics conducted genetic analysis of reported Sasquatch hair samples. Unfortunately, the samples belonged to a range of known animals, such as dogs, bears, and humans.
What are we gonna actually do? if
It
we
belongs
find
to animals such
It's
as
like,
Trying to
all
get
right,
some-
we found you.
I mean, I wouldn't approach it. I would try and get some footage of it.
But what if it approached us? Then what do? We
Oh,
die, right? That's
yeah,
the
it
part where
wouldn't
we
be
die.
great.
you die for the
You know,
footage,
this is all
Ryan.
jolly right now, but could you imagine what this is
You'll
gonna
get
be like
so
at
many
night?
views.
Well, this is... Are they nocturnal?
We'll find out. There really is no studies on whether or not Bigfoot is nocturnal or not. There's not a lot of sightings of him at night, but there are some.
Well, there's also not a lot of
But
sight
they're
at
definitely
night.
in the minority. Holy shit, it is dark as fuck out here. Oh! I'm not catching anything on thermal.
Yeah, go into the woods and be
There
loud.
you are.
They're like yelling
Holy
to each
shit,
other.
dude, this is
Hey,
fucking
where do you
scary.
think Bigfoot is? Bigfoot's like, nah, dude.
Now we're heading into the
It's too
belly
late
of
for
the
this
beast.
shit.
Fuck me, dude. We're goners if we find this guy. That's not scaring you right now?
I want to watch Desperate Housewives tomorrow.
Your stupid mouth.
It is only appropriate that we save the best piece of evidence for last.
Mhm.
And although it happened in 1967, it is my belief that this is the most convincing piece of Bigfoot evidence in existence. In 1967, Roger Patterson, an amateur Bigfoot hunter, along with Bob Gimlin, filmed a home movie in Six Rivers National Forest, the forest we're currently in. What they captured on camera is the only footage of Bigfoot that has not been completely debunked.
Oh, it's this one.
It's enough to convince me.
I mean,
it doesn't look like a person in a costume.
The way it moves. It's a very old piece of footage.
It is a very old piece of footage.
But that being said,
so is.
I don't know, man. That's not convincing
Die
to
Hard.
me.
Still good.
What? What?
I'm saying just because something's old doesn't mean it's bad. Or
that's a completely different train of thought. What the fuck is going on here?
Dr. Jeffrey Meldrum, the expert on foot morphology and the movement of
mean-
monkeys, apes, and hominids, believes you can see Bigfoot's muscle movements in the film. He believes the ankles in particular are key indicators that this is not a man in a costume. Bob Gimlin regrets shooting the film, believing that Patterson benefited from it more than he did. In fact, it actually tore their friendship apart. They
Aw.
didn't make up until Roger Patterson was on his deathbed. Either way, both of them believe what they saw, and so do many around the world. This footage would become the most famous piece
Bigfoot
of cryptozoological
tearing
evidence
friendships
of all
apart
time,
since
a feat that we
67.
are aspiring to right now.
Bigfoot!
Never record Bigfoot with
I
your
don't
homies.
believe in him.
It'll break your friendship
Ryan's head.
apart.
It's not gonna happen. He's not real. He's not real. Please, God, nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Please, please.
Yeah, shh, 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 shh. We have to listen too.
And? Where is he? Where's Mr. Foot?
I don't think the squatches are biting tonight.
All of a
That's
sudden
good,
his
that's
face
good.
is like
That
right
means
up
we
against
live
the
to see
camera.
tomorrow. All right, I'm leaving. I'm getting I'm going. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Bigfoot.
Hello.
The existence of Bigfoot still firmly rests in two camps, believers and skeptics.
Believers
the mindset
and
of skeptics
skeptics.
could be summed up by the thoughts of University of Florida anthropologist David J. Daglin. Quote, even if you have a million pieces of evidence, if all the evidence is inconclusive, you can't count it all up to make something conclusive.
Good point,
End
David.
quote. Whereas the mindset of believers is generally that it's unscientific to discount the plethora of evidence. Over the years, there have been casts of footprints, possible recorded calls, unidentifiable hairs, and
The
first-person
Foot has a
accounts.
cell phone?
But in the end,
He's
until
taking
there
calls
is
these
indisputable
days?
evidence, it really comes down to what you believe in.
Hi,
Is
you've
Bigfoot
reached
real?
Bigfoot's phone.
The
Please
answer
leave a
will
message.
remain unsolved.
What do we think, guys? We think he's real? Or do we
Man, I
think
can't wait to
there's
shave this stupid Bigfoot
there's
beard off.
Bigfoot
That's pretty
in
good.
our midst? Either one or several?
You look like a man I would never talk to under any circumstance.
What are you talking about? Come on.
Makes me wonder if Bigfoot got COVID.
Oh, God.
We need to
You'd like
send
to
vaccines out
Let's go find some
to the
ghosts.
big feet. They deserve a vaccine. I never thought about that. Poor guy. Wow. Well, damn. I mean, that footage I feel like is the only compelling part of what we just watched. None of the rest of it really. Like the foot casts, they all seem kind of fake. One of them was fake, so I feel like the other ones would be fake. Like the blood samples, the fact that it doesn't match any other animal alive doesn't necessarily mean that it's Bigfoot, but it is interesting that it's not something that we've identified. I think there is like a little inkling in my mind that's like it's possible. I'm not like completely outright like no, impossible. I feel like there's a little voice in the back of my head that's like maybe. You like Adele? I don't listen to Adele much just because her music's a little depressing sometimes. Revolving Potato, hello. I thought you were muted and was wondering why no one told you, but turns out I had my headphones plugged into my PS4 controller. You know what? I've made similar mistakes like that before. You're like, muted? Muted? No audio? Streamer doesn't know? Gigantolopithecus.
Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to me to go over everything.
No. I know, I'm waiting for the beat drop.
I'm supposed to heal ya. I am done much healing. Hello. California dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell at our feet. There's such a difference between us and a million miles.
Damn, she's gonna get you. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. I see. I get it. What is with that bass? Who's doing this? What are you kids into these days? What is this? What is drill music? Oh my god. I'm like a fucking boomer. God damn it. God damn it. Not again. God damn it. Lols. Let's see, boys. It is about time for me to head out. It is indeed. I've had quite a bit of fun tonight watching these ghost stories with y'all and Bigfoot stories. I'll be back tomorrow. If you haven't already, don't forget to follow so you can see when I go live. Good night, Flash Senpai. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Hope you guys have wonderful evenings. I will see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock for some Skyrim. Make sure to join the Discord. We're going to be doing horror movie nights in October. I also have a Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, all that fun stuff. Don't forget to check those out as well. Thank you guys for the subs, for the follows. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful night, guys. Bye-bye.